Spread disease like dragonfire, plunder, pillage, every village, culture, god, and creature sire. Gold digging, taking children, make them slaves, working miners, raping women, spreading seed, hating pain, the fertilizer. Colonizer, spread the reach of your empire. Gunpowder, guns of power, massacre with cannon fire. Spilling blood, you sip the cup and eat the bread, the purifier. Cleanse your sins and kill again, in the name of your Messiah. Colonizer, spread disease like dragonfire, plunder, pillage, every village, culture, god, and creature sire. Gold digging, taking children, make them slaves, working miners, raping women, spreading seed, hating pain, the fertilizer. Colonizer, spread the reach of your empire. Gunpowder, guns of power, massacre with cannon fire. Spilling blood, then sip the cup and eat the bread, the purifier. Cleanse your sins and kill again, in the name of your Messiah.
United States are rookies, Europe's been in the game. Portugal, England, Belgium, France, and Spain. Europeans killed over half of the
Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your brother Shamar with Ancient Watchmen. Welcome to Monday Night Smoke. We're gonna change gears tonight. Okay, we're not gonna go into the Gnostics and exposing all these false gods that you guys follow. Exposing the gods of King David, the gods of King Solomon, and all the gods of our ancient people, which were following fallen angels. But anyways, tonight we're gonna do a little things differently. We're gonna give you guys a break because I know the information that's coming out of our, out of the source, basically, the Hebrews that understood a lot of these things. I know a lot of people are freaking out. That's why you have a lot of people unsubscribing from our channel, which is okay. Listen, at the end of the day, I do not care if you guys unsubscribe from our channel. This truth is gonna go forward regardless, without you or with or without you guys. Okay, so but other than that, for those who have tuned in, everybody else that has supported the cause of the Ancient Watchmen and the things that we bring out, exposing the lies and the deception within these one West Semitic camps, and the deception and the lies that has gone throughout all the planet throughout the ages by these religious institutions that have enslaved the minds of our people. And that's exactly what we're gonna go into tonight. What is social conditioning? Because these social conditioning, aka social engineering, it took place for quite some time, for at least 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years. Okay, so social conditioning um, has many levels. It has many layers in order to condition the psyche of humanity. It has to do with religion. It has to do with emotional. It has to do with the spiritual matters of the soul and the mind. Well, all these things that I just mentioned have been enslaved by the social conditioning of the powers that be that have ruled this planet for thousands of years. Okay, and so that's exactly what we're gonna go into in a minute. So stick around. We also now check this out, bro. I have amazing news tonight, bro. But other than that, welcome to live. Stick around. We have an amazing presentation, discussion. We're gonna go into a lot of stuff regarding the Native Americans and how these African Americans are trying to steal the heritage of the Native Americans, indigenous people on this side of the world. Okay, so we are going to expose, like we have been exposing, like many brothers and sisters on Facebook and Instagram. Native American people have been exposing the so-called wobble, Afrocentric ideologies to try to steal the heritage of the Native Americans. Now, let me make this statement. Are you guys ready? This is a message for all the Native American indigenous tribes, okay, from North, Central, and South America, the Caribbean islands, and also in Canada. Now, this message is also geared to the Afrocentric community, which is trying to steal the heritage of our people, Native American, our land. Now, you guys know how we feel about these brothers and sisters that are stealing the Native American culture. They're thieves of civilization. Not only that, but back in the day during the colonization times, they came with the colonizers in order to kill, commit genocide, and steal the land of our people in South America and Mexico. When you have a lot of the Spaniard colonizers coming in with African conquistadors, we brought this information out, and this information now is not gonna be taught in the school system. It's not going to be taught in a lot of these One West Hamitic camps. I was told to not say Hamitic camps, but guess what? I'm gonna say it because this is the truth of the matter. Okay, these One West Hamitic camps have been lying, deceiving our people, Hispanics and natives. And this is what we're saying. Jose Vega has said it. I'm going to say it as well. Daniel Yafes and many other brothers and sisters out there have been saying it. We have to stop what we're doing. Okay, we have to leave these indoctrinations from the church, this indoctrination that comes from the Bible, because the Bible has been tampered with for generations, especially beginning going back to the Council of Nicaea in the year 325, when Constantine made a edict to say, well, these books are allowed, these books are not. By the way, that sounds too strange. Take that away and let's just leave it blank. And this is why a lot of people follow blindly. This is why Hispanics and natives are still following these false gods. But hey, stick around. We are gonna continue to debunk this, but tonight we're gonna give you guys a break because I know a lot of people are freaking out saying Ayash is bugged out, Shamar Shawam, the ancient watchman, is bugged out because now they're saying that the Bible is this and not a third. Well, we're telling you the truth. We're giving you the information. We're bringing out the facts. We're showing you how the book, it has been tampered with, and how King David, how King Solomon, and all of our people mentioned times were following demons and angels, the era of angels. And this is why our people are suffering the way they are. Why? Because you guys have subscribed to these demons, these fallen angels, these quote unquote gods claiming to be the creators when they're really not. Now, we can go back to the ancient civilizations and the oral history of our people, and we can clearly see that our people spoke about these guys. Every single civilization on the planet, okay? Every single civilization on the planet, I want you to guys listen to these. They spoke about the sky people. They spoke about the Anunnaki. They spoke about the Nephilim. They spoke about the Titans. They spoke about the fallen ones. pretending to be the gods, the creators, when they were really not. Okay, and that's what we're gonna go into. Also, there is a message from a chief, and this message is geared towards uh, the empire of the United States, Joe Biden, and the entire planet. This is a message, bro, that is so powerful. It's been hidden away, and tonight we're gonna bring it out. It's a letter. I have a letter from Black Elk, a Lakota Native American man. Okay, he's gonna tell you the story, bro. He's gonna break it down to you what happened back in ancient times during the times of colonization. Okay, and what's been happening ever since, all the way until this very single day that you guys are listening to this podcast. Other than that, welcome to the live. Shalom.
So many Indigenous people do not like the word Aboriginal because when you break it down, ab-original, it insinuates that we're not original. When in reality, we the OGs.
All right, man. So there it is. We're gonna start with that. But once again, there's a lot of wobbles. There's a lot of Africans. There's a lot of these African Americans, aka Canaanites and Egyptians, saying to themselves, lying to themselves, that they are the original Native Americans, and the Native Americans that are still suffering, going through hell in the reservations, they are not. Okay, so these people are nothing more than thieves. These people are nothing more than liars. They have been found lying to the entire world with their rhetoric about Christ being black, the 12 tribes being black, King Solomon being black, King David being black, the Native Americans being black, the trees being black, the water was black too. Huh? That's how they sound. That's their rhetoric, and everybody's buying it. Why? Because our people die for lack of knowledge. Our people don't want to understand. But bro, what we're gonna go into tonight, I hope, bro, before I got into the live, I was sharing some tears because I was watching this video. You guys are gonna see, bro. And I hope you guys understand the pain. I hope you guys understand the tears. I hope you guys understand the suffering that our people have gone through throughout the ages, all the way until this very single moment. Okay? And you have a lot of our people, dumbass Hispanics and Native Americans, subscribing to this fuck shit of black supremacy rhetoric within a lot of these fucking camps. Okay, I'm fucking upset, bro. I'm fucking upset. Why? Because our people continue to live in a lie, whether it be in religion, whether it be in Catholicism, whether it be in the Christian church, whether it be in the conscious community, whether it be in these fucking one West Hamitic dudes lying to Hispanics and natives about their rhetoric, that they are the real Native Americans, that they are the real Israelites and the Hebrews and so on and so forth, even though they're Africans themselves. Okay, these people are not Native Americans. Okay, these people are Africans of various descent from West Africa. Okay, they're not Native Americans. And tonight we're gonna give you a fraction of the much information that's out there that you guys can start digging in. But other than that, man, welcome to the live. This is your brother Shemai with Ancient Watchmen. Daniel, Shalom, bro. Welcome to the live. Tonight we're gonna show one of your videos that you've done on TikTok. But man, if you feel like coming on the show, let me know. Trujillo, Shalom, welcome to the live. It's a car, Shalom, welcome to the live, bro. Welcome to the live, everybody. I'm glad you guys are here. Stick around. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Share this video with a lot of these Hamites. If you guys know any of these Africans, any of these Hamites amongst the Native American community or amongst the Facebook community, so-called Hebrew Israelites, quote unquote, send them over here, bro. Tell them we want to talk to them. Tell them we have questions for them, bro. Nobody wants to show up, bro. Every time we're here on Mondays and Fridays, don't nobody want to show up. And when I say don't nobody, I'm talking about these Africans claiming to be the Hebrews, the original Israelites, claiming that Christ was black, claiming that the Native Americans were black, and that the people that live in our land right now, they're a bunch of Mongolians. Just like that sellout Jeremiah is doing. Okay. So, but anyways, tonight, we have a beautiful presentation, podcast. Stick around. Welcome to the live. Ramon, what's up, man? Welcome to the live. The Americans will look at you crazy if you tell them they Hebrew, bro. But that's one of the things that you guys gotta understand, Ramon, and everybody else that's trying to throw. You guys are throwing a shove these understanding about them being Hebrews through force. You cannot do that. Native Americans have been gone through hell even until this very day. So for you brothers to be unwise and go in and try to force your fucking beliefs on them. Now, first and foremost, in order for you to even teach this, bro, you gotta understand what you're even teaching. A lot of you, most of you still follow the rhetoric of the Bible. Most of you follow still the rhetoric of the God of the Bible, when the God of the Bible is Satan himself. He's a fallen angel, and all the people on the planet have been subdued by the lies and the deception and the doctrine of these fallen angels way back in ancient times. And I'm gonna show you, okay? I'm gonna show you. Our last podcast that we did, Jose Vega went in and broke it down, proving once and for all that our people were following fallen angels, God, the gods of Canaan, this and that and the third, way back in ancient times. Josiah told you all about that. He even said it himself, like that Josiah was supposedly following the commandments in the sight of the Lord, and he was doing righteously in the sight of the Lord. And all of a sudden, he found a book, a lost book called the Book of the Covenant. When Moses created this covenant with this God, with this angel, the error of the angel. Again, our people have been following this stupidity nonsense that have enslaved your mind. And this is why everybody's lost in the sauce. Everybody believes all this other shit. When it comes to the roots of our people have forgotten their ways. Our people have forgotten their path. Our people have forgotten their roots. And now our people are subscribing to bullshit Western ideologies of, God and the Bible and all this other shit. Now, I'm not against the Bible. I'm not against the Bible. There's good things in the book, but there's also horrible things, commandments that have nothing to do with the Most High, commandments that are evil, commandments that is leading you to commit murder, to stone your own children to death because they blaspheme against the Most High. Things like the rape doctrine that you guys continue to follow, and supposedly that's a commandment from the Most High. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Eddie Alamo, the angels are black, the gods are black, it's Christian. Exactly. It's all rhetoric. And nothing that they say, nothing that these dogs say, and that these dogs keep barking at our people is not true. Okay, this is why they're not here. This is why they rather ignore us. This is why Mighty Shebrew told Judah Natsar and everybody else that, hey, let's not deal with the ancient watchmen, because if we ignore them, they're gonna go away. Guess what? It's too late. We ain't going anywhere. We're gonna be here, and we're gonna continue to spit the fire. We're gonna continue to irrigate the mines with water. We're gonna continue to send the smoke signals to the entire people, an entire nation, bro, so that they can understand what the fuck is going on.
Okay, can someone please let this individual know that we can come from more than one nation? Grandmother's Lipan Apache, American Indian, grandfather's Mexican of the Chichimeca Honasquachiche Nation. So also, war paint is a very important part of the Chichimeca culture. Red and black are sacred colors to our people.
Yeah, man. So see, this is what we need to start doing, bro. I want everybody to start uplifting our people, bro. The beauty of our women, the beauty of our people, bro. The beauty of our cultures, bro. And a lot of the beautiful medicine, knowledge, alternative, natural medicines that our people were practicing way back in the day. The connection that we have with Mother Nature, with Mother Earth, the connection that we have with the Great Spirit, bro. It was all organic. Everything that we believe, it was all organic, connected to Mother Earth, connected to nature, connected to the animal kingdom, connected to other human beings. And there's a lot of prophecies concerning the new age that's coming up to this planet. A lot of our people, Native Americans, the Hopi prophecy. There's a Hopi prophecy. Hopefully, we're able to go into that in a minute. But yeah, man, I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that wants to come in. On that, Shalom, welcome to the live. But yeah, man, that's kind of what we're gonna go into tonight. I think it's much needed, bro, that we understand that our battles that we're fighting is both spiritual and physical, and it's been physical for the past 500 years, and it's been spiritual for the past 500 years. So understand these. We're fighting two fronts at the spiritual and physical levels right now, and our people they know these, bro. All across the board, from North, Central, and South America. Okay, that's the thing, bro. But I want to make a disclaimer, bro, because a lot of people that are going to watch this video, maybe there's some African Americans watching in the background. Uh,
I want to
but
make
mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic. I hear an echo. You gotta shut down whatever you got in your background. You got an application open. That's why I keep hearing this echo. It's coming from your side, bro. But welcome to life, Jose Vega. But anyways, I was saying that um man, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So I was saying that there's going to be some people, African American community, bro, completely missing the point, completely misinterpreting what we're gonna bring out tonight. Just because we are exposing the lies of the Afrocentric community does not mean that the ancient watchman, Shawama Ayash, the ancient watchman, and Jose Vega, does not mean that we are racist for doing so. All we're doing is debunking your lies and your Afrocentric ideologies that you guys are trying to steal the Native American heritage. Okay, and there's a lot of Native Americans out there that understand these things. You guys are not the Native Americans, and tonight we're gonna go over some stuff. We're gonna do a little reading. We're gonna read a beautiful letter, a message to the entire world. But mostly this message is geared to the Native American tribes. But Black Elk had a vision when he was being initiated to be a medicine man or a shaman way back in the day by his elders. Well, we're gonna see what happened, bro, when he was a child, and he's gonna explain how things went down way back in the day when they were being ripped apart from their homes, they were being kicked out, and so on and so forth. You guys know the story. So before we go in, I want everybody to listen to this African American woman. She's gonna tell you, she's gonna tell you some truth, just in case you guys think that Ayash is racist, the Ancient Watchman is racist because we're saying that African Americans are not Native Americans. You guys are not Hebrew Israelites either. You guys are not the ancient Arabs. You guys are not the original Chinese. You guys are not the original Vikings. You guys are not the original Irish. Bro, you guys can pull all the pseudo books because that's you guys love that. You know why you know why you guys love pseudo information? Because your father is a father of lies. The God that you guys follow is a father of lies, Hebrew Israelites. That's why you guys are exercising lies as well. But anyways, let's hear what this Native American, this African American woman is going to tell another African American woman that is deceived with this Afrocentric bullshit about them being Native Americans. Watch this.
I think black people were first.
I think you fell and bumped your head. I think you're straight up ignorant. I think you need to do your research. I don't think this is an argument you should be having with natives. Solidarity mean anything to you? I think you're a part of the problem. I think you need to go educate yourself. I think you need to get your facts straight. I know you're wrong. I think we should be unified. I think you need to change your attitude. Instead of thinking, how about you know? Know that they were here first. Know that this is their land. Know that you're on stolen land. And know that you're not helping any kind of cause. And know that Indigenous lives matter.
Daniel, Shalom, bro. What's up? Welcome to the live.
Hey, what's going on, brothers? Hello, brothers. How you guys doing?
Man, you know how we're doing, bro. We're just here in the battle, man. You have a lot of people unsubscribing from our channel because we're exposing the God of the Bible being a fucking Satan, demon, fallen angel that our people were following way back in ancient times. And people think that their God was a righteous God. But when in fact, all these fucking laws that people follow, you guys call commandments, it's a fucking bullshit that have enslaved the minds and the souls of people. And this is what people follow as being holy. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. This is why Native Americans are upset. This
Right,
is why
right,
Native
right.
Americans are upset because of the bullshit that our people been following. And the book, this Bible that came on this side of the world, came with genocide. It came with theft. Why? Because the God of the Bible is the enemy of the world. The God of the Bible is the enemy and the God of this planet. Okay, and because he's the God of this planet, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Well, whatever the fuck he wants is whatever what fuck is going on this planet, including with the Native Americans that are fed up, they're upset, and I understand them, bro. I understand when they say fuck the Bible. I understand when they say fuck the God of the Bible because that's basically what it is. Our people have been following this folly, and this is why their minds are completely unbalanced in all sorts of ways. But welcome to the line. What's
Right,
up?
right, brother. Yeah, you hit it on the mark right there with that,
Oh,
because
I
you know,
was yeah.
a lot of things,
Hold
you know,
on,
that's
Vega.
in the
Hold on,
Bible.
Vega.
A lot of things that's in the Bible, you know, like killing babies is one of them that I do not agree with at all. You know, and those are things that you just cannot overlook. You have to like really see what it's for. You know, like what is, you know what I'm saying? Like these type of things do not fly with me, bro.
They shouldn't fly with anybody, bro. That's the whole thing. Like everybody needs to understand, bro. Everybody is a spiritual being. First, before you are even flesh, you're a spiritual being. You have a soul and you have a spirit. So we need to really like look within and understand. Okay, so if this God is so righteous, if this God is a holy God, why is He telling His chosen people to go and kill babies, to go to war and kill the parents, the mother and the father, and keep for yourselves the little girls? Okay, that's you guys' commandments. Okay, that's you guys' commandments. So-called wannabe Hebrew Israelites, right? So-called
Right.
Hispanics and everybody subscribing to this bullshit. You guys are following folly. This is why your minds are unbalanced. This is why, bro. I noticed when your mother died, bro. You have a lot of these Old Testament Israelites making fun of how your mother died, and bro, like, what is this shit? Like, who in their right mind rejoices at the death of someone else's mother or father? Well,
And that's the things that they're reading, bro. That's why these people are, they don't grasp the spirituality that's in the Bible. They all they grasp is that carnal shit, you know, and that's what's wrong with people, man. You know, like I understand the Bible is it has been corrupted and has been rewritten many times for people's own agendas, you know, and they miss the spirituality part of it, and they never ever, they could be reading it for 10, 20 years, they're never gonna get the spirituality part of it ever.
exactly, bro. Exactly. And you have a lot. You have a brother that was on our last podcast the other day, and he was quoting the scripture saying that we like he was quoting that scripture in the New Testament saying that ever learning and never coming to the knowledge of the truth. He was basically saying that that's us. But wait a minute, how is that us when we been debunking One West? We have debunked One West at this moment, bro. They're in checkmate. It's just that they don't want to admit it. They're in checkmate right now. If you guys know how to play chess, checkmate is basically when you cannot exit. You're done. You're
Right,
done.
right. And
So they're in checkmate. Yeah.
checkmate
So they're
also
in.
means, if
Go
I could
ahead.
say, checkmate also means that they're only on the comment boards, but they never want to hop on a live.
Exactly, bro. That's the whole thing, and that's what you will never find them in here. They will never come in here because they know what we're gonna do. Vega, what's up?
No, to also add to that, like I said, and this is how you guys know we have them in checkmate. Like we've been told you guys that we're the only people that they have a no contact order with. They have no problem talking to this guy named Vocab Malone, who they all call the devil, right? He's the devil. But they have no problems doing lives with him all the time. Same thing with Garfield. Same thing with Sinetta. Same thing with all these other people, right? Polite, who shot up the Bible, right? He shot up the Bible with his with a AK, right? They have no problems having conversations with individuals like that. But for some strange reason, Ancient Watchmen is untalkable. Like they can't have conversations with us. This is how you
Yeah, man.
know
So
for
that's
a fact that we have a new checkmate.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
But yeah, man. So tonight we have a beautiful presentation, bro. I want everybody to understand what we're doing in here, bro. We want you brothers to begin to uplift the Native American culture, bro. Our people, the oral tradition of our people. Our people talk about the Great Spirit, bro. It's all organic understanding. It comes from source. Like our people didn't have a Bible, they didn't have books, bro. They were drawing knowledge straight from source. They were literally communing with the gods, bro. When they were talking, when they went into the wilderness, when they went hunting, you know what they did? They kneeled to give thanks to the Alayam, to God, to Mother Earth, for this for the provision being given to them. And whenever they kill a buffalo, they will kneel down and thank the food, bro. That's how sacred they were. You got a lot of these, colonizers. They go hunting and they just kill anything just for sport. You know what I'm saying? So we're completely a different people. But tonight, these men right here, Black Elk, Alakota, bro. Alakota man has a story for you guys. And I want you to guys tune in later on because we're gonna go into this beautiful letter, bro. If you guys don't feel his pain, if you guys don't understand what our people went through, and you don't, bro, I cry, bro. I cry when I was reading the story, bro, because I feel the suffering of our people. I have felt the suffering, the genocide, the tears of our people, even until this very day, bro. But tonight, bro, tonight you guys are gonna learn. Tonight you guys are gonna learn, bro. But anyway,
I also got some videos lined up for everybody to see about our chiefs talking about the sky people that Ayash was talking about earlier and stuff like that.
all right. So let me just bring this out. African Americans, you guys are not the Native Americans. And tonight we're gonna give you some information that everybody has to do their own research. Okay, whenever we bring something out, we don't bring the whole plate out. We bring fraction of the information that's out there, available for everyone to seek, to research. Okay, so whenever we bring things out to the community, we want you guys to even farther the research than we've done. Okay, and that's the whole matter. Whenever we're bringing this out, we're just bringing out the torch. We're passing out the torch to you guys, so you guys can pass the torch to the next person, and the next person pass it to the next person. That way everybody has the fire of truth within yourselves. That way nobody can lie and deceive your minds and beguile your spirits, just like these Christianity, Muslims, these bullshit about Jehovah Witness, and the Hebrew Israelite movement, and all this other bullshit that people have believed. That's the thing that has enslaved your mind, and that's what I was talking about when I talk about social conditioning. Because social conditioning has many layers. It has the spiritual layer, it has the physical layer, it has the soulful layer. And that's what we see today. We see a world that is decayed spiritually because they're following the letter. No, don't nobody knows how to tap into the spirit. Don't nobody knows how to pray in the spiritual realms. Everybody's so fucking religious, holier than thou, and then they're doing some other shit. I don't understand.
Tina grew up believing that two of her grandparents were part Native American.
But you're only 1% Native American. It was white heritage that you had. You're from the tribe of Europe.
And I'm 3% Native American.
0% Native American. And 0%
You're from the tribe of Europe.
And 0% who were Native American. And you'll see there's no figure for Native American because you ain't got no Native American. Even Don Cheadle, who we would expect to have some Native American ancestry because of the connection to the Chickasaw, members of your family owned by Native Americans. But we don't find any.
Wow.
And you're not alone in not having any measurable Native American ancestry. 1 in about every 20 African Americans only 1 in 20 has any significant amount of Native American ancestry.
So apocryphal.
Damn. 1 out of 20. You hear that?
Hey, but that's still a number, though.
Yeah, there's no denying that there is Afro-Indigenous people. You know, and the Afro-Indigenous people are well accepted in the community as well. So it's just to show people that the diversity of Native Americans, but you just can't sit there and try to say that African Americans are the real Native Americans because that's right there. You're partaking in indigenous erasure. You know.
Yeah.
But you,
So
but
the
you
reason
do
why
agree, you
wanted,
do agree that there
I
were African Americans
wanted
here prior to 1492,
to
though, before colonization.
start with these, bro, is because you have Vega. There's a lot of noise in the background, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I
You
didn't catch what he
wanna,
said.
you may want to take care of that, bro, because that's annoying. Vega. Uh, uh, there's there's a lot of
You're breaking up
bro.
too.
I have a lot.
Yeah, you kind of sound real statically right now. Maybe you jump back in. But you guys heard that 1 out of 20 African Americans has significant Native American DNA. That's incredible.
All right, man. Sorry. There was something going on with my phone, bro.
Yeah,
Vega,
yeah.
I'm gonna bring you back. Yeah, I don't know what
There we
happened.
go.
Um, so the reason why I wanted to start with these so-called DNA testings is because you have a lot of prideful African Americans out there claiming that they're Native Americans, including a lot of these people from a lot of these one West American camps, bro. So right there, bro. If you guys want to subscribe to DNA, you guys want to claim that EB1A is pretty much the markers for Shemitic, even though we have looked at the haplogroup map all over the world, and E1B1A is not Shemitic haplogroup markers. Okay, that's the whole thing on the matter.
Right.
So yeah, man. So we're gonna continue to dive in, but we're gonna continue to go in. And hopefully brothers that are watching, African Americans that are watching in the background, Hispanics that still think that African Americans are the real Hebrew Israelites and they're the real Native Americans, you guys can come into the panel as well and we can talk about it, bro. Because you guys are the sellouts. You guys are the sellouts to our people. You guys are like a bunch of malinches. A lot of our people are just a bunch of malinches, male and females, especially the females out there claiming that, oh yeah, the black man, he's God, you know, the black man is this, not, and third, and they're the priests and the kings, and they're everybody else, bro. But Hispanics, well, fuck Hispanics, right? That's what you guys think. That's basically what you guys are saying by subscribing to this nonsense out there about, Native Americans not being the real Native Americans, like Jeremiah is saying.
Black male, 68.
He was born in Louisiana, and his father was born
Africa.
Africa. So Clements represents that first generation that was born in the States, and his father represents
Shamara, erase that real quick.
generation
Block that person.
to come directly from Africa. The next question is, where in Africa do you think he might have been from?
I am confronted with the question, who do I think I am? It's something only my ancestral DNA could show.
So these are your results. 76% African and 22% European. And then you've got 25% Nigeria and 22% Cameroon and Congo. 50% of your genetic makeup comes from that specific.
Wow.
There it is, bro. There. You guys cannot run from the truth, brothers and sisters. You guys cannot run from the truth. and I'm talking about the African American community. Now we're bringing this out, and you have a lot of these agents in here trying to disrupt what we're bringing out. Why? Because they're trying to make us seem like we're the racist one by commenting such whatever he commented earlier. And I took a screenshot just to keep it in the record, bro, because that's exactly what these dudes do. They see some shit that we didn't say, and they immediately go and report it to say, oh, you know, these people are promoting violence and racism and all this stuff, when we're not. Telling the truth to the people is not an act of racism. Telling the truth to people is an act of righteousness. If you guys want to act in righteousness, tell the truth, which is what people don't like to do, especially these people that are in these religious institutions.
Right.
They lie like they're God.
And just because you're bringing out this truth does not make you racist, bro. That's what people need to understand. You know, like this is not an attack on all, you know, African Americans. You know, because that comment that right there you deleted was, man, whoever that was just bugged out.
Yeah.
No, but what I was saying before when you said you guys couldn't hear me, I was saying, but you know, you guys have to, people have to understand that there were African Americans here prior to 1492, before colonization.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But
I'm not finished. But the thing is that, you know, the Americas, you know, these are two whole continents. You know, saying there was plenty of land for anybody to share on. So even if there were some Black Americans over here and had their own lands and whatever the case may be, and they want to claim it, let them claim it. You know, saying at the end of the day, it should be both of us claiming this land, because at the end of the day, we both were here for thousands of years, and then probably for
I completely disagree with what you're just saying, bro. I completely disagree with what you just said, because first and foremost, this land belongs to the Native Americans. Just because the Africans were here does not mean that they're indigenous of this land. They were here as strangers. As a matter of fact, I have books on that.
Hold on, wait. Do Native Americans claim land, sir?
They do.
No, they don't.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
So we could own land.
Oh, calm down, bro. Ain't no need to get all excited about it. I'm just saying that I disagree with you.
No, but bro, that's not the truth. We know for a fact that we don't own land. We don't own the trees. We don't own the water. We don't own the sky.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Jose Vega. Daniel, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you subscribe to the Bible?
Of course.
Okay, so then what does it say when we speak about 2 Ezra 6, when it talks about that that the inheritance of this planet was given to who?
Given to Israel.
Okay, so then you also have brought out the fact that this Western Hemisphere belongs to who? It was promised to who?
It was promised to the Israelites.
Okay, so that you cannot say that this land does not belong to the Hebrews when it does.
No, it doesn't, because but also the scripture says that we would be sharing this land with the Canaanites, and the Canaanites would be dwelling with us.
Sure. Why not? But that doesn't mean that this is their land.
So wait.
That doesn't mean that this is their land. Just okay, but don't be saying that. Hold on.
Dwelling with you.
Don't be
sure. I'm stating a statement that they were the first two people here, right?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, we completely agree. I completely agree with your statement that they were here with us. But just because they were here with us does not make them owners or part of this land as being original people. And I'm gonna prove it in a minute.
Wait. How if the so-called Africans settled on land where native didn't settle on, how was it that not their land?
They were not here. This is not promised to them. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, bro.
You guys think that we had
That's the whole point.
You guys think that we had
bro, I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question earlier. I asked you, was this land promised to the tribes? You say yes. King David was promised to this land in both the book of Psalms chapter 2 and 1 Samuel chapter 20 or whatever. You brought this out. It's your own statement. This land was promised to the Native Americans, to the Shemitic tribes, not the Hamitic tribes. Now, we understand that the Hamitic tribes live amongst us. The Canaanites came on this side of the world during the times of Hiram. We understand that. We brought this out. As a matter of fact, I brought this out with the Paribas stone way back in the day. So we do understand that there are what would you call it, African Americans, Hamitic tribes that came on this side of the world pre-colonization times, 1492. We understand that, and a lot of these people also mix with that. So just like Daniel was saying, yeah, we understand that there's Afro Indigenous. Vicente Guerrero was one of them. What else? What's his name? The guy that was in South America, Peruvian guy. I forgot his name. Tupac Amaru II. Tupac Amaru II, his wife was an Afro Indigenous woman. So we do understand that there's been many Afro Indigenous on the side of the world. I'm not dismissing the fact, but for brothers to make a statement and say, "Oh, this land belongs to the Hamitic tribes," no, it doesn't. They were here with us as neighbors. That's it, like as strangers. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna bring that book out just to prove my case.
If I may add real quick, Ayash, look, I disagree with them being here prior 1492, right? That's my take. But even if they were here prior 1492, doesn't or past 1492, it doesn't make them landowners or nothing like that. They just came here.
Exactly.
We was already here,
Exactly,
you
bro.
know.
That's the whole point.
So we can agree to disagree about when that they came here before or they came after. The point is they're not First Nations, and this land belongs to us, and that's the matter. That's the point of the matter.
Again, what you guys are kind of delusional. What you guys are saying is just like on the Eastern Hemisphere, right? Right? You have people who migrated to different lands, right? And they've been there for thousands of years. You know what? It's their land. Okay. It's the same thing. Again, Native Americans did not own and live on every inch of this land. So if
It
another
doesn't matter. It
if
doesn't
another
matter.
people if another people come on and go to a place where so-called what you guys are calling Native Americans did not explore yet, then that specific land does not belong to Native Americans.
Okay,
I
Jose.
completely disagree. I completely
Jose.
disagree, Jose
No,
Vega.
well,
Like I said, your
you know
statement.
what? Well,
Hold on, let me
people,
answer.
again,
Let me
because
let me
people
let
love
me
this.
rebuttal what you just said. Let me
No,
no 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 no
I
no no
haven't
no.
even
Let
started.
me no
I
stop
haven't even
stop stop stop
started.
stop stop
I
stop
haven't even
stop, bro.
started.
Stop. Let me rebuttal what you just said. Again, going back to your statement that you have always made for quite some time now. You said that King David was promised the Western Hemisphere to the Israelites, not to the Hamites. Show me one scripture that says that the Hamites were given this land, Jose Vega. You cannot find it. It's not there. Now, we know that the Hamitic tribes have existed with us all along, including way back in ancient times when the Hamitic tribes owned. Hold on, brother. I'm not done.
Hamites over here in
Hold
America?
on,
Who
brother.
put
Hold
them over
on.
here?
Hold on. Hold
No,
on.
no,
Okay.
I'm gonna rebuttal. I'm gonna
Hold on.
rebuttal
I'm
your
not done
statement.
though. I'm
I'm gonna
not done.
rebuttal
Hold
your
on.
statement. I'm gonna
I
rebuttal
got
your
you.
statement.
I got you, but let me finish my statement. So again, your statement has always been the same that King David was promised this land to the Israelites. That's Book of Psalms and First Samuel, Second Samuel. We have brought this out many times. So there's no scripture or prophecy
Hold on.
saying.
Hold on. Yes,
Hold
there
on.
is. I already told you. The book of Hosea. When he talks about
Listen,
that, hold on,
I
when they will be
understand
hold
that,
on,
but
when
listen to
they
the
will be
statement.
dwelling,
Let me
when
take
they
you
will
out, bro.
be
Let me take you out. I'm gonna take you out, bro, because you talk too much. Now, this is what I'm saying, man. I'm tired of people making statements like that, bro. Now, Jose Vega is saying that the book of Hosea says that the Canaanites will live amongst us. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. I'm not saying that they don't. Okay. Yeah, it's prophesied that the Canaanites will dwell amongst the Israelites. But just because it says that the Canaanites will dwell amongst the Israelites, does not specifically say, oh, by the way, thou shalt own this land of the Shemitic tribes. It doesn't say that. It's saying that the Canaanites will dwell with the Israelites. That's it. And just because you dwell in a land, does not mean it's yours. Now, if that's the case, are you saying that white people, that the white folks, colonizers, this is their land just because they dwell here? That's basically what you're saying, bro.
Great point. That's a great point. Because we've been inhabited the whole Americas from Canada all the way to Brazil. It's been inhabited by millions of people. So
Yeah.
we can't give them anything that to claim for themselves. That's giving them the green flag, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So this is why I'm upset about Jose Vega right now, bro, because he's making like weird statements saying that yeah, this land belongs to the Hamitic tribes. No, it doesn't. They were prophesied that they will dwell with the tribes, but that doesn't mean that this is their land too. we can use the same train of thought. If that's the case, Jose Vega, you can click the link again, bro. You just click the link again. I'll bring you back in. You were just trying to interrupt. This is why I took you out. Don't take it personal, okay? This is not an attack on you, bro. So my point, bro, is that just because they dwell amongst us does not make them the owners of this land. Okay, that's not it. So first and foremost, our people have to understand these things. But yeah, I completely agree.
Right.
Vega, go ahead, bro.
Wait a minute. Who are you to kick me off the show? That's what I want to know.
You were trying, bro.
Who are you to kick me off the fucking show?
I created this channel.
Who are you to kick me off the show?
I created this channel.
All right. Well, you know what? Good luck. And good luck. And you know what? Jamar, good luck with your channel.
I created this channel. See, bro. See, that's what I'm saying, man.
Wow.
Like I told you, bro. He got emotional just because I told him like I completely disagree with you, and then I took you out because you being disrupted, bro. Like we having a dialogue and you got emotional, bro. That's basically it.
But I don't understand why Jose is trying to give them some claim to these lands. You know, like it's pointless. For what? What's the point, Jose? I don't understand. You know, even if they came here, we was already here. You know, there are guests. If anything, that's it. You know.
Yeah. Again, Jose Vega, you're taking it too personal, bro. I said I disagree with you, and I told you why I disagree with you, and now you're getting upset because I'm disagreeing with you, bro. That doesn't mean that we're enemies, and this is why our people gotta understand. The indigenous tribes on this side of the world, this is their land, and according to the scriptures, if we want to subscribe to the Bible, well, the Bible prophesies twice. Okay, as a matter of fact, it prophesies 3 times about the Western Hemisphere being the land of the Shemitic tribes, the indigenous people on this side of the world. Now, Jose Vega is right. There is a scripture in the book of Hosea that says that the Canaanites will dwell with the Israelites. That's it. But again, just because the Canaanites were dwelling with the Israelites on this side of the world does not mean that this is their land. Just like Daniel said, they're just visitors. They're strangers. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna show you, Jose Vega. And if you want to drop your pride, you can come back in.
We can always agree to disagree, you know.
Yeah, like well, we've always had disagreements with Jose Vega. Whenever we have private conversations about all the subjects, we agree to disagree. But all of a sudden, like I guess he felt attacked. I'm not attacking you, Jose Vega. I'm simply saying that I disagree with your statement, saying that the Canaanites, this is the land of the Canaanites. Wait a minute, why are you saying this? Is why I got upset. This is why I brought out the blade, because it's not true. There's no prophecy in the Bible saying that the Western Hemisphere was prophesied to the Canaanites. Now, there is a prophecy of the Canaanites that it says in the book of Hosea that they will dwell with the Shemitics, where the Shemitic tribes were on the side of the world first, before anybody else.
You see, that's why the Bible could be a problem, bro, because we're trying to find things to fit the narrative, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to find the Canaanites here in America. We're trying to make the prophecies come to light. You know, when like me, I'm just focused on reconnecting with my traditional, my indigenous roots, my traditions, back to my spirituality. You know, because I've been reading the Bible for so long that I lost my spirituality, bro. I lost it. I'm trying to find it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like these damn one West American people, they took my spirituality. They turned me into a carnal being, bro. Like, you know what you understand what I'm saying? It's like, I don't even give a damn if there was Canaanites here or they came prior 1492. I don't care.
Vega, yo, I know, bro. I know. Vega, man, you gotta drop your pride, bro. Just because I disagree with you does not mean that all of a sudden I'm your enemy or you're my enemy. That's
bro.
crazy, bro. You gotta grow up, man. Like it has nothing to do with, yeah.
Come back
Everybody's
on, Jose.
Everybody saw how you acted, bro. It's not like I'm telling you, like, oh, you're a demon or this and that and the third, bro. We've always had disagreements offline, and just because we have the first disagreement in front of everybody else, does not mean that I hate you or all of a sudden you're not part of nothing, bro. Again, bring yourself back in, bro, and drop your pride. Anyways, so I want to show you these, bro, because again, I want everybody to understand that I disagree with Jose Vega saying that this land belongs to the Canaanites as well. No, this land belongs to the Shemitic tribes. If we want to subscribe to the Bible, according to the book of Samuel and the book of Psalms chapter 2 and Second Ezra chapter 13 tells you there's 3 witnesses saying that this is the land prepared for the Shemitic tribes. Okay, this is the land prepared for the Shemitic tribes. Now we know again, Hosea Vega has brought this out many times. The book of Hosea tells you that the Canaanites will dwell with the Israelites. But again, if we want to use your logic, Jose Vega, I guess that means that white folks, this is their land too. They're the owners of this land because they came on this side of the world. But bring yourself back in, bro. The link is right there. Don't let bitterness and don't let disagreements and don't let that just, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah. No disagreement.
Go ahead, Vega. To the Shemitic tribe. Big you peace, Vega. Go ahead.
Again, the only person right now being prideful is you.
Okay, fine.
See, right there, you. The only person the only person right now being prideful is you. Okay, it came out of your mouth. I started this channel. Everybody heard it. You kicked me off the channel. Everybody saw that. Now
you left the channel, bro. You left.
Torah says both sides. You've been talking. I've been off. Now again, what you guys are saying is completely off. Now you're saying, oh, out of my own mouth, I've been saying this. No, I've been saying this for fucking years. Even in one of our first classes about how the Canaanites came over here. I was the one who taught everybody where we learned the human sacrifice on the temples and stuff like that. Where we learned that from? Again, prior to 1492. So that right there debunks Daniel's argument. You know what I'm saying? Now, me and Daniel had this discussion privately one day, and I was showing him how the many connections between the Africans and the Indians, right? Whatever is clothing, artifacts, and things of that nature. So you guys have to agree that they have been over here prior, right? Now, Shamar says there's only one scripture in the book of Hosea that talks about the Canaanites dwelling with us, right? Okay, then. So when this is why I'm gonna debunk this whole bullshit about who was over here first, right? We weren't over here first, because prior to the flood, there was people over here. Not no Native Americans, not no things. So the things that Daniel's talking about on that platform that he went on to with Northern Kingdom, talking about footsteps being over there found in by, I would say, in Antarctica, right? By the tips of Antarctica over there, about 20,000 years or 20,000 years old, right?
No,
that's all.
It wasn't Antarctica. It wasn't Antarctica.
Well, around the area, right? Connecting around Antarctica to the Americas.
No, brother, it was in New Mexico.
Okay, whatever. I forget what the article said. I could have swear it was around Antarctica, but that, yeah, 20,000 years ago. What all that is talking about is what we've been talking about is pre-flood. So yes, there were people over here pre-flood. So
let me hold on.
Those are the people that Daniel's talking about.
I got you, bro. So
the Clovis people that have been over for supposedly 18,000 years. Right?
Hold it right there. Stop right there. Now, I addressed the Clovis people with JJ 7000 when I went to the show way back in the day. 2 years ago? When I addressed the Clovis people saying that they've been here for 13,000 years. Now, if we want to subscribe to the Bible, Jose Vega, and everybody else, this is for everybody else. If you guys want to push these Clovis people out there, right, as something truthful, well, then we have to throw away the Bible, because the Bible clearly states some sort of creation story that spans to 6,000 plus years. I mean, 7,000 years. So according to biblical chronology, the world is literally 7,000 years old if we want to go by the Bible. Now, if we want to throw at the Bible, then we can go back to science and be like, well, there's been people here that's been for 13,000 years. Now, if you're saying that there's always been people here on the side of the world, then we have to throw away 2 Ezra 13, because it says that there was no people living on this side of the world. According to 2 Ezra chapter 13, it tells you that the tribes, what is it? 2 Ezra 13 verse 38 down to 48. You guys can read the whole chapter, but the whole point is that in that chapter, it says that the tribes went to a land where no man ever dwelt.
Shamar, where did Noah get his wood from to build the ark again for him, according to the book of Genesis?
Yeah, go for Florida. I get it, bro. But the whole point, bro, what you're saying right now is
where's Florida located?
Western Hemisphere. That's what I'm saying.
But you just made a statement that the Bible doesn't talk about people being in the Western Hemisphere, but I just proved that.
Listen. You say that they were dwelling. Listen, my brother, Jose Vega. You are saying that there's been living people here. That was your statement. We can rewind this thing, bro. Hold on. I got you. Pre-flood. I'll give you pre-flood. Now, if that was the case, once again, the Bible says in 2 Ezra 13 that the Israelites came on this side of the world and no man ever dwelled. That's the whole point. Now, could have been other civilizations way back to pre-flood? Yes. Why? Because the world was a massive continent called Pangea.
Wait.
That world.
Yes.
Hold on.
Wait, you just said yes.
Hold on. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Yes. So Pangea was a supercontinent all across the world. There was a supercontinent. Obviously, there was an earthquake, and the entire planet was divided during the times of Peleg. Peleg. One of the forefathers of the Adamites way back in the day. Okay, so the land was divided. So I agree with you that there might have been other tribes living in the supercontinent called Pangea. Now, when the continent was divided, there was no people because the continent got divided. All the people that stay in the old world. Now, were there voyages coming on the southern world to the Western Hemisphere by various civilizations? Yes, the Vikings came over here, the British came over here, the Spanish came over here. What else? The French came over here, the Chinese came over here, the Canaanites came over here, bro. But they were visiting. That's the whole point. You mentioned about gopher, the land, the wood, gopher. Well, it's in Florida. Now we know that King Solomon had a voyage. He had a fleet. Well, the Canaanites were traveling on the side of the world, but that doesn't mean that they were dwelling, because then that will go against the scriptures of 2 Ezra chapter 13, where it says that the tribes came on the side of the world where no man ever dwelt. Now, we know, according to the historical records of various civilizations, that there was many tribes coming on the side of the world to visit.
Okay, that's can I respond now? Can I respond now? Now, everybody just heard him say that there's no scripture saying that these guys would be dwelling here, right? That the Romans came here, all these people came here, even the Canaanites came here, but they weren't dwelling over here. Again, what does Hosea chapter 9 say? Who will be dwelling with us, Shamar? Exactly.
I agree with you. The Canaanites.
The Canaanites.
You're not cutting anything, bro. Listen, you're not cutting anything. My point.
Now the scripture says that the Canaanites will be dwelling with us. But hold on. Now
I'm going to give you
another source. I'm going to give you another source.
I agree with. Listen, I agree with you.
Okay.
Listen, you can bring. Listen, hold on. Before you bring the source, before you bring the sources, Vega, you froze. You froze, and I don't know what happened. Before you bring that source,
I need to respond to Jose real quick, because he's trying to say that 20,000 years ago was pre-flood, right? That's what he said, that the people that were here 20,000 years ago from that footprint discovery that they made, and they made carbon dating to went back 20,000 years ago. He says that those were pre-flood people, right? Okay, so has anybody ever heard of the Spirit Cave mummy that was found in Nevada, Nevada? Has anybody ever heard about the Spirit Cave mummy? It's the oldest known mummy in the fucking world, bro. It was discovered in 1940, and it dates back to 9,400 years ago. And not just that, in 1997, the Shoshone tribe, Nevada's Fallen Reservation, enacted the Native American Great Protection and Reparation to claim the Spirit Cave mummy's remains. For nearly 2 decades, the Shoshone tribe fought a legal battle against the U.S. government, who did not want to return the mummy. In 2016, The mummy was finally returned to the Shoshone tribe after its DNA was sequenced to determine that he was, the mummy, related to contemporary Native Americans 9,400 years ago.
And again, and how does that address me though? Because I'm telling you that that has to be pre-flood, and isn't that pre-flood? Pre-flood, because post-flood would be like 5,000-6,000 years from the time of
Vega,
Noah. Hold on,
Vega.
hold on. Daniel, and again, this is how I prove to you people all the time how nobody is impossible for anybody to be alive in the Americas past 5,000-6,000 years ago. We all
Why?
know about
Because the Bible says it? Because the
no, no,
Bible
no,
says it?
no, science. No, you love science, right? You guys love science, right?
Hold on, but what science? Yo, hold on, hold on. Yo, what science, Jose Vega? Because now, again,
tree rings, tree rings.
Okay, tree rings. Okay, I got
okay,
you.
tree rings. Daniel, what is the oldest tree in the Americas?
Okay, I took a screenshot of that the other day. I took a screenshot the other day, and you was wrong on what you had told me.
Do it. Look it
I'm
up.
gonna do it.
Look it up right now. Look it up. The oldest tree in America. In America. Because you know what? I'm not wrong. Because there's been there's been an article that came out in 2019 showing about some other trees, but they're not fucking in America. But I'm talking about in America. The article I saw back in 2013.
Okay. So how old is that tree? You said, the tree that you said it's 5,000 years old. You said something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, here it goes. Oldest tree in America. Since all the trees are just clones, Pando is the oldest tree in America. It is also one of the oldest living organisms on Earth. It is estimated that there are over 40,000 individual trees in the Pando system. And some of these trees are older than 10,000 years old.
Hold on.
Now, let me make this statement before you guys look the information out. What Jose Vega is saying, I don't know why, Vega, why are you bringing the tree out? Like, what is the end goal with the argument? I would like to know.
To prove the flood, that the flood happened, sir.
Oh, we know, bro. We know. We're not arguing about the flood.
You don't know. You don't know. You're agreeing with Daniel right now that these people were living 12,000 years ago. Hold on.
No, I'm not.
Hold on.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, brother.
Yes, you are.
Brother, I'm not. No,
Okay,
listen.
Then explain to Daniel who these people that he just claimed on your show that that were existing 20,000 years ago, according to some fossils, and according to the mummy that he just brought up 9,000 years ago. Now explain that according. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly, bro. So again, going back to what the statement that I made during the times of Peleg, one of the sons of Adam, right? One of the descendants of Adam, way back in those days, that's when the world divided itself. We know, according to the science, everybody goes to school. You guys know the history, right? They teach you that there was a supercontinent called Pangea. Now, when this Pangea world was established on this planet, according to ancient writings, for example, the Sumerian tablets, you have other tablets, the Book of Enoch as well. It speaks about pre-Adamite civilizations, civilizations that were so advanced. Now we know that those remnants of those civilizations are scattered all across the world with the same type of building, the same material, the same molten stones, the same technology all across the world. Now, a lot of people say, well, how can this be if there is a division of the ocean, right? There's a division between the old continent and the new world. There's a division, the ocean. So a lot of historians, archaeologists are baffled to find a lot of these findings, the same type of structure and buildings from here and over there. Now, we know that during the times of Pangea, there was a civilization, a global civilization that shared technology all across the board. Now, when the flood took place, all of that was destroyed anyway. And we can see the various layers of strata where we can find various artifacts and so on and so forth. And that's how they do the so-called carbon dating, which I completely disagree. Carbon dating is flawed, and everybody knows. Now, am I agreeing with Daniel? I'm not. I'm just saying that, yeah, the flood happened. Everybody knows. Every single civilization speaks about the flood. But just to say that because the Clovis people were there, this and that and the third, does not mean that that they were here. Like when the Israelites came on this side of the world in 722 BC, because according to, again, Second Ezra 13:41, it says, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a farther country where never mankind dwell. Now we know Jose Vega has brought this out. I have brought this out. Many people have brought this out, that many other seafarer people came on this side of the world, including the Canaanites. And that's why the Canaanites were found on this side of the world when the colonizers came here.
Let me ask you something. According to Native American history, both of you brothers, do they speak about giants, about our ancestors fighting giants?
Hell yeah, bro. The giants were scattered all across the world.
Wait. Can you show me that in scripture, Shamar? How the giants got over here to the Western Hemisphere, please?
Like I said, the tribes, the giants were scattered all across the world, bro. Every single civilization speaks about giants.
Can you show me that?
Show you what?
That the giants being scattered to all nations, like you're saying, into the Western Hemisphere also.
So then why do we find bones all across the board?
Well, that's
hold on. I'm gonna show you. Hold on.
What scripture says that they will be? What scripture said they will be dwelling over here in the Western?
It doesn't have to say that. It doesn't have to say that, brother. It doesn't have to say that. Show me where it says that Clovis people were gonna be here. You cannot do that either.
That's okay,
brother. What
you know what I'm saying?
First of all, I didn't even bring up the Clovis people. I was using their argument, the so-called natives' argument. I don't believe in that shit. You know I don't. But the whole point is that, again, you just made a statement, because I'm trying to show you your full statement about this, your argument about the Americas.
About what, Jose Vega? Like, well, tell me. Listen. Let's end these. Hold on. Let's end this conversation, because we have a class to do, bro. I'm not gonna spend my energy here going back and forth with you. I disagree with your statement early in the very beginning, saying that this land belongs to the Canaanites as well, just because they dwell here. This is why we're here. This is why we're going back and forth, because Ayash Shamar, the ancient watchman, disagree with you, the diligent destroyer. And just because I disagree with you does not mean that I'm your enemy. Does not mean that you're my enemy. I'm just letting you know that, no, I do not agree with your statement by saying, you say yourself, Jose Vega, that the Canaanites, this is their land as well. And I'm saying that it's not, because if we want to subscribe to the Bible clearly says that this land was given to the Israelites. That's it. It doesn't say that it was given to the Canaanites. Now, hold on. Thank you. So now your statement, when you made a statement after that, after my statement, you made a statement saying, well, no, sir, according to Hosea, it says that the Canaanites will dwell with the Israelites. I agree with you, sir. I completely agree with your statement. But just because, again, my logic is this, and I'm gonna use your logic against you. So if that's the logic, that the Canaanites were gonna dwell with the Israelites, so what happened with the Edomites that were prophesied to be sent to the Israelites? So now the colonizers, aka the Edomites, now this is their land, just because it was prophesied that they will come on the side of the world and take over and do this all genocide? No, of course not. Just like the Canaanites.
Wait. Is it their land? Is it the white man's land right now?
It's stolen. It's stolen land.
It's stolen.
But is it their land right now?
It's stolen.
It's
stolen.
Is it? We all know it's stolen, but is it their land?
It's not. It's not. It's stolen.
All right, but right now they're running this land. The whole world acknowledges that. The whole world acknowledges the United States of America.
But it's stolen.
But it's stolen.
That's the whole point.
It doesn't acknowledge Taino. It doesn't acknowledge Apache. It doesn't acknowledge all the other tribes.
It's stolen, Jose Vega. That's the whole point.
We all know that. You're not saying anything smart right now.
I know, but it's stolen. It's logic.
Is this the white man's land? Obviously, according to the world, yes, it is.
But it's stolen. Sure, but it's stolen. It's stolen, though. But it's stolen. That's the whole point. Just because it's their land. Hold on. Just because they took over, they committed genocide, they enslaved Native Americans and black people, that's not making that this is a land. It's just still stolen. They want to claim this land. That's fine. Let them claim this land. At the end of the day, Native Americans are gonna tell you that this land is not theirs, and that's exactly what we're gonna go into. But to end this conversation with Jose, I disagree, because this is not their land. This is the land of the Shemitic tribes. Now, Are there other nations on this side of the world? Yes. There's Canaanites on this side of the world. There's Ammonites, Moabites. There's pretty much all the nations on the planet. They're here. Just because all the nations on the planet they came on this side of the world, does not mean that this is their land. There's only one people that was prophesied this land, and it's the Shemitic tribes. If we want to subscribe to the narrative of the Bible.
Right, right. And I could agree or disagree with both of you guys. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's I'm here to destroy these wobbles and these their fake fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Anything else, man, that's just we could agree or disagree, bro. Actually, I have respect for both of you brothers, man. You guys are both powerful brothers, man, and I learn a lot from both of you guys, and they just keep it at that.
Yeah, man. So I don't have any animosity towards Jose Vega, man. And I apologize, Jose Vega, for kicking you out earlier. I just want to try my point across, and you were trying to speak over me, so that's why I kicked you out. Okay, so I don't want you to take it personal. I do disagree with you with your first statement, and that's it, man. It doesn't mean that I hate you, and I want you to understand that. There's no pride from my side, bro. I apologize in front of everybody if you felt some type of way because I kicked you out, because I did kicked you out because you were interrupting me. That's it. Other than that, bro, like we're gonna continue to do battle. We're gonna continue to go against the lies. But you and I have disagreements before in private. That doesn't mean that I'm your enemy or you're my enemy. I've never seen you guys as my enemy. Okay, and that's it. I disagree with the statement that Jose Vega made earlier, saying that this is the land of the Canaanites as well. I disagree. It's not. They live here, yes. There's other nations living here, yes. There's Asians living in South America, yes. Okay, there's many nations living in our land, and just because they're here does not mean that this is the land as well. Okay, this is part of the land because they live here. They have no choice. They have to dwell here. They can't leave and go back to their lands that they came from. They're here, so it is what it is. But the whole point, bro, that this land, if we want to subscribe to the Bible, like many of you do, well, then this land was promised to the Native Americans and so-called Hispanics, aka the Shemitic tribes. That's it. Everybody else, they're just visiting. They're just here. They're just strangers. And this is why there's a law for the stranger that lives amongst you. Isn't that part of the Torah when it says, oh, by the way, the stranger that lives amongst you, well, you got to trim like this and that and the third. Be righteous to these strangers. Well, that's exactly what happened. And that's what, again, if you guys want to subscribe to the Bible literally says that, hey, do not oppress the stranger that lives among you because you live in Egypt as a slave. Like, don't do that. Okay, so that proves right there that there's always been strangers amongst the Hebrew Israelites. Greatest example is Judges chapter 3, 1 and 6, when it tells you that the Canaanites and the 5 lords of the Philistines, aka the Egyptians, were dwelling amongst us. Okay, so it's not a far-fetched idea that there's other tribes and other peoples living alongside the Shemitic tribes, because they have. But the whole point of the matter is that just because they live amongst us, that does not mean that this is their land. Just like it's like you invite another nation into your house, and all of a sudden they stay there, they're renting the house, they're strangers in your house, and just because they're living in your house does not mean that all of a sudden they own your house and that's it. No, they're just living there. They're strangers. Well, it's the same thing with these nations. They're on this side of the world. They're here. They're strangers. So be it. But the whole point of the matter, brothers and sisters, is that this land belongs to the Shemitic Hebrew Israelites. That's it.
Right.
But I already spoke my piece. Jose Vega, you want to say anything else before we move on?
No, that's all right. I'll probably be dropping a class on native stuff on another day.
Okay. All right, man. That's fine. We're gonna continue to move on, bro. Once again, bro, we can always have disagreements with people, bro. And just because we have disagreements with people, does not mean that we're enemies all of a sudden. And that's the problem with a lot of our people, especially the community of the Black Hebrew Israelite community and all the people out there. Because we're going against the grain, we're going against the current narrative. People getting upset because we're not agreeing with them. Like what? Like, bro. It's just in a disagreement. At the end of the day, just like the book of Isaiah chapter 52, verse 8 says that the watchman shall see eye to eye when Zion is restored. So that means that before Zion is being restored fully and completely, there's going to be a lot of disagreements, and everybody's going to completely have different understandings in their minds. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. Why? Just like the book of Corinthians speak about that we only see through glass, right? We only see through glass, but when we get there, then we will be able to see how things really are. So a lot of times, bro, a lot of people speak of speculations. We don't know anything, bro. There's a lot of stuff that we don't really know, like the whole thing about the Clovis people, whether or not they were here or not. Who knows? I mean, the Bible says that there were no people dwelling in this land, but then all the people say, like JJ 7000, when he tried to bring that out about the Clovis people, and I debunk his whole claim. Like, wait a minute, how is it that the Clovis people existed on this planet for 18,000 years? I mean, on this side of the world for 18,000 years, but when the Bible clearly says that there was nobody living on this other world. Not only that, but the chronology of the Bible is at least 7,000 years. So either we believe in the Bible or we believe in in the current understanding of science, saying that the world has been millions of years and this and that. I don't know. I mean, we can subscribe to the Sumerian writings and tablets, which say that the world is at least 450,000 years. We can go by that, right? Or we can go by science saying that's millions of years. Or we can go by the Clovis people, which says 18,000 years that they were here on this side of the world.
Percent African, 40% European.
Meaning 40% of your genetic ancestry goes to Europe.
I know that it's a lot of European ancestry.
You definitely have lots of white ancestors. You have to assume that some of it, of course, came from the most traumatic and painful experiences of slavery.
I think that my female ancestors probably suffered a lot. And that I have to be very grateful that they survived it all. I've always thought that this is the kind of unhealed wound in America, that we have trouble talking about what really happened during slavery. We have trouble talking about the scars of that. That's the unspoken and the unfinished business of race.
Yeah, man. So people after people, bro. We have African after African being tested, bro, and there's a lot of stuff like that. Now, this is the thing that I have with this whole thing about them claiming to be Native Americans, and this is the fallacy of the whole thing, because you would have some of these African Americans walking into a camp, and the brothers teaching, from these one West American camps, teaching out in the streets. Whenever you see Africans approaching to them, they're gonna be like, brother, where do you see yourself in this tribe, in this chart? They're like, oh, African American. Well, brother, you are the tribe of Judah. All right. Where do you see yourself in this chart? I'm from Jamaica. Well, you are from the tribe of Benjamin, brother. So that right there, bro, is the fallacy that I'm talking about. Why? Because without knowing, these people could literally be bro, Edomites, or like Judah Natsara called them Negropeans, basically. So that's the whole matter. I'm going to debate JJ 7000 soon. Where are you gonna debate him? Let us know, bro, so we can go watch it. Obviously, he doesn't want to come over here, bro. He's been in my inbox talking all this crazy stuff. It's crazy. Part 2. It should be a way in the bottom. Go to our channel and it should be right there. Yeah, exactly. That's because whenever the Africans came on the side of the world, our people learned their customs. We have brought this out many times. You know what I'm saying? It's been brought out many times where our people copy the customs of the Africans, including when our people was in the land. You have a lot of the Canaanites. You have a lot of our people learning the ways of the Canaanites, including human sacrifice, this and that and the third. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Anyways, man, we're gonna continue on, bro. I know Jose Vega got upset. Obviously, things got out of hand. Everybody witnessed, bro. But at the end of the day, we really gotta understand, bro, that this land is really the land of the Native Americans. That's exactly what we're gonna go in, bro. We're gonna continue to dive in, but let me read this real quick. You want to say something, Daniel?
Oh no, brother, just just a little bit in shock about Jose, but
Go
it's
ahead.
all right, man. He'll get over it. He'll come back, man. Yeah, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like, um, man, like it's just disagreements, bro. Like people don't have to take it personal, bro. I
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
that he felt some type of way that I kicked him out, but like he's got to understand that I was trying to make a point, and then he was trying to interrupt, and I had to like kick him out so I can say whatever I was saying. I didn't kick him out to say like you're not welcome here anymore. And then
yeah.
when he asked like who are you to take me out, I'm like, bro, like you're trying to talk over me. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, bro. I mean, I feel like I don't know, like the topic of the show should be we should stay on topic. We shouldn't diverse into something else because it just doesn't look right.
Yeah, I know. But I already apologized in front of everybody else, bro. I humbled down and I apologize for kicking him out when I was trying to say something, he was trying to talk over me, bro. That's it. And he came back, but he left right now. Just because he still feels some type of way, but it is what it is, bro. I've always have the strength to apologize whenever I know I'm wrong, or
Right,
if
right.
people feel some type of way, I apologize right away, bro. I don't
That's
let it
right.
linger. The Bible says, "Be ye angry, but sin not." Meaning what? Don't let the sun go over your anger. Meaning what? Do not go to bed uh, angry, bro. And that
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
with relationship, bro. When you guys have a
Exactly.
wife, you guys have a girlfriend, you guys get into a fight, never go to bed without resolving your fights with your
Right.
spouse or whatever.
Hey, that's
That's a
amazing you
beautiful.
said that because my wife's like that. She always says that type of stuff. No matter how mad I'm mad at you. Like we ain't going to bed mad. You know what I'm saying? That's beautiful, bro.
Exactly, bro. That's what I believe, bro. Whenever I had a girlfriend, like back in the day, bro, that's what I did, bro. I taught her that, like, let's not get upset and go to bed all angry because that is detrimental for your relationship, and that goes with brotherhood too, bro. In brotherhood, bro, brothers are gonna disagree. So you guys have brothers and sisters. You guys fight, right? You guys have fought, but the whole thing about the Bible, that's why the Bible says, "Be ye angry and sin not." Do not let the sun get over your anger. Meaning, don't go to bed angry. Why? Because that lingers within your spirit, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's, bro. That's why I apologize right away.
Yeah, that's
But
true,
yeah,
bro. I feel that.
yeah. So let's continue on, bro. So again, bro, you have a lot of these Africans claiming to be Native Americans when they're not, and we're gonna continue to dive in. We're gonna continue to build this up, bro, to the point that you guys are gonna see the whole thing of what is going on to our people, bro. But other than that, Shalom, welcome to the live, everybody. Let me read this out, bro, because we're talking about, again, we're talking about these people that claim to be the real Native Americans when they're not. It says, this is from the website called it's called www.theroot.com/exactly dash how dash black dash is dash black dash America dash few. You guys can look it up right there. That's the website. But let me bring this out, bro, because this is gonna go in connection with what we're bringing out. It says there has been still another astonishing fact revealed about their paternal ancestry, their father's line through their Y DNA. A whopping 35% of all African Americans men descend from a white male ancestor who fathered a mulatto child sometime in the slavery era, most probably from rape or coerced sexuality. In other words, if we tested the DNA of all the black men in the NBA, for instance, just over 1/3 descend from a white or second or third great grandfather. And this is part of like when you guys read the article, this is an African American telling you guys this. It says, in my own case, he was my great great grandfather, and he was most probably of Irish descent, judging from our shared Y DNA haplogroup. Rather, it turns out that black people in this country are surprisingly quote unquote white, meaning that your genomes are composed of quite a lot of European ancestry. See that? You see that? So when they claim that they're the real Native Americans, and they're the real Hebrew Israelites because they're black and have woolly hair. This cuts that whole thing out, bro. And it's gonna tell you why. It says, judging from these test results, the bottom line is that black and white Americans are inextricably interconnected at the level of their genomes, and African Americans are profoundly mixed
Right.
people, far more than anyone thought possible before these DNA tests were invented. And no matter what your features are, your shade of brown, your hair texture, the shape of your lips and nose, if you're an African American reading this column, you are likely mixed as well, even if you don't think you look that way. And right there, that's the website, bro. And that's
Wow.
what we brought out. That's what we brought out many times before, bro. You guys
And
understand?
that's why a lot of African Americans here in America don't look alike like Africans in Africa. They're like there's a little slightly little difference, because of
Yeah,
the
and
mixing.
yeah, and they love to post that meme. I don't know if you guys seen that meme where they post a really African indigenous from Africa, and they post like a picture of an African from the side of the world, and they completely do look different. Why? Because the so-called black man has been raped and raped and raped throughout the ages to the point that their genomes, bro, their appearance, some sort of the phenotypes have changed. That's
Yeah,
why it doesn't
exactly.
matter. Yeah, that's why the genetics research is finding out that it don't matter if you have woolly hair, if you have a big nose and big lips, and you got the African features. Like 35% of African Americans are literally they descend from white folks, and this is basically what these people are saying. This is why this dude was telling these Africans, "Well, you're from the tribe of Europe." You're from the
Yeah,
tribe.
yeah. You know what? I
That's
read
the,
an article too. I read an article about the National Health Association. They made a DNA test on 4,000 African Americans, right? And
yeah,
all of the 4,000 African Americans came back with significant European DNA, bro. Out of the 4,000, you know, and it just goes to show, man. That's why they're against DNA testing because it will show their true colors. It will show them. It will link them back to Africa, and it will show their white DNA from their white masters, bro. You know?
exactly.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Exactly. So that's basically like what people gotta understand. Everybody has to begin to research, bro, of about a lot of these things, and there's a lot of battle on Instagram, bro. I just recently talked to these brothers called the Indigenous League on Instagram, bro. I don't know if they're the same people that you deal with, Daniel.
Oh yeah, with the brother Lakota guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good brother of mine. You talked to him or what?
No, well, I was addressing one of his posts because they were going against the so-called Black Hebrew Israelites and stuff. So I made a
Yeah.
point about like they have been debunked and stuff. But most likely, we're gonna bring him in. I know Jose Vega wants to do like a like a dialogue with one of these brothers, but we already talked about how we're gonna do it because we not. You guys gotta understand. You guys cannot push this Bible onto them, bro. And you know
Yeah,
that the Bible has been tampered with. Like you guys cannot do that. You guys gotta understand. Like you guys will see, bro. Because I'm gonna show you the real Native Americans going through hell right at this very moment, bro. And they're gonna tell you what's up. But stick around, Shalom. Welcome to the live. Jose Vega, if you wanna come back, let me know. The link is right there. I know you had some other stuff that you wanted to bring out, but since you got upset, I don't know if if you want to do it tonight or not. But other than that, man, thanks for coming on. I already apologize, bro. I humbled down and so on and so forth, bro. I have nothing against you. I have no animosity, no hatred towards you. I just simply disagree, and that's it. But we're gonna continue on. Shalom, welcome to the live.
A test of Naz's autosomal DNA successfully answered the question he most yearned to know. Now look at the sub-Saharan African down there.
82%.
82%.
That's right.
And about half of your African DNA comes from Nigeria and Benin.
That's the best. These are answers to questions that I always wanted to know.
To find out more about Naz's non-African DNA, we analyzed his Y DNA, a genetic signature that a man inherits from his father. Unexpectedly, this connected him not only to Europe, but to a very particular northern clan. You, my friend, are descended from the Vikings. Good, man.
Wow.
Damn,
Yo,
man. I haven't seen that one, bro.
yeah, he's a descendant from the Vikings, man.
Wow. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, bro. Just like I read the article saying that 35% of African Americans, bro, are not really Africans, bro. They're mostly like Europeans and so on and so forth. So this is the fight. This is what I wanted to bring out, bro. And I know Josevega wanted to bring something out as well with it, but he's gonna do another class separately, I guess. But this is what we wanted to talk about. We wanted to change gears because we've been talking about in your Bible and exposing the book and exposing your false gods and all this other stuff. But now, we want you guys to understand that this also is part of the whole system that our people need to come out of. And you guys are gonna see, bro, how this whole thing basically came and destroyed the minds, the psyche, the spirituality of our people. This is why Daniel and many other people, whenever you guys join a cult like the Hebrew Israelite, Jehovah Witness, bro, like your magic, like your magic, your spark is basically dimmed down because of the belief system that enslaved your mind and your soul, bro. This whole thing about the Hebrew Israelite and hating everybody else, hating the other nations, and oh, well, you're going under slavery. Oh, you're going under slavery. Like, this is basically what a lot of people subscribe to, this hatred agenda, these hatred campaigns against the world and division, bro. That's basically it.
Okay, so 77.7 sub-Saharan Africa.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, but from where? 32% Nigeria, 15% Benin, 9% Cameroon, Congo, 8% Mali, 6% Southeastern Bantu, 4% Ivory Coast, Ghana, 2% Senegal, and 1% South Central hunter-gatherers.
So you have a pan-African genome, but particularly heavy in what is now today's Nigeria.
That's neat. That's very neat to be able to see that.
There it is, man. So there it is, man. So we want to continue to bring and put this in the record for everybody that's gonna come later on and watch this video. This is basically what we're bringing out. That's the proof right there, out of the horse's mouth. They're letting you know that they're really not the Native Americans. A lot of these people have 0% Native American, 1% Native American, but they really want to claim that they're real full-blooded Native Americans and that they're the real Native Americans, and that the Native Americans that exist today, they're not real Americans, but Mongolians, this and that and the third, which is completely nonsense. They're trying to erase and steal the heritage of our people. That's what's going on.
Researchers have been able to trace one branch of my family tree as far back as the American Revolution, which astonishes me. But nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to discover about the rest of my family.
What we found in your results is really quite interesting. There's very little chance of Native American ancestry.
Not one drop?
Nope. But the bar chart shows 50% European and 50% African.
50%? Does that mean I'm half white?
Yeah, you could say that. I would say half European because most of the white ancestry came from Northern Europe.
My family's always presumed that we had one white ancestor on my father's side. But your test suggests I have more than one white ancestor.
Oh, yeah. Half of your ancestors were
Oh,
white.
yeah.
Half of my ancestors in the last 200 years were white?
Well, half at some point. I mean, it could be as simple as each of your great-grandparents was black, all 8 of them, but they were each 50% white.
There it is, bro.
Yeah.
There it is for the record, bro. But yeah.
Shalom, brother. Can I say something?
Rudy, what's going on, bro? Shalom, man. What's up? Welcome to the live.
Yeah, about what you just showed, man. About the African Americans being a mixture of people as well, besides Canaanites. Well, they whenever they go onto this, I think it was Deuteronomy, where it says that those who got mixed are not welcome into the congregations until I think it's their 4th generations. Whenever they mix in back into the the same Israelites, supposedly, accordingly to I think it's written in Deuteronomy. That's why they say the phenotype and the genotype, or the way they look, the big lips and big nose, or the afro or whatnot, they have to have it, because supposedly they have mixed in among themselves, and that makes their line pure all over again. But that's not the reason why I hop on. Um, the reason why I'm trying to say something is that, okay, so we know there's a war among us, the sons of light and the sons of darkness, right? But if I'm not mistaken, the Nagamari says that even the sons of light, I mean the sons of darkness, can become sons of light. Have you ever
Mm,
read that part?
no,
In
no. What it says? No, what it says. I read that part right there. What it says is that when let me see. I'm gonna put you on mute, bro. What it says in the Gnostics, it says that when the second creation of the Adamites created by the Elohim, the one that say, "Let us create man in our image after our likeness." Well, that's the Elohim. Well, according to the Gnostics, the Elohim are the archons, aka the gods of this world. These multi what would you call it? Multi-dimensional entities that existed way back in the day prior to this planet was even created. This is the type of information that was downloaded to the Hebrews that live in Egypt. They were completely different than the other Hebrews that believe in this nonsense about killing everybody else, enslaving everybody else, this and that and the third. It has nothing to do with God, like the true God, the Great Spirit, like the Native Americans call her and call him. You know what I'm saying? So now, when they created their second creation, right? When the Elohim created their second creation, um, Mother Wisdom encountered Adam, and she was the one that basically put a spark of light within it, within the second Adamite, which is the father of the sons of darkness, in order for that light to serve as a testimony for all the deeds that they're gonna do all throughout the ages. That's the only reason why there is a spark of light within them, because that light within the sons of darkness is gonna serve as a testimony, against all their deeds that they've done all throughout the ages against the sons of light. That's why they're, refer us to that, but they're not really the sons of light. They have a spark of mother wisdom within them in order for them to understand what they're doing.
so that's understandable. Um, so whenever there was the Tower of Babel, so in the Tower of Babel, all the sons of, I think it's Genesis 11, the sons of Adam, the sons of Noah was living amongst each other. Am I right?
uh Not necessarily. I mean, according to the Bible, it says that the sons of Adam, the land was divided way back in those days.
But it was divided after the Tower of Babel or before the Tower of Babel?
Well, it happened twice, because it happened during the times of Pangea, when Pangea was divided. The supercontinent was divided during the times of Peleg. That was way back in the days. And then later on, you have the Tower of Babel, in which all the nations were basically, they had one language, they had one understanding. Nobody really knows what's going on, because the Bible tells you that, oh, they had one language and they were building a tower. But what was really going on way back in those days, bro? Because I mean, are the gods are gonna be upset and come down and destroy the tribes because they were building a tower to reach
Can,
the heaven? Like what? Like
can I
how are
can I
you
address
how
that?
are you a god? How
Can
are
I
you a
address that?
god? How are how are you a god being upset against your creation building a tower? Like
So
why are
so
you upset?
so hold on, man. Let me talk for 2 minutes. So Peleg was after the Tower of Babel. Whenever the nations got whenever the whole earth got divided. But then again, so back to what you were saying. Um, so the people was united, bro. Everybody was united. All the sons of Noah was united doing this tower. And if you got, if anybody that has common sense, we know that nobody's gonna build something all the way into heaven, right? Maybe they can, but I don't think that was the idea. I think the idea was that they was having some type of different knowledge where they was able to tap into different dimensions, go into different dimensions, with the knowledge. And the God of the Bible said, you know, these people united, they have no limit. So right then and then, there's fear in the God of the Bible's heart, which is Yahweh and Yahweh's heart, saying that these people united have no limit. So automatically, I can see that there he has fear with the unity of humanity itself. You know, and we do not know if the sons of light and the sons of darkness was in the same spot, but we know that the sons of Noah was in there, and that they wanted to go back where they came from. They knew they did not belong in this earth. Why? Because Adam had told them the stories of Adam was not written, but it's obviously oral history passed down. He said, you know, Adam came from that place. But then again, now my point is, and here comes all the division afterwards, bro. In the Bible, all the division. You know, this tribe goes over there, and he gets that tribe gets the god. Every tribe and clan gets their own god. Now, what I'm telling you this is why? Because I can see the division amongst the people. You know, and I know you separate the people, the sons of light and the sons of darkness. You know, but then again, how can you be sure that the Canaanites are the sons of darkness because of their attitude, right, and their spirit, right? The way they the way they act, basically, you know. But remember, man, remember that at one point, even Canaan, because Nimrod was the son of Canaan, and Nimrod was the head of that whatever was going on over there in Babel.
Well, he was the first. He was the first king of the New World Order, basically, because what he was trying to do. Because remember, when you guys dig into the name of Nimrod in the story of Nimrod, it says that he began to become a Gregory, like that word, the Gregory word. It refers to a being a titan or being a demigod. Now, could it be far fetched that maybe perhaps Nimrod was basically tapping into other types of science, you know, because a lot of people say, well, the Sumerian tablets speak about stargates and whatnot. Abraham was serving these Sumerian gods, aka fallen angels, and that's why we have this ideology of about El. The whole thing about El, aka Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, that's one of the fallen angels, bro. Yahweh, aka Yaldabaoth, aka El, Jehovah, Yahweh. He is a fallen angel. Okay, so a lot of these dudes basically chose their own people in order to push their own agenda throughout the planet. This is why Abraham, when he was living in the land of the Chaldeans, the land of summer. Now we know that the Sumerians are basically, you know, the most advanced civilization on the planet according to the narrative right now, because Iraq, all that area right over there, they call it the cradle of civilization. Well, when you guys when you guys study the history of the Sumerians, you guys are gonna notice a lot of advance in all types of in all branches of technology, mathematics, science, astronomy, this and that, and the third, linguistics, law, music, bro, you name it, they had it all. Paved streets, they have underwater systems, bro. They have it all. Now, the most strange things about the Sumerians is that within their tablets, it tells you that you have like sky people coming onto the planet, basically teaching all these ideologies that people have. So all the flood stories, everything that you guys hear comes from the Sumerians. That's why when Abraham was told to get out of the land of the Chaldeans, this other God told Abraham, listen, get out of your father's house, go to another land where I'm gonna show you, and I'm gonna make you a great nation. And obviously, you guys know that, bro. Like, listen, what we're reading in the book of Genesis, an encounter between Abraham and this God, is nothing more than a demonic pact. And I'm gonna show you what. I'm gonna show you guys why. Because when Abraham made a covenant with this God, he said, listen, the God told Abraham, listen, man, I'm going to make you a great nation. I'm going to give you a land, okay? But not before your descendants are going to go in slavery for 400 years. And then Abraham said, fine, okay, cool. And then he sent up burnt offerings and a sacrifice that day. And the Bible says that he fell into a deep sleep. And then when he woke up, the deed was done. Well, that was a covenant that Abraham made with his God. And ever since then, our people have suffered hell all throughout the ages for 7 captivities. And this is why we're telling you guys to come out of this nonsense from following these false gods. Jose Vega brought these beautiful scriptures out the other day about how King Solomon, King David, and everybody else was following these other gods, prior to Josiah. Okay, so but everybody subscribes to King David and King Solomon being righteous when they were not. They were following false gods, just like our people were, just like our people still doing it today. And so the whole thing about Nimrod, according to the Sumerian tablets, it says that they were literally trying to access the other dimensions with the building of the Tower of Babel, because the building of the Tower of Babel was not an actual tower, but it was mostly like a technological advanced Stargate in which they were trying to get to the other side. Now, you said earlier that what is it that oh yeah, that they were becoming like the gods. All the people during the time, so Nimrod, they were basically challenging the gods. Now, in the book of Genesis 3:22, it says this. Then the Lord God said, meaning the Elohim, because that's basically the word right there. Then the gods said, behold, the man has become like one of us. You see that? The Elohim. The word us means more, many. Behold, the man, the human that they created, says, behold, the humans that we created has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now lest he reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. See, so even way back in ancient times, you have a lot of these gods, these Elohim, these archons, these principalities that rule this planet. You guys call them gods. Well, they're not gods; they're demons and angels. They were freaking out because humanity was reaching to a point of quote unquote enlightenment, meaning you will know. And they were fearful because they were finding out. Now, what you guys got to understand, all throughout the history of every civilization, they speak of reset moments. This planet has been reset many times. That was the flood. And that's exactly why the flood took place, because humanity was trying to reach a level of godhood, and the gods didn't like that. So they had to reset the planet again so that the humans can start over again. So every time humanity is reaching a point, a level of godhood, that they are trying to reach the dimension where the gods live, humanity gets killed off and the world has to reset again. And that's how you start civilizations again.
I agree with you, right? But so that happened in the flood, and that happened again whenever Nimrod was out here, when they're in the Tower of Babel. That happened at that moment too. And what you said, that we are supposed, that we became like gods, right? Like Elohim. We know Elohim caused the division right there in the Tower of Babel. He's the one who divided us. He's the one who's putting us in clans and tribes and giving other deities to each tribe and clan. But now what I'm trying to say is this, that Christ said, even Christ gave the crumbs to the Canaanites, to the Canaanite woman, So there is some type of blessing for them with Christ, Maybe not as the chosen ones, but Canaanite will be blessed somehow. But then
You
again,
wait. What'd you say? You said that the Canaanites will be blessed?
yeah, because why I say this, because Christ said, woman of great faith, your faith, because of your faith, let it be done what you said, what you want.
All right. Okay, well, let me address that point right there, bro, because according to Ezekiel chapter, 14:21, it says that the Canaanites will be no longer allowed in the temple. That's one. Two, that scripture that you're quoting about the Canaanite woman, Christ telling that woman, that Canaanite woman, your daughter is healed. Well, you guys got to understand that the Mosai said that he was gonna move us to jealousy with a foolish nation. And that's exactly the example that Christ was doing, because Christ came to his son and his son rejected him because they called him all types of names because he was going off. You guys got to understand, Christ was a Gnostic himself, and he understood a lot of these concepts. So when Christ was walking upon the earth back in those days, a lot of the Hebrew Israelites hated Christ because his message was different from the message of the real of like the Israelites that were living at that time. Just like our message is different than these camps and everybody else. It's the same thing. So that example that you gave us right now, when Christ healed that Canaanite woman's daughter, that was just an example to move the tribes to jealousy. Because how come the heathen nations have more faith than the actual Hebrew Israelites? That was the whole point. And that's what we read in the book of Ezra, chapter 1, verse 20, what is it, 45 and down, when it says that the Most High was going to move us to jealousy by giving the other nations the statutes and commandments and this and that and the third. So, but when it comes to the Canaanites, bro, the Canaanites, the prime directive of them, it was that they were supposed to be wiped out according to the Torah, if you guys want to subscribe to that. So in prophecy,
And look, and then again, who was giving that command though? Who was giving? Wasn't Elohim giving the command that we supposed to kill all the Canaanites? Elohim is giving that command. But then again, this is why I'm telling you this. Even Christ, the Mashiach, was merciful to the Canaanite. You know.
yeah,
But
like I
he
said,
knew-
he was merciful to make an example to the tribes to move into jealousy. But that's basically what the scripture says. Do you want me to pull that scripture out?
If I may add too, brothers, you know that it also shows that he could be humbled by someone else that's not even an Israelite, you know, because that woman
Exactly.
humbled him. She humbled him, bro.
Yeah, exactly. And even Christ called that Canaanite woman a dog. You know, because even Christ said in Luke chapter 15, verse 24, he said because the Canaanite woman was trying to talk with Christ, he was trying to get a miracle, and the disciples were pushing her out. I was like, "Yo, woman, get out of here!" Like, yo, what are you doing here? And then Christ heard her. He understood the whole concept, and then he stopped the whole thing and like, wait a minute, what do you want? Right? What do you want? And so Christ said, like, listen, this bread is not for the dogs, woman. This bread is for the sons. They can sit at the table, but you can eat from the crumbs. You can eat from the crumbs that fall from the table. And that was referring to the Canaanite. And that's why she was called a dog by Christ.
Even in Revelation, it said the dogs will be out.
The what?
The dogs, the adulterers, was not gonna be entered into the kingdom.
Yeah, well, who was referred to as a dog, and the word dog in son caninos. The word caninos is basically the same word as Canaanite. Canaan, canine, like the dogs. It's the same thing, bro. So I mean, right there.
My point was this, because I know what Christ said, I know what Christ did, and I know what the Old Testament says about Canaan, right? But then again, I come over here and I'm like, which was it? Was it the Most High, or was Elohim giving that order? Because I know Christ is not gonna do what the Elohim said to do, but he's gonna do what his father said to do, right? So even though you're saying that he set an example, and it's just, and what I'm gonna say is, either they really are the sons of darkness, or it's the reptilians behind every power, the
All
sons
right,
of darkness.
we're gonna end this with this, bro, because we have a presentation to do. That conversation that you're talking about is a conversation for another day. It's off topic, but it's okay, bro, that we talk about this. But let me say this, bro. There's no scripture in the New Testament that talks about good about the Canaanites, because at the end of the day, whether or not you guys are gonna subscribe to the Bible and the God of the Bible, there is a group of people that was cursed to be the lowest of all slaves on the planet, and we know who they are today. And you guys cannot change that. That's who they are. That's the vibration that they were given. As much as we want to love them, as much as we want to be friends with them, uh, that's their curse. That's something that they have to deal with it. Just like the Israelites were cursed by God as well. Just like the Egyptians were cursed as well. You know, so there's many cursed people being cursed by these gods that are a bunch of demons and fallen angels, bro. That's basically what it is. And so people are subscribing to the curses and the witchcraft of these gods. But you know, everybody's gotta like unsign the contract, because our people signed up a contract at a soul level with these gods. I mean, that's the whole point about Moses sprinkling blood upon the Israelites, saying, "Well, I'm gonna read you the contract," and then he read the contract, which is, you know, the Torah supposedly, and then at the end of the days he said, Do you guys agree? You guys are gonna do this? And what did the Israelites say? What did you guys say? You guys said yes, everything you guys say, we agree. But now is the time to break this covenant that we made with this entity that has enslaved our people no matter what. Our people can act in righteousness. We have proved that many times. Our people can keep the commandments, act in righteousness, and still they're gonna get killed and destroyed and sent into slavery by your God. So, the whole point is that our people have been serving false gods, and the whole vibration about Canaan is there. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, we don't hate Canaanites. We don't hate nobody, but we are against the lies and the deception. That's pretty much it.
I just feel I feel really sorry for the Canaanites. You know why? And to be honest, I don't have no Canaanite friends like associate with none of them. You know,
Brother,
I was
brother,
from
Rudy,
one.
stop. First and foremost, bro, I'm about to show you guys this whole thing about Native Americans. The first and foremost, you have to start for the house. You guys have to start with the house first. It's like, let's say you have a family, you have a wife and 2 children, and your children and your wife, they're not eating, bro. They're starving to death. And all of a sudden, you got some money, but then you go to the neighbor's house and be like, "Oh, you guys got food and everything. I got money. Let's go buy something for food for you guys." Meanwhile, your wife and your children, they're starving to death. Well, your statement right now is saying, "Well, I feel sorry for the Canaanites." Well, first and foremost, bro, Native American people, they're going through hell right now. I'm about to show you guys this whole thing, bro. And then how come our people are quick to uplift and feel sorry for the other nations when our people are dying? They're being discriminated against. Our people are going through hell. This and that and the third, bro. Like, all this righteousness begins at our house first before we try to worry about anybody else.
I'm not saying I don't feel sorry for my people as well. You know, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, and before you cut me off, I would thought like in my earlier days that I should not mix among with other nations. You know, to stick with my race, say like that. But then again, I'm like, you know, like for some reason, I'm like
What's
this
your
guy.
point,
Every
Rudy?
time,
What's your point, bro?
my point is that every time I see this people in my heart, I know this people is gonna get destroyed. And I'm like, you know, like, and then I'm like, which what God did that? Like, which God condemned that for that for being the sons of darkness or for being Canaanites? Is it the God of the Bible, or is it the Most High? You know what I'm saying? That's
Well, hold on. Who was Noah worshiping? What God was he following?
well, he was following the God of Adam, bro, his granddad.
Yeah, but what was the God of Adam?
Well, it was Elohim, brother. It was the God of the Bible,
What?
the thirsty one.
Yeah, the gods, the Elohim, the gods, the archons, the authorities, the gods of this planet,
The
the
demons, you say
demons,
the demons,
fallen
yeah, yeah.
angels. Yeah, that's them right there. So they're the ones in charge of this whole thing. They're the ones that curse people out. They're the ones basically putting vibrations of curses, enslaving the minds and the souls of the people. And this is our job right now to break the chains of iniquity and break the chains of falsehood and the chains that are enslaving the minds and the souls of mankind. Everybody else. I mean, everybody. So, but at the end of the day, whatever vibration they put on that nation, that's that nation. That nation has to deal with these gods because they're the ones also that have to unsubscribe to this whole thing. If the Canaanites want to unsubscribe from this whole thing, they have to leave all these nonsense about the Bible because the Bible has nothing to do with them. First of all, they're not the real Shemitic Hebrew Israelites. They're not Native Americans. They're Africans, and they have their own vibration. They have their own frequency. The Shemitics have another frequency, and so on and so forth. So, but at the end of the day, the sons of light, they're not just the Shemitic Hebrew Israelites. The sons of light come in various shades of brown and all types of cultures all over the planet. Just like the sons of darkness come in various shades. They could be Hispanics and natives. They could also be white people. They could also be Africans, Europeans, and Chinese and Japanese. Same thing with the sons of light. They can be all of that. So again, this is why I don't subscribe to the 12 tribe. I only subscribe to two groups, the sons of light and the sons of darkness. That's it. There's no other division. There shouldn't be no division amongst the nations. This is the problem that we have on this planet, where everybody is subscribing to their gods and their ideologies. And when they go to war, they say, well, my God is better than your God. Well, my God is better than your God. Well, no, my God said to kill the infidels and this and that. Third. Well, my God said, kill the Canaanites, this and that. Bro, like, Why are we listening to these bloodthirsty gods that all they care about is themselves, and all they care about is enslaving humanity, is killing humanity unrighteously, is lying, is sending lying spirits to the prophets to deceive the prophets? Like, what are we really believing? With this whole concept is just enslaving. It's just darkness on the planet, and this is why we have to get out. Like, we have to shine our own light, and that's why Christ said, "Look within you, bro. The kingdom is within you." I already told you guys what's in the kingdom. What's inside a kingdom? Why Christ said that the kingdom of God is within you? What is that talking about? Well, in a kingdom, there's a king and there's a queen. There's a father and a mother, right? There's an army in a kingdom. There's walls in a kingdom. There's a community of people in a kingdom. Well, when Christ said the kingdom is within you, it's letting you know that you have an arsenal of power within yourself. You are already connected to the source. When you guys pray, you guys can pray in your bathroom while showering. You guys can pray in your car. You guys connect with mother and father all the time. This is the whole concept about our people. They had this knowledge way before they had even Bibles. And so that's what we're trying to get out. We're trying to get out of this fucking mindset of religious, not just fanatics that people say, well, you got crazy individuals, men and women out there that are willing to kill their own children for their God. Well, the Bible says that, if you blaspheme against Yahweh, then, you're supposed to be stoned to death. That's what you guys believe. A lot of people still believe in that nonsense. Okay. So everybody has to get out of all that shit, because it has not served nothing to you. Nothing, bro. It's been thousands of years, and our people they're still in slavery. Our people are still blindfolded. The whole world is in darkness, and everybody's still fighting about this bullshit about, the Bible, this, and that, and the third. This is why Jose Vega and I got into an argument earlier, bro. Because at the end of the day, all this shit is gotta be dropped, bro. And everybody's gotta go back to who you are within yourself. You guys gotta connect. You guys got a personal relationship with your creator. It has nothing to do with the Bible. It has nothing to do with the pastor or leader or a deacon or an elder, and all praise to the elder. Like double honors to the elders. This and that. Like, at the end of the day, these elders have fucking lied to the people in the community all across the board for thousands of years. The Levites themselves, the kings of Israel, and all the tribes, bro. They have always, bro. It's a mess. This is why we're at where we are right now, because of the mess. People following this nonsense.
That's beautiful, brother. In other words, decolonize.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. Decolonize, bro.
Do not call Africans Canaanites. You can fight these idiots' racism without being racist, like what the F. How is it that I'm racist when I call African Americans Canaanites, but when they do it themselves, call themselves Canaanites? It's okay.
Start at verse 1. Hey, bro, check this out, man. What's your name, too? What's your name? Huh? You a Christian? Oh, your name Christian? Okay, cool. My name Amos. Nice to meet you, man. What we out here doing, we showing him what his nationality is. Where you see yourself on this sign? I can teach you, too. You a Canaanite? Oh, you know for a fact you're a Canaanite. Your father's a Canaanite. We are Canaanites. Where does it come from? We are not Hebrew Israelite town, which we was in Canaan. We was the dark-skinned people in Canaan that Joshua and Caleb seen. And Joshua say, we look like grasshoppers to them. Because us as, hold on.
Wrong, but like from a biblical standpoint, would you say that you are the actual descendants of the ancient Canaanites?
Absolutely. Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Emphatically.
Okay.
Emphatically. And the record will reflect it.
You see that?
And the historical record will reflect it.
But when I say it, it's racist.
Absolutely. Without a doubt or contradiction.
You might have to order something in the Quran and understand what was the prophet delivering to us. Go down, you finish reading it. It says verse 10. And remember I left off where it says the ancient Canaanite nation from the land of Canaan. We are the ancient Canaanite nation, the ancient early pre-inhabitants. And remember I left off where it says the ancient Canaanite nation from the land of Canaan.
Yo,
That's right.
Hey man,
yo,
so the Canaanites they controlled the earth at one point, right? The known
uh,
world, the old world at one point, and they brought obviously they have to bring destruction to control the old world and parts of the new world too. So they will obviously will follow the principalities of darkness because it's in within them to do evil, right? They want to kill, they want to spill blood,
well,
like
it's not. Let me cut you off right there real quick, bro. It's not just the Canaanites that are evil, bro. There's a lot of nations that are operating within the vibration of these gods. Okay, and this is the whole aspect about one West. This whole one West ideology and the movement in South America, the same thing is these humans trying to bring back the worship of Yahweh, the worship of this demon god that has enslaved, committed genocide against humanity for thousands of years. So these people, what they're trying to do is revive the worship, the vibration, and the frequency of these god on this planet. Now, if that happens, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it were to happen, that means that the world is going to be subdued into more darkness. Why? Because you guys notice, if you guys have witnessed the record of the God of the Bible and the things and the deeds and the righteous deeds that He has done against humanity. Okay, now it's all being done in unrighteous judgments against humanity, even against the Israelites that He claims that He are His chosen people, right? He has done wrong to them. As a matter of fact, Christ, bro, Christ himself is the greatest example. He was dissing the God of the Old Testament by saying, if your father and you, no, what kind of father would you be if your son and daughter asks you for bread? You are you gonna give him a stone? Of course not. What was he talking about? He was referring to the God of the Old Testament when the Israelites were hungry and they were asking and praying to God for food. What did Yahweh send them? Snakes. And that's why Christ was saying, like, what kind of a father are you guys? Whenever your child asks for bread, you guys are give him snakes. Well, Christ was speaking about the God of the Old Testament. Okay, but
yeah, yeah. But
but
then again, there's many nations then this that follow Yahweh, man, that follow these principalities of darkness because I mean the spirit resounds with that kind of stuff, you know. So whenever if you talk to a reservation, the people in the or people in reservations, you bring the Bible, man. They don't want to hear this. They don't want to know. They don't
listen,
want nothing to do
listen.
with the
I've been
Bible.
in a reservation before when I went to visit Ben Cuevas. We went to a reservation, and I was gonna talk to them about the Bible, but I already knew that they were very standoffish when it comes to the Bible because they want nothing to do with the Bible, bro. Because according to them, when the Bible was brought on this side of the world, it brought genocide, it brought killing, rape, just like the Bible, bro. There's a Torah law, a commandment about rape. You guys know that we always bring this out. As a matter of fact, let me play this out before we go even farther. Watch this.
So the future for you so-called white people is gonna be slavery, all right? And for the ones that look good amongst the heathen nations, the women, they're gonna be our concubines, meaning we can have with them day and night.
When the kingdom is established, we're gonna get women when they 12 years old. Right. All right? Have babies, man. With 12-year-olds. Brother, there's in the kingdom, we're gonna do that, man. We're gonna get them young.
Our people used to do that, man. We used to subscribe to that stuff whenever, or the House of Judah used to subscribe to that stuff. You know, whenever we came over here, we left alone most of those laws, man. We was
Hold
not
on,
like
brother.
that, bro.
Yeah, well, my point, bro, my point in bringing this out is I made a statement earlier saying that the Black Hebrew Israelite movement and the movement in South America that began with our people way back in the day in the 1950s,
what they're trying to do is revive this vibration. Exactly what you guys just witnessed right now from GMS. These brothers are crazy in the mind. They're unbalanced in the mind, psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually unbalanced within themselves, because they're talking about raping 12-year-old girls according to the Torah. And then you guys, what was the first statement that dude made? It's like, oh, well, white people are going to slavery, but if they're gorgeous and babes and fine as hell, we're gonna rape them every day. That's what he said. That's why the thing was blank. See, that's what I'm saying, that a lot of our people has subscribed to these demonic statutes and commandments that have nothing to do with life. It has nothing to do with the actual creator. And exactly, this is exactly what Hispanics and Native Americans are subscribing to, this bullshit that has nothing to do with our people. And Rudy, you were right. You were right. Our people wasn't doing none of this shit before the colonizers came on the side of the world, before the black conquistadors came on the side of the world. As a matter of fact, many Native chiefs say that they didn't have a need to have police and jails systems. Why? Because our people, they knew each other, bro. We live in communities. There was no robberies, this and that and the third. Okay, they would go hunting, you know, in parties. They'll come back, have sex with your wives or your wife, have children, bro. At night they will gather in a teepee, bro, fucking share wisdom while smoking a pipe. That's how we got down. We were smoking the herb of mother wisdom, and then we were just chilling, talking about wisdom. Downloads of information will come. The chief will speak. Prophecies will be shown. This and that and the third. That's the idea, bro. We don't need Bibles to act righteously. Okay, you don't need a Bible to tell you, oh, this is how you're supposed to treat your brother and sister. Like, wait a minute, do you guys need a Bible to tell you how to behave? That means that you perhaps are not even the sons of light then, because you need instructions to give you this and that and the third. Now, humanity is babes, and babes need to be instructed. But when babes grow up, then you should know already. Well, guess what? You have a lot of grown-ass civilizations on this planet. We're talking about millions, okay? And bro, they have these crazy. Look at the Muslims, bro. What do the Muslims believe? They believe that the infidels are supposed to be killed, that there's supposed to be no peace against the infidels, right? Have you guys read the Quran? I have. There's a lot of crazy commandments from Allah. It says that you
came from the Old Testament.
Excuse me?
It's the same thing from the Old Testament.
Well, my point in bringing this out is that the entire planet has been following a family of gods. Allah is one of the sons of Yahweh. The Sumerians knew him as what was his name, man? I forgot. Fuck. But anyways, when you guys do the chronology, all these gods have had various different names throughout every single civilization. But at the end of the day, all these gods that you guys know of, the gods of Egypt, the gods of Japan, the gods of our people over here on the side of the world, and all these other gods, they're all the same thing.
Right. Even the Quran says, sorry for interrupting, but even the Quran says that Allah has 99 names.
Exactly, bro. Just like Yahweh has like 72 names as well. Yahweh goes by the name El Elyon, El Shaddai. When you guys work the word Shaddai means demon. It means demon. You know what I'm saying? So the Sumerians knew him as Enlil. Enlil, the Canaanites knew him as El. You know, Allah, the same thing. It's all the same Hebrew words at the end of the day, bro. So what I want brothers to understand that is that we need to start understanding these things and to come out of the Babel, meaning the confusion. That's basically when it says come out of Babylon, it means come out of confusion. All of it is confusion, bro. Everything. All the religions of the world are following the same God. Like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that you're a Jehovah's Witness and you're a Christian, you're a Lutheran, and you're also Hebrew Israelite, and you guys serve the same God? What? You guys serve the same God? But my point, bro, is that these vibration is being tried to revive. They're trying to revive this vibration on this planet. But this is why the sons of light are here. Now, let me bring this out, bro. Before we go any farther, let me prove what I'm saying real quick.
So the future for you so-called white people is gonna be slavery, right? And for the ones that look good amongst the heathen nations, the women, they're gonna be our concubines, meaning we're gonna have with them day and night.
When the kingdom is established, we're going to get women when they 12 years old. Right. All right? Have babies, man, with 12-year-olds. Brother, there's in the kingdom, we're going to do that, man. We're going to get them young.
Anyways, bro. This is what Hispanics and Native Americans get excited about. They get excited about raping women, and they get excited about going to war and killing the parents and the mom in order for them to get the little girls. Just like the Torah says in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 11 and 13, bro. You guys cannot run from that. This is why we're calling everybody out.
Crazy, man. And you know what? They're GMS right there. Those people right there, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
And most of the camps came from them, man, from GMS, bro.
Yeah,
A lot of them,
mostly, bro.
Yeah.
And when you ask them, bro, you ask a lot of these camps, they're gonna tell you, yeah, we don't subscribe to the same ideology from GMS, but when in fact it does, bro, because what you guys can do to ask these other camps about the same thing, like, you guys believe what GMS believe? They're gonna tell you no, and then you bring them to the Torah, make them read Deuteronomy chapter 20 verses 11 and 13 when it talks about the Israelites being commanded to go to war and killing the parents and then keeping the little girls for yourself. Like, what does that mean? Are you guys gonna do that? These guys are they would want to do that, bro, because that's how they thirst for that. They thirst for blood, and they thirst for lust, because that's what their father the devil did the same thing. Just like Christ says, like, you are of your father the devil. The same things that your father wanted to do is the same deeds that you guys want to do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because he is a liar and the father of it. That's what Christ said, John chapter 8. You guys can read that. That's one of my favorite scriptures. I always bring it out because Christ is the proof of this whole thing. He was trying to go against these gods, these demons, bro, that our people were following. And that's why Christ was called Beelzebub, and he was called all these sorts of names, bro. And his name was demonized throughout the ages. But yeah, man.
Deep stuff right there.
Yeah, well, El Elyon is, yeah, it's a title. El Elyon, El Shaddai, El Yara, or Yireh, Jehovah provides, whatever the like. Many titles, bro. Just like Yahweh is also a title, because Yahweh means what? He that exists. Like, is that really a name? Oh, what is your name, brother? He that exists, bro. That's my name. See that Yahweh? Come on, bro.
Yeah, and the fact that there's like, even just to get his name right, there's so many names going back and forth. You're lost in the sauce. You know what I mean?
What it is, Daniel, bro, is that all these ideologies that we're fighting about, like whatever took place early with Jose Vega and whatever takes place, like when people come over here and try to discuss the matter, is that these things are set in order to distract us from from our true potential. Okay, because we have been given gifts within ourselves, bro. Everybody has gifts, you guys. Some of you guys have healing abilities, okay? Some of you guys have knowledge of plants and medicine. Some of you guys are shamans. Some of you guys are psychics. Some of you guys are dreamers or prophets, bro, and seers and this and that third. Like, you guys don't have time to practice your own gifts. Why? Because we're all distracted with this bullshit about religion, and my God is better than your God. My prophets are better than yours, and I'm more righteous than you. You are a sinner. You're going to hell. What are you? What nation? Oh, you're going to slavery. So everybody's distracted with all these little bullshits going on this level right here on this earthly plane, that we forget to look up to the heavens and be like, wait a minute, I am a divine being. I am connected to source and mother and father. I do not belong to this planet, and this nonsense got to stop. People got to have, bro, like, if you guys know who you are, know thyself. To know thyself is to know your divinity within you. Well, and then people are gonna say, well, wait, you're talking about Canaanites, bro. We're not gods. Well, according to the Torah, if you guys want to subscribe to the Torah, it says that we are gods. So which one is it? And if we're not, then why would Yahweh said, let us create in our image after our likeness, if we're not gods? You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing, now, I say this all the time, bro. When I had my 4th mushroom ceremony, I met with the Alayam. Okay, I met with the gods. I talked to the Elohim, bro, in real life, right there with them in their spaceship. I know it sounds crazy, but I did. And they were telling me the secrets of what happened on this planet. this whole religion system of all the religions on the planet, including Christianity, Muslims, all of it. You know what they told me it is? They said that they left all this stuff right here as a veil. All this religion is the veil that is the test. They say that whoever tries to cross the veil and if they do and they push through, they're gonna awake. You guys are gonna realize. But a lot of people are comfortable being on the other side of the veil. That's why the symbol of Christ, when he was supposedly crying, dying, he said that the veil of the temple ripped in two. Well, there's a veil. There's a veil that is trapping humanity from looking up and seeing their true potential and divinity within yourself. Know thyself. Know thyself. The kingdom of God is within yourself. Okay, and that's what Christ says. Like, if someone else tells you that the kingdom is over here and the kingdom is over there, do not believe him, because the kingdom is within you. So everybody's busy trying to waiting for this kingdom, talking about, oh, when the kingdom is established, we are gonna do this down in the third, and the heathen women are going, well, they're gonna be our concubines, and we're gonna do this every day. Like every day they're gonna get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically, you guys understand the mindset. The mindset of, to have that mindset is just darkness, bro. Like, why would you think about rape and slavery in the kingdom? Why cannot you think about, all this stuff, all the divine stuff? Like, why you guys think about earthly matters? Why? Because these guys serve their father, the devil. He was a liar. He was a murderer. He abode not in the truth. He pushed these rape doctrines out to the Israelites. He's the one that likes that. He likes gay people because he creates good and evil, right? People are gonna talk about
it.
What's that?
Their spirit connects with that kind of law.
Yeah, because the spirit's already dark, like I said, Christ said the kingdom is in within you, and like I'll tell you right now, what's within me is like I don't see like to wish to harm anybody or wish harm on anybody, bro. Like, so if you have that, like the opposite of that, then you're clearly the sons of darkness, bro. Like, clearly. So yeah, man,
Exactly.
I understand what he's kicking right now. What he's saying, it makes sense, bro. Like, that's why I gave us I gave myself a little break, bro, from the Bible and all that stuff, because I need to reconnect back with my spirituality, bro. And I don't need no book to tell me what's good and what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? And who should, like, it's I'm trying to connect back with Earth. I'm about to go make me a herbal tea, bro. Mix some hibiscus in it with some guayaba leaves and some horsetail, all that, man. That's good for the body, And these traditions have been passed down orally through our people, man. It takes years, thousands of years, bro, to get this knowledge, to understand this herb is good for this part of the body. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? And we've lost that. We've lost those connections with nature, and I feel the Bible is just in the time that we're in right now, people are just using it to destroy somebody else.
Yeah, to kill each other out, bro. Yeah, to kill each other out, to commit genocide, to commit murder. Even though the Bible says do not commit murder, Yahweh commits murder. The tribes commit murder. As a matter of fact, Josiah, when Jose Vega brought that scripture out in 2 Kings 22, 1 Kings 22, and 24, 25, bro, Josiah, when he found out the covenant of Moses, the agreement of blood that Moses made with this God, right? He found out about it and he subscribed to it. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on? He rent his clothes and then he started killing who? He killed all the Levites in the altar, bro, as a burnt offering to God. You tell me, how is human sacrifice a righteous thing? Your own people, you're killing your own people for your own God. And I'm suspecting that this is exactly what a lot of people would do. Like, if I was to live with these people, like these people that really hate me, bro, these guys would already kill me. Already would have stoned me to death already, bro. I tell you that much.
Definitely, man.
Straight up.
Wow, that's amazing, man. It's have you guys ever heard of the Crusades, the wars, the Crusades?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that shit lasted 300 fucking years.
All for the Bible, right? All for Jerusalem.
Just
all for Jerusalem, bro.
Fuck,
Yeah.
man, that's
And
crazy.
imagine how much bloodshed was shed during the Crusader times. Like they were fighting for Jerusalem. That was the whole thing. You have the Muslims, right, and you have the Crusaders basically fighting amongst themselves throughout many years, bro, for Jerusalem. They wanted to take control of Jerusalem. Now, according to the Gnostics, Jerusalem, aka Zion, is basically the place where all the archons dwell. This is where all the demonic activity took place way back in ancient times. Because all these gods come from Mesopotamia, bro. Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag, Ninmah, so on and so forth, bro. I can go on and on and on. And these gods have changed their names throughout the ages and throughout every civilization. And that's what people follow. And these gods love the bloodshed of humanity. Because that's how they feed themselves off of. They feed themselves off of the energy of humanity. But let's continue on, bro.
Hey, I'm stepping out, man.
All right, Rudy. Shalom, bro. Thanks for coming on.
Shalom, brothers. Y'all be blessed.
Shout out Nigeria. I did my 23andMe. It's kind of like Ancestry.com.
Yeah.
My
I got 23andMe too.
My shit came back like 53% Nigerian.
Oh shit.
Yeah, me and my mom need to have a talk.
Holy shit, Nigeria. Have you been to Nigeria yet?
No.
You need to go out. They got a huge hip-hop scene.
It's already done. I gotta be there. I gotta go see. You know, that's what you check and do the thing for.
Yeah.
That Little Wayne.
Yeah, that's Lil Wayne too. Yeah, so everybody's getting it tonight, bro. Everybody's getting it. That way,
No holds barred, man.
Yeah, so I mean, this message is for our people. This message over this is for the indigenous people on the side of the world, bro, that have been oppressed. They have been in slavery for 500 years. A lot of our people are tired of living in reservations, and you guys know that when you go to reservations, bro, it's depressive, bro. I've been to our reservations too, and when you go in there, it's just nothing, bro. Like their graves
ghetto,
are basically
It's ghetto in the reservations.
It's more than ghetto, bro. It's like hell.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. I know. So, I feel sorry for our people.
That's why a lot of them leave, because of that.
Yeah. Well, no, and a lot of them are committing suicide, bro. A lot of them are committing suicide at a greater rate. Then there's the other aspect of Native American communities right now. There's a lot of women that are gone missing because of rape and sex traffic and this and that and the third, and nobody's speaking about it. But you got a lot of our people saying, "Oh, well, let's Black Lives Matter." But what? What about Native Americans' lives matter? The struggle of our people in reservations. What about that? What about the shootings that our people, Native Americans, are being shot in the streets at a higher rate than the so-called black? Now, I'm not diminishing the struggle of the Black American men or women because you guys are going through hell as well. But my point in saying this, bro, is that you got Hispanics and natives that are subscribing to this One West bullshit ideology, and they forget the struggle and the things that our people are going through today, and they're quick to uplift and highlight the struggle of another nation that has nothing to do with you, bro. Okay, now I'm not saying hate the Africans. That's not the whole point. That's not the point of what I'm saying. The point of what I'm saying is that, again, I give you guys the example earlier. If you have a wife and children and your wife are starving to death, are you gonna go to your neighbor's house and feed them first? Meanwhile, your family is starving? No, you guys are gonna take care of your house first. And this is basically what I'm talking about. So,
if you are Mexican with indigenous bloodline, you are a direct descendant of the people who survived an attempt at mass extinction. Your ancestors are part of the 5% of indigenous people to survive the largest genocide in human history. Reclaim your indigenous identity and be proud of your indigenous identity.
Yeah, man. That's like right now, all that.
What's that? Are you there, bro? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, man. So
You hear me?
this is a message. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying about the how they're still struggling right now with the oil pipelines that they're building at the reservation. On one of the
Oh hell yeah,
reservations.
bro. I remember
They're on
I was speaking up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they're on their third pipeline already, you know, like building another one. I'm like, damn, bro, that's insane. And it's all to feed this oil is not even for the United States. It's for fucking I think Canada or some shit.
Yeah,
Crazy.
exactly, bro. Exploiting the natural resources of our own land for their own gain, bro. So it's all unrighteous, bro. Now, Daniel, let me ask you a question, bro. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I want everybody to understand this, right? When you go to a court, they make you swear to the Bible, right, Daniel?
Yes.
Now we know that the Bible is being tampered with, meaning we can find many contradictions in the Bible and unrighteous judgments in the Bible. So now when you guys go to court and swear on the Bible, and you have the judges swearing on the Bible too, and everybody swearing on the Bible, what they're really doing, bro, is swearing to do unrighteous judgment, because that's exactly what happens on this land. They be swearing on the Bible, but even though the Bible has been tampered with, and the Bible has many contradictions, and the Bible has many gods and demons therein that our people follow, and the whole world follows even until this very day. Yet you have people going to the court swearing on the Bible, even though the Bible is also an unrighteous book as well. Now, I'm not saying the whole book, okay? Because I know people are gonna freak out right now, like, "Oh, Yash is going out." Like, yeah, he lost it already. He doesn't have the spirit of Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? You know how these cats are.
Yeah, Yahweh.
Yeah, bro. But anyway, so I'm not saying that the whole book is soft. Thou shalt not murder. That's a good law. Thou shalt not commit adultery. That's also good law. This and that and third. But again, why would you guys need a Bible to tell you how to act with your neighbor? You do not. That's why Christ said the fulfillment of the law is what? Love the great spirit with all your heart and your mind. And then after that, God, what was that? Love your neighbor as yourself. That's the end of the law, bro, right there. So all this shit about the Passover, brother, the Passover, Feast of Tabernacles, brother, even though these people don't even understand what they're even following. The whole thing about tabernacles and the feast days have to do with the connection of the cosmos and the four seasons on this planet. That's it. You have to be connected. You gotta go with the cycles of this planet. For example, right now we're in the autumn season, right? The so-called fall season. Now, what can we learn about this season? Like, first and foremost, what the only lesson that we can learn is how to let go of dead things, meaning the leaves that are falling off of the trees. So that's a cycle. So that's a cycle that we can learn from. Like, what can we let go that we don't need in our lives? Like, what is it that we can let go? Bad thoughts, or I mean, I don't know, bad habits, bad food. Like, you know what I'm saying? So these are things that literally, like, nature's already teaching you a lot of stuff, and the problem is that humanity is not paying attention to nature, to Mother Nature, to the wisdom that is all around us, bro. Literally, like, you guys can learn from animals, bro. Animals act better than humans.
That's true, man. That's true, man. Like you know, when was the last time you stepped out of this concrete floor and actually put your feet on the dirt, you know, and stand there for a while, or you know what I'm saying? Like from birth, yeah, from birth we're taught to like oh, put shoes on him, don't let him step on the floor because he's gonna get sick. You know,
I know, right?
We're trained, you know, against nature, bro. You know,
now you guys gotta understand. If you guys want to subscribe to the Bible, according to the Bible, the symbolism of each human is a tree, right?
Right.
Okay, so what does a tree needs? A tree needs to be in the wilderness or in the soil, planted, grounded in the earth. Now that shows us that we ourselves, as the living trees that are walking on this planet, communing with the rest of nature, because we're part of it. We're made up of what? 75% of water, right? We're also made up of fire, which is one of the elements. What is fire within yourself? Your nervous system is made up of fire. Your neuron system runs through fire and electricity. Okay, you also are made up of earth. your body, your flesh is made up of earth, soil, magnesium, zinc, etc., etc. So we are literally made up of the four elementals of this planet. The fifth
Bro,
element of
we're
yourself.
nature, bro. We're nature, bro. That's
Exactly. That's the
literally what
whole point.
it is.
Yep.
Everything you see outside, everything you see outside in nature, you have it in within you. It's
Exactly, bro.
amazing.
So that's basically what we're saying, bro. Everybody has to go back. Stop watching too much TV, bro. Go back and go, hiking. Go breathe true air.
Yeah, man.
Close your eyes, bro, and think about how you live your life up until this point. What is this shit that you have to let go? We are in the fall season right now, and all the trees are teaching us a lesson how to
Right,
let
right.
go of dead things.
Bro, the trees are our nature ancestors, bro. People
Yeah.
don't understand that type of stuff, bro. Like you do learn from nature, from the trees, from the little animals, from the insects, from the I like how some Native Americans they call the insects, like the 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 eight-legged people, the birds, the flying people, the winged people. We must treat every single insect animal as people because they're here to do the same exact thing that we're doing. And a lot of things have been learned from watching animals how they live, how they, you know what I'm saying, how they create life and how they sustain and survive for thousands of years. It's so much to learn, bro, but we're not tapping into those things no more because we've eliminated the earth, and we're building concrete everywhere. We're just destroying everything, bro. The system, bro. It's against us, man. And that's why as natives, as indigenous people, it's our duty to come back to these roots, man, and teach them to our kids. We can no longer drink water from the river, bro. I've never experienced going to the river and drinking water like the ancestors did. It's polluted now. It's the end. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. It's a lot of layers, and I want people to understand what's going on. That's why we're doing this special podcast on Native Americans, bro. But I want to read this to you guys. It's called The Black Elk's Vision, a Lakota Story. We're gonna go over this book, bro. It's pretty short. Okay, it's not that big. And I want you to guys grasp the pain, um, the sadness, and all these feelings of depression and loss of hope amongst our people way back in the days when our people, our children, these elders, bro, when they were children, they witnessed all the genocide and the suffering of our people, bro. And you guys are gonna listen, bro, the words of losing hope, like within, bro. But stick around, man. We're gonna read this beautiful story, and I wanna end this with this, bro. But stick around. We still have a lot more to talk about and bring out. But thanks for checking us out. Thanks for being here. Daniel and everybody else that come on the show. I know Jose Vega left. He had more information to bring out to add to the lesson, but I guess he's gonna do a special lesson on Facebook or on the channel next time. I don't know, but
And
we'll see, bro. But
brother, yeah, before you put that on, I'm gonna have to check out. But I'm gonna stay tuned and watch what you're gonna bring out right now. And thanks for having me on, bro. And I hope you're willing to have me again on next time.
all right, Daniel, man. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for the word, bro.
Oh, no problem, brother. You have a great one, bro. I'll be sure listening to this.
All right, sounds good, man. Peace out. Have a great night. All right. Yeah, man. So there's a lot of people that understand what's going on with the Native Americans. Okay. Everybody sees the struggle, but everybody wants to ignore the fact. And this is why the slavery of the Native Americans is not taught in the school system. Why? Because there's a crafty council. But anyways, let me see.
It's not a matter of revolution. It's a matter of liberation. We do not want revolution. We do not want to be like our oppressors. And throughout the history of Western civilization, every revolution they ever had, the oppressed became the oppressors. We do not choose to exist in that type of a value system. We want to be liberated. We want to be freed from the values of oppression, exploitation. We want to be freed from the values of greed, money lovers, and liars.
You guys see, bro? So it's a matter of revolution, but the revolution that he was talking about is not referring to in the same way or the same ideology that the oppressors came to do here, which is what? Genocide, steal the land, and among other stuff, kill the chiefs and the priests and burn all the books of our history, right? And our story and all the oral tradition was destroyed when they killed our elders and our visionaries and our seers and our prophets and our priestesses and stuff. So our medicine men, our medicine woman, all the knowledge that we had about curing diseases and stuff, doing surgery to the brain, because our people were doing surgery to the brain. Okay, they were doing surgery to the cranium of humans. That's how advanced in knowledge of medicine our people had, you know, including the psychedelics, peyote, ayahuasca, and all this other stuff that many cultures of the world travel to South America in order to, you know, get insight on, you know, their problems and the diseases and you know, guidance from the shamans and the leaders down there in South America right now at this very moment. You see that? So the revolution is referring to the knowledge of self. Know thyself. The kingdom is within you, right? Our people had a connection with the cosmos. They had a connection with Mother Earth. They had a connection with the Great Spirit. And guess what? They did not need a Bible to teach them to do so. Why? Because they were being guided by the Spirit. And this is why Christ was saying in John 14:26, if you guys want to say that I'm going off, well, John 14:26 says that Christ said, I'm going to send the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, which is Mother Wisdom, right? And she will teach you and bring all things to your remembrance. Saying she will teach you. So how is it going to teach us? Through a book or through a connection that you have with Mother Wisdom, with Father, when you guys connect with them, bro? You guys connect with Source, or do you guys not connect with Source? You see, so all these rituals that we find in the Bible, they were a shadow for better things to come. So that's why people are still stuck with the Bible and believing all this nonsense, and they have not elevated to themselves. They're enslaved to these ideologies. That's why they're willing to defend their lies. That's why they're willing to lie and slander other people's names in order for them to continue the narrative. That's what's going on. And this is part of the revolution. Right now, we're in the midst of revolution, right? Right now that we're speaking about this whole thing is the revolution that's taking place. And that's why you guys, there's demons basically trying to incite division amongst here, the ancient watchmen, you know? And I'm not talking about nobody. I'm talking about actual demons, like spiritual forces that are working in the spiritual realms, you know, in a battle against the sons of light to try to divide us, to try to stop us from bringing this knowledge out to the community, to the world. And that's exactly what this brother is gonna bring out in a minute. This brother has a message to the entire planet, and I want you guys to stick around for this story, bro, because this story is gonna make you see a lot of the things that we've been talking about for the past 2-3 hours right now. So the revolution is taking place in the mind. The revolution that he was talking about is taking in place in the spirit, at a conscious and subconscious levels, because the subconscious in the consciousness has to be freed before we even start anything else, right? We have to drop everything that we think we know and understand who you are. What is your divine nature, bro? You guys claim to be only humans. That's it. Like, you guys, a lot of people claim to be the children of God. So if you were the children of God, I mean, how do the children of God act? How do they act? Do they act like let me see. Do they act like these brothers? Do the sons of light and the children of God act like these brothers?
So the future for you so-called white people is gonna be slavery, right? And for the ones that look good amongst the heathen nations, the women, they're gonna be our concubines, meaning we gonna have with them day and night.
When the kingdom is established, we're gonna get women when they 12 years old. Right. All right? Have babies, man. With 12-year-olds. Brother, there's in the kingdom, we're gonna do that, man. We're gonna get them young.
Hey, man. anyways, bro. Anyways, just a bunch of religious nut jobs, a bunch of religious fanatics that don't know any better because their minds are enslaved to these dark ideologies. This is why in the Bible, in the book of Psalms, Yahweh dwells in dark waters, and he says that he dwells in darkness. You guys read that Bible passage? Okay, so this is not a surprise for anybody. Everybody that actually studies the Bible, you guys are going to read that Yahweh dwells in darkness, Yahweh dwells in dark clouds, and Yahweh dwells in dark waters. Well, what is the esoteric meaning behind all of that? What is water symbolizes? Wisdom, knowledge, understanding, right? Why is the dark waters? What is dark? But lies and deception and the veil on the minds of people. This is why in the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 15, it literally tells you that every time you guys read your Torah, there's blind and darkness upon your minds. 2 Corinthians 3:15. Go read it. It's not like I'm lying. If anybody wants to post a scripture, that will be nice. But 2 Corinthians 3:15, it tells you right there that every time you guys read your Torah, every time you guys read the Mosaic law, there is darkness upon your minds. This is why you guys subscribe to this shit. Watch.
So-called white people is gonna be slavery, right? And for the ones that look good amongst the heathen nations, the women, they're gonna be our concubines. Meaning we gonna have with them day and night.
When the kingdom is established, we're gonna get women when they 12 years old. Right. All right. Have babies, man. With 12-year-olds, brother. There's in the kingdom we're gonna do that, man. We're gonna get them young.
Anyways, that is why many Hispanics and Native Americans subscribe to this Bible narrative of demons and angels and what else? Archons, which basically are the same thing. They're all part of the same family at the end of the day. They rule this planet. They have closed up the system of this planet. Nobody can exit unless you pass through them. Okay, you got no, that's another topic for itself for another day. But that's the reality of things, bro. So there's a revolution taking place at this moment, and the revolution has to do with debunking lies, exposing false gods, false prophets, this and that and the third, right? And bro, this is where we at right now.
So many.
Where are we? Oh, right there. You guys see that? And so you have the God of the Bible sending the colonizers on the side of the world to destroy supposedly the chosen people, which will be the Native Americans, right? So why would your God send enemies to you guys as to be destroyed? And that's the guy you guys paid your devotion to way back in ancient times. That was the mistake that you guys made. This is why you guys this is why our people are in the way they are, because we have accepted, our people have accepted. I have not. I have denounced the contract. I have denounced the agreement that Moses made on Mount Sinai way back in ancient times with a demon called Yahweh. You guys call him God, when in fact he's a fallen angel that is that's being pretending to be the God and the actual supreme or prime creator, when he is not. Well, your God sent the colonizers on the side of the world to enslave you and all do all these atrocities. This is why we have to exit this grid. You guys have to let go of all this religious bullshit that has distracted our people for 500 years until now, bro. 500 years of genocide, 500 years of oppression, this and that and the third. Okay, and you guys are gonna, in a minute, we're gonna continue to show you guys the decay, the moral decay, spiritual decay, emotional decay of our people living in their reservations, bro. You guys are gonna see it right now. So I want you to understand that this whole thing about Buffalo, the Buffalo, the Buffalo soldiers, aka these Africans that enlisted themselves in order to go and kill Native Americans, snatch them off, and kill the buffaloes. And that's basically what you guys are watching.
Everything, man. I bought like a $100 and $50 bottle of Hennessy XO. Today is my day to celebrate. And all you out there should celebrate too, including the Hispanics. This is the day the Pilgrims slaughtered the Mexicans. This is what this day is about. And I'm going to feast until I can't. I'm going for first, seconds, thirds. I'm going for tenths meals. That's how much I'm going to feast today. I had someone make me a feast meal today. I paid like $250 for it. This is the day I celebrate. Because it's when the Pilgrims slaughtered the wetbacks. I even bought a $150 bottle of Hennessy XO. So all my subscribers, happy Thanksgiving, man.
You guys see how everybody feels about Native Americans, but these people, this is their land. See, this is why I disagree with Jose Vega earlier, and this is why we got into an argument earlier, and he left the chat. I don't know, but this is why I disagree with this whole thing, because real Native Americans will not act like that, bro. You guys are gonna see how Native Americans really feel about the genocide, and the theft of this land, and how they really feel about this whole thing, even until this very single day. So just because there were Africans on the side of the world does not make them the owners of this land. That was the whole point, and that was why I disagree with Jose Vega. And obviously, we got into a heated argument, and he left. But it is what it is, bro. If brother wants to come back on the channel, that will be great. If not, I'm not gonna force nobody. But at the end of the day, you guys witness what happened. It's in the records right there. Again, I have no animosity towards nobody. I never had and I never will. Okay, because my intentions are good. So, but there's always gonna be disagreements. There's always gonna be divisions because of these information. But at the end of the day, bro, like everybody has to live their own lives. Everybody has to connect with your family, connect with Mother Nature, be a good citizen to other humans, bro. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love your creator, not these false gods that humans have been following in their Bibles, right? What you guys saying that the Bible is a true book and that it has never been tampered with, yet we can find many atrocities that Yahweh committed against humanity in unrighteous ways. We find statutes and commandments that have nothing to do with life itself. It has to do with death and demons of depravity and sexual lust. And also there are laws of rape within your Bible as well. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, bro. We haven't even brought anything, bro, just a fraction of it. We're still waiting to bring this out fully to everybody else. And I think I give you guys a warning a long time ago, bro. I kept warning everybody else that, there was going to come a time where I was going to bring all this information out and it was going to get shocked. Well, this is the day. So, but a lot of people feel some type of way against Native struggle, and they make fun of Native struggle, just like this African that was saying that he was gonna cheer, buy a nice dinner in order to celebrate the genocide of the so-called Hispanics and indigenous tribes on the side of the world. And that's how many people feel.
Hi, this message is for all my indigenous people out there. If you're a light-skinned native, you're still indigenous. If you can't speak your language, you are still indigenous. If you grew up without your cultural teachings, you're still indigenous. If you were adopted outside of your community, you're still indigenous. Always remember, you are strong, you are resilient, and you carry the strength of your ancestors. You are enough. Now go out there and just give her.
You see that, bro? So again, there's like a lot of fights amongst tribes saying, well, you don't look native, or you're not native enough, or whatever the like. And this is exactly why a lot of African Americans claim that they're the real Native Americans. Why? Because back in the slavery years, as a matter of fact, This was an article that I had Jose Vega pull out for me, but he left the chat, which is unfair, bro. But it is what it is, bro. But I'm gonna read it. My computer is really not good, bro. That's why I sent it to Jose Vega. But let me see if we can pull it out, bro. I'm gonna read you an article, bro. With sources and all, bro. So it's not like I'm making it up. I'm gonna bring the sources as well. Where it tells you, we're gonna read that a lot of runaway slaves took refuge amongst the Native American tribes, and obviously over the years, they even were given freedom to create their own families within the Native American tribes. Even Native American chiefs gave their daughters to the Africans that lived among the Native American tribes. And so what happens is that over the years, they procreated, these Africans that were amongst us, procreated amongst our tribes, and they continue to procreate until this very day. And then guess what they're saying now? Now you have a huge African-American community of Afrocentric brothers and sisters saying that they're the real Native Americans, and that the Native Americans that are still in existence today, they're not real Native Americans, bro, which is completely false, right? It's like they're biting the hand that fed them, right? It's unfair, bro. So but I'm gonna read you this article, bro, and in the article is gonna show us, bro, what happened back in those days. No, you're not being censored, bro. I can see you. All your comments are right there. Part one will be it talks about, it has like a Native American picture on the video. I'll show it to you guys later if I have a chance, but let me continue this lesson. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to the live. If this is your first time, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you like what we share, what we post, what we talk about, share our videos. Invite, Negroites or Hamites, or a lot of these One West dudes that teach all this nonsense and all these lies to Hispanics and natives. Okay, that the Hebrew Israelite movement is garbage. It hasn't proved nothing, but lies and deception created in Pan-Africanist ideologies going back to the 1960s by two men, two rabbis, two African rabbis. As a matter of fact, one of those rabbis was an Ethiopian man. This whole thing began with one Ethiopian man. Okay, his name was Rabbi Four, I believe. Yeah, Rabbi Matthew. No, Rabbi Four. Rabbi Matthew is the one that pushed this black supremacy ideology of the Bible, as far as the 12 tribes being black and King Solomon being black, this and that and the third. He came out with that ideology, and ever since then, commandment keepers, and after that, they broke off from the white men, and they started creating the ISUPK, the first school, right? And with the 7 heads, Aria was part of that. Aria was supposedly the prophet that came out with the 12 tribe chart, which is completely false. So on and so forth. You guys know the story. But Shalom. All right. So I was saying that way back in the day, bro, right? You have back in the day, you have a lot of Africans, a lot of runaway African slaves seeking refuge amongst the Native American tribes. And our people, being a meek multitude of people, we took them in, right? We took them in. Now, this is from the Oklahoma Historical Society, right? And I'm gonna give you guys the link later. I'm gonna show you all the sources on this article, so you guys, so it's solid. We're gonna read. Slavery. In the 1830s, African American slavery was established in the Indian Territory, the region that will become Oklahoma. By the late 18th century, when more than 500,000 Africans were enslaved in the South, the 5 southern Indian societies of that region, being the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole, had some to include both enslaved blacks and small members of free African Americans. You see that? There was free African Americans, what we call the indentured servants. They came on this side of the world freely, right? They were hired by people on the side of the world, including black folks, to do a job. They were called indentured servants. That's what it says, free African Americans. A few hundred black slaves had run away from their white masters and sought refuge in Creek, Seminole, and Cherokee settlements, which received them as free people. You see that? Just like the Mexican government way back in the 1800s were the first one to abolish a slavery of Africans, right? Mexico was the first country to abolish slavery. And this is why you have a lot of Africans basically back in those days that were fleeing the United States and they were crossing the border into our lands, right? They were crossing the border into our lands. This is why I go against them when they talk about us being wetbacks, this and that and the third. Well, wait a minute. They were the ones that were crossing the river as well. Africans were crossing the river into Mexico, being also wetbacks themselves. Why? Because Mexico was the first country to abolish slavery, bro. That's a fact. Okay, so so it says a few hundred black slaves had run away from their white masters and sought refuge in Creek, Seminole, and Cherokee settlements, which received them as free people, while some Indian communities incorporated blacks as free people. You see that? So the slavery that our people had was not the same as the slavery of the colonizers, aka the so-called white men. It wasn't the same. We treated African Americans way better than their white masters did. It's gonna tell you in a minute, bro. While some Indian communities incorporated blacks as free people, American Indians in each of the nations except the Seminole began to purchase African Americans as slaves. You see, that's when it began. And this is why a lot of the Seminoles, the other nations, like the 5 civilized nations, get the hell because they were basically buying African slaves. But we're gonna read in what type of conditions they were doing it, bro, because they were not buying African slaves the way the white man was doing it, which was when they bought Africans, they treated them harshly, right? Like in bondage, like an animal. We wasn't doing that, and it's gonna tell you that right now. A number of Indian farmers had large tracts of land under cultivation and used enslaved laborers to produce cotton and surplus crops for sale and profit. Most Indian slave owners, however, practice subsistence agriculture, and both slaves and masters, meaning Indian masters, labor side by side in the fields. You see that? You see that was the difference. When the white man was enslaving Africans, bro, they were being treated harshly. They were being whipped to death, this and that and the third, by the white men. But our people even went in the field, in the cotton fields, and we were picking cotton with the Africans as well. Okay, to show you how righteous and level-headed our people were, without the Bible, by the way. Most Indian slave owners, however, practice subsistence agriculture, and both slaves and masters labor side by side in the fields. By the 1830s, more than 3,000 African Americans, mostly slaves, lived among the tribes. You see that? See that? We're gonna go into the pictures later. So we're gonna continue to read this on, bro, because it's a beautiful article, and it's well cited too. It's not like it's just an article that someone wrote. It's well cited. American Indians brought their slaves to the West in the 1830s and in 1840s. When the federal government removed the nations from the southern states, the Cherokee, with more than 1,500, had the largest number. The slave populations removed with other nations ranged from approximately 300 in the Creek Nation to more than 1,200 in the Chickasaw Nation. When the Civil War erupted in 1861, more than 8,000 blacks were enslaved in Indian territory. They comprise 14% of the population. Slavery continued in the territory through the Civil War. after which the 5 nations legally abolished the practice. You see that? See that? So that was like past the 1840s. Slavery by the Native Americans was abolished. But also, what you guys got to understand is that the slavery that the Native Americans were practicing was not evil, was not unrighteous. They were allowing the Africans to do their lives like any human being that is free on this planet. Okay. Most slaves in Indian Territory were owned by wealthy and prominent men, many of whom wielded considerable political power. Their slaves worked primarily as agricultural laborers, cultivating both cotton for their master's profit and food for consumption. Some slaves were skilled laborers, such as seamstresses and blacksmiths. Indian slaveholders bought and sold slaves. See that? Oh, how evil. Well, we're going to see how they did it. Indian slaveholders bought and sold slaves, often doing businesses with white slaveholders in the neighboring states of Texas and Arkansas. Similarities existed between slavery in the states and the Indian Territory, and slave people were considered property, and their labor was exploited for their master's profit, right? Now, check this out. Now, this is the difference between the so-called white folks enslaving blacks and the so-called Native Americans. Watch this. It says, however, slavery in the Indian nations differ in significant ways from American slavery. You see how? By most accounts, black families owned by Indians were not sold apart. You see that? Whenever we bought like Africans, they came with the whole family, with the wife and with the children. See, that's how righteous our people were without the Bible. By most accounts, black families owned by Indians were not sold apart and usually were permitted to live together, even if individual family members had different masters. You see that? Indian slaveholders generally did not use violence to control their slaves, and slaves were not regarded as the humanized beast of burden. You see that? That was how Native Americans got down with the Africans, with the African community way back in those days. Despite the nation's restrictive slave codes, blacks were allowed to gather on their own for religious services and were usually permitted to learn to read and write. Slaves who spoke and wrote English, furthermore, provided important services as translators for those Indians who were not fluent in English. Why? Because they were living amongst us. So a lot of these Africans knew English better than our own people. So a lot of Africans were basically translating for us because they knew English better than we did. Because many slaves had been born and raised in the Indian nations and had long family histories among the Indians, they share many of the distinctive features of Indian culture and daily life. See, this is why you have a lot of African Americans today that are amongst the our people in the tribes. They're saying that they're the real Native Americans. Wait a minute, you guys just read right now that how we treated them. We allow them to do reading and writing and held their own services, and we kept them together with their families, this and that, third. And this is how they're paying us with these whole lies that they're the real Native Americans, when in fact they were the ones that learned our culture. Let's read it again. Because many slaves had been born and raised in the Indian nation. See, many slaves, African slaves, had been born and raised in the Indian nations. Okay, African Americans, you guys are claiming to be Native Americans. No, you guys were born amongst us and did this. You guys learn our customs. Watch this. It says, because many slaves have been born and raised in the Indian nations and had long family histories among the Indians, they share many of the distinctive features of Indian culture and daily life. Black women in the Greek nation, for example, prepare food according to Indian customs and wore the same style of clothing as a Greek woman. You see, this is why you have a lot of pictures of, for example, I'm gonna show you. You have a lot of pictures of the 1800s in which you have a lot of Africans amongst the tribes, like the example right here. you have this couple of Africans, right? They're Africans. They're not Native Americans. They're Africans amongst our people. It says Robert and Sofa Williams, Muskogee Creek freedmen, circa 1935. You see, so they lived amongst us, bro. We treated them well. They live good lives amongst the Native American tribes, you know. But it's the audacity that they have to say nowadays that they're the real Native Americans when in fact they're not. They grew up amongst us. They grew amongst our people. They learn our customs. They learn our ways. They learn our ways to cook. Even the way we dress, our Native Americans, Hispanics, Indigenous tribes, how they dress, they learned that as well from us. And now the audacity of them saying that they're the real Native Americans. Come on, bro. Stop it. Anyways, we're gonna continue to read on. So they learn our customs and our ways. They live amongst us. They learn how to cook from our people, this and that and third. But now they're claiming that they're real Native Americans. Come on, man. How unrighteous judgment is that? In Indian territory, both blacks and Indians endure. Let me see. Where is it at? Oh, there it is right there. So because many slaves have been born and raised in the Indian nations and had long family histories from among the Indians, they share many of the distinctive features of Indian culture and daily life. Black women in the Creek Nation, for example, prepared food according to Indian customs and wore the same style of clothing as Creek women, right? But nowadays, you have a lot of Africans buying feather crowns on Google. Like, how disrespectful are you guys, bro? Like, you guys cannot buy a feather of crowns on Google. According to Native culture, you earn that, bro. That has to be earned, not bought. Although slaves did not have lives characterized by brutality and exploitation, you see that? They nonetheless occupy a degraded status as unfree people in the Indian nations, which is true, right? They were slaves. At the end of the day, they were still slaves. But again, although slaves did not have lives characterized by brutality and exploitation, because we didn't do that against Native Americans, bro. We treated them better than the white men. And we still do, bro. They live amongst us and we're cool with them, bro. They live in the ghettos with us and we're cool with them. It's when they start lying, it's when they start attacking our people, like you guys saw it all throughout in 2020. Last year, when there was like a wave of a lot of Africans attacking our eloteros, our paleteros, our street vendors, even to the point where a lot of them were killed by a lot of these Africans, bro. So that's what people and Africans got to understand, bro, that our people have coexisted. And even back in the day, when they sought refuge amongst the Native Americans, a lot of runaway slaves, they came to us. They came to us. We took them in. We treated them way better. We gave them like a better future than they had with their white masters, bro. And then all of a sudden nowadays, now they're saying that they're the real Native Americans and trying to destroy and steal our heritage. Like, how dare you, bro? Although slaves did not have lives characterized by brutality and exploitation, they nonetheless occupy a degraded status as unfree people in the Indian nations, and their acts of resistance highlighted their desire to acquire freedom. You see that? In 1842, slaves in Cherokee Nation took horses, supplies, guns, and ammunition and attempted to flee from the Indian territory to Mexico. You see that? Where slavery had been abolished. You see that? Wasn't that telling you that, bro? It's not like I'm lying. In 1850, Seminole leader Wildcat left the Indian Territory with approximately 300 blacks to establish a settlement in Mexico. You see that? You see that, folks? You see that? So again, and let me just say this, bro. Let's say these brothers these Africans that are in Mexico right now. Let's say they came to the United States and they were listening to one of the camps, and the brothers ask him like, brother, where you see yourself in this chart? And then be like, Mexico. But like, well, brother, you're from the tribe of Issachar, huh? Khan, you know, and everybody's gonna start freaking out because he's black. When in fact, these are dudes that fled to Mexico during those days.
So they will not be Mexicans and they will not be the tribal Issachar. Stop it. See how flawed it is when you actually guys know. So anyway, so in 1850, Seminole leader Wildcat. This was an African. You see that? A Wildcat, an African. In 1850, Seminole leader Wildcat left the Indian Territory with approximately 300 blacks to establish a settlement in Mexico. You see that? The laws and customs governing slavery differ in each nation, but the Seminole had the most distinctive form of involuntary servitude. You see that? You see that, bro? In Florida, the Seminole had acquired from 500 to 1,000 slaves by harboring runaways from white and Creek masters and by seizing slaves from whites and Indians. Before and after removal from Florida, black slaves in the Seminole Nation were allowed to live and labor in their own, and they were obligated only to provide an annual tribute of food to their masters. See that? Kind of like when Joshua basically conquered some of the Canaanites, the Girgashites. Remember that? When Joshua conquered the Girgashites, and the Girgashites basically brought tribute to Joshua and the tribes, and they were only serving like as wood gatherers and water. You know, they were bringing the water to the tribes, basically, like water boys. So yeah, man, this is what's going on. You know, this is just part of the history that people forgot. I guess African Americans forgot how we treated them way back in the slavery years, bro. See, so even you have a lot of pictures of the Seminole Indians. You guys have seen those pictures on Facebook saying, you see, brother, the Seminole Indians, they're black. Even though we are reading in the historical records how a lot of runaway slaves basically were taking refuge amongst the Seminole Nation. You see, and they were only obligated to provide an annual tribute of food to their masters. Many historians refer to these blacks as maroons, meaning escaped slaves who live in their own communities. Many blacks, however, intermarry with Seminole, and some black men acquire positions of leadership and authority in the nation. After removal, both Indian and white slaveholders blamed the Seminole for encouraging and assisting runaway and rebellious slaves in Indian Territory. In each of the southern Indian nations, some people objected to the adoption of Anglo-American culture, including plantation slavery. Anti-slavery Indians, along with white missionaries in the nations, formed abolitionist factions such as the Kitowas in the Cherokee Nation, which sought to end slavery and to restore traditional values and practices in the nation. You see that? See that? Why? Because back in the day, you have the boarding schools in which a lot of our children were being taken away to being snatched from our mothers and fathers, right? And taken to these schools for a long time to brainwash our Native American children, to supposedly to take away the Indian within them, right? That was the whole point. And this is why you have a lot of our people that were trying to bring back the traditional values and practices in the nations. Shortly after the outbreak of the Civil War, pro-Confederate leaders in each of the nations entered treaties with the Confederacy in the summer of 1861. But anyway, so the citation is the following: the Chicago Manual of Style, 17th edition, Barbara Krautamar's quote-unquote slavery, the Encyclopedia of Oklahoma History and Culture. And that's the website right there if you guys want to look it up or take a screenshot. Right there. You guys want to take a screenshot to read it for yourselves? It's right there. Do it now, and we're going to take it up. But yeah, man, so the whole point of me reading this article is to prove our case that many of the runaway slaves, they sought refuge amongst the Native American tribes, and this is why they're calling themselves the real Native Americans when they're really not, brothers and sisters. That's the whole point. And this is why everybody's upset at this whole thing.
Out of all the things that are free in life, why do you think public school system is free? Why do you think it's free? What is the number one thing that you cannot do? What is the number one thing you believe you cannot do? You believe you cannot homeschool. Why? For one, you don't even want to deal with your fucking kids. You're like, by the time they're school-age children, they've already been enrolled in preschool that has a preschool that has a fucking preschool so you can catch a damn break. That's because we're not supposed to be living like this. We're not supposed to be living in golf cart Karen subdivisions. We're supposed to be living in villages with people together, having community homes, community farms, community growth, community sharing, community crafts, community. Why do you guys think everybody wants to buy into these cute ass little towns in downtown Nashville? Because they want to be walking distance to a coffee shop, because there is something within them that gives them a ceremony, it gives them a peace, it gives them a feeling that they cannot fucking achieve. You cannot achieve these feelings because you're not going within, because you're hiding from it. So this is why our school system is free, because they trapped us. They needed us there to shuffle our kids into the sheep programming. See it.
You see, bro. So it's all part of the system. Like everything that you see on this planet, it's all engineered to condition the mind, to condition the spiritual self of mankind, especially when a lot of these people, these colonizers, came on the side of the world with the Bible and enslaved, committed genocide at a global scale, bro, all throughout the planet because of their God. And all the wars on the planet, bro, it has to do with religious factions. When you guys really analyze the whole matter, all these wars that have taken place is because of obviously geopolitical reasons, but at the end of the day, it's part of the gods and the council of these gods of this planet, and this is why they're trying to divide humanity, especially with this whole, pandemic since 2020 all the way until now. Australia is going through hell right now. You guys probably don't know, but Australia is shut down right now. It's under martial law, the entire country. Okay, they're only legally allowed to be outside their home for 2 hours a day. If they find you saying anything negative against the shot, the so-called vaccine, they get fined $5,000, $6,000. Okay, if you guys are trying to gather people, they're getting fined 10,000 grand. So they're in slavery right now, and the whole pandemic, the whole mask, and all this social distancing is because of that. It's because they're trying to separate all humanity, because we won't have connections with other humans to feel, to learn, to analyze, to learn how to, I don't know, learn how to humble down, learn how to love your neighbor, learn a lot of stuff, bro. So it's all a distraction. Everything that we see on this world is all distraction. And that goes into the religion systems that our people are part of right now.
But like other natives on the plains, the Arapaho came under attack from American pioneers who pushed onto their land in the 1800s in search of gold. In the winter of 1864, a group of Arapaho and Cheyenne made a deal with the army and took shelter in a fort on the Big Sandy Creek in Colorado. They gave up their weapons in return for safety. But one morning, the army marched in unannounced and opened fire on the defenseless natives. A Cheyenne chief rushed out to raise an American flag and a truce flag to show they did not want to fight.
Grandpa was waving that white flag. Peace. And in honor of that.
Within hours, upwards of 200 Arapaho and Cheyenne were killed.
Yeah, so there's many stories like that, bro. You guys can look at the trail of tears. Okay, the trail of tears. There's many other battles that our people experience, bro, unrighteously. And this is what one of the lessons that the world has to learn. Obviously, the Germans didn't learn because they gave away their guns, and then all of a sudden, the German government took over the entire system, and you guys know what happened after that. Same thing in Australia. Same thing that they're trying to do here in the States, where you have government laws trying to be passed so that they can take your guns away from you. Because if they're able to disarm the entire country, guess what? It will be an easy takeover by them. That's the whole game of this whole thing. So, unrighteousness, justice, unrighteousness and injustice that took place way back in the day, bro. And that's exactly what he's gonna tell you in a minute, bro. We're almost done, bro. I want to bring this out. This is a beautiful letter that I want everybody to listen to, because it's very powerful, bro. So I'm just walking you guys through. We're preparing you guys to that moment right now.
I hope nobody has to go through this. We have to have our own language. Because what we do when we talk to our spirits, they don't understand English. They look at you, you'll be talking the English. What are you saying? That's it, Dwayne. That's my way, Dwayne. Nobody's saying that. Cree. Like, no, you didn't know what I just said.
This is a quotation from this book called Setting Sights. Hold on, let me see if I can. Let's see if I can. All right, it says withholding necessities, killing off animal populations, burning crops, and destroying habitats on which targets are dependent are as all well established methods of warfare that have been employed by invaders around the world for centuries. European settlers, for example, systematically slaughtered the buffalo as means of attacking the indigenous nations that depended on the herds. More recently, the US and other global powers have used international sanctions to starve the citizens of enemy nations, page 79 to 80, setting sides, histories, and reflections on community armed self-defense. You see, so this whole system of slavery and oppression is not far-fetched. It's going on even until now. That's why you guys have international sanctions, like when Donald Trump sanctioned China from exporting it or importing or whatever the like, because they were on a geopolitical war, because they were trying to starve other countries, just like they did on this side of the world when they killed all the buffaloes, like a majority of the buffaloes on this side of the world, bro. So it's been going on.
Announcing and sharing with you all, first, that the department will launch the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative. At no time in history have the records or documentation of this policy been compiled or analyzed to determine the full scope of its reaches and effects. We must uncover the truth about the loss of human life and the lasting consequences of these schools. This investigation will identify past boarding school facilities and sites, the location of known and possible burial sites located at or near school facilities, and the identities and tribal affiliations of children who were taken there. Now, for the first time, this country has a cabinet secretary who is Indigenous. I come from ancestors who endured the horrors of Indian boarding school assimilation policies carried out by the same department that I now lead. The same agency that tried to eradicate our culture.
So you guys see, it's an ongoing battle, bro. Even until this very day, there's men out there marching, speaking their voice, going on rallies, and among other stuff, among other things, the missions. So the mission's not end, bro. The mission, it will get better when people come out of this nonsense and religious institutions that have nothing to do with us, bro. Okay, it has nothing to do with us. Just like the lies from One West, just like the lies from Christianity, just like the lies, okay, the lies and the deception from all these religions, following fallen angels and gods and demons on this planet, thinking that they're following God and that they're righteous. It's crazy. So it's been going on. It's an ongoing battle. Yeah, man. So boarding school, as you guys know, what that was about. It was about the erasure and the destruction of the Native American culture, all across the board, mentally, even to the physical part, because you have within the boarding schools where a lot of our children were taken to, they erased everything that they knew about their culture, bro, including their belief systems, including our traditions, including to the point that they were cutting the hair of our Native American brothers and sisters. I mean, brothers. You know.
He said that we were really bad and we were born of the devil. And if we told anybody what he was doing, they wouldn't believe us anyway. And that's so true, because when he did, I think he had penetrated me that time, and I was bleeding and I was sore, and I went and I told the nurse, and she asked me what happened, so I told her, and she gave me a strapping, a real good strapping, and she told me, don't you ever speak about him like that again. She said, he would never do anything like that to you. So there I was again, getting another licking. And like now when I think about all the things that happened, I said, you're damned if you did and damned if you didn't, no matter which way you got a licking. And it just wasn't right. And
The whole point of this whole thing that I'm showing you guys is to bring awareness, okay? It's to bring awareness of the struggles of our people, okay? Because you have a lot of our people, right? Hispanics and natives out there on Facebook, out there on Instagram, highlighting the struggle, the suffering of another nation that has nothing to do with us. Meanwhile, Hispanics and indigenous tribes are going through this hell, okay? They're going through it right now. How come nobody feels sorry for them? How come nobody's really like trying to highlight those matters, these things that are going on even until this very day, the trauma that our people are still going through, even at this very moment? There has to be a healing of our nation, and that healing has not taken place and will not take place unless our people let go, right? Let go of the dead leaves, just like the tree is letting go of the dead leaves right at this very moment. You guys can witness that. That's the lesson. Our people have to learn how to let go of the ideology and the brainwashing systems of these religions that came on the side of the world with the Bible, acting all righteous and holier than thou, all at the same time, killing, raping, committing genocide, and stealing the land. Just like the God of the Bible told the Israelites to go and steal the land of Canaan, right? Go steal it. And when you go over there, commit genocide and commit all this murder against all those people there, including children, women, elderly, even the animals, kill them all. That's what your God said in your Bible. Isn't that what your God told our people to do when they went into Canaan? Well, who came on this side of the world? The so-called white man. Who sent them over here? You so-called God. So right there, that should be the answer of the problem of our nation. To unsubscribe from following these false gods that have brought nothing but misery, genocide, and slavery to our people all throughout the 7 captivities, bro. That's exactly what he's been doing, right? But you guys want to follow this God?
No amount of apologies can do anything for us. The United States government has to stand out there and tell the world what they did to the children,
Only on 6 to 9, a member of the Seminole Nation shares her story for the first time after she says she was beaten and abused at 2 Indian boarding schools when she was younger.
Those schools were run by the federal government as a way to assimilate Native American children into American culture. News on 6's Amelia Magavro is live with her story. Amelia.
Craig and Lori, Augustina Warlito says she saw our story yesterday on the new investigation into these boarding schools and wanted to share her story. She says the memories are so dark and so painful, but they need to be told.
I get very emotional about it.
Augustina Warlito says she was forced into boarding school at just 6 years old, a place she wishes she could forget.
It was like a military camp. You had to get up a certain time.
She remembers everyone's hair was cut. They were not given full meals or proper medical care, and were even beaten for speaking their native language.
She brings a stick ruler down, and she whips me on the because I spoke my language.
Warlito attended Carter Seminary School until she was 10, and in the 9th grade went to Chillicothe Indian School in Ardmore. She says the worst part was being separated from her parents. But she says their story's even worse than hers, like the graves found in Canada.
Those schools down there were like concentration camps. They sent these little children. They were killed by the people that were supposed to take care of them.
Warlito's granddaughter Vanessa says the effects of the school can last for years.
Emotional support that a normal family would get at home, Native Americans don't get that because of what happened at the boarding schools, and then it got passed down.
Despite her experience, Warlito still speaks her native language, and she wants more Native Americans to share their stories and the United States to listen.
And my people suffered. My Indian people suffered. And you know, and I want the world to know that.
Now, United States Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland is now leading an effort to conduct a nationwide investigation into these boarding schools. Live in Tulsa, Millie McGavro, Oklahoma's Own News on 6.
Man, yo, like that's what I was saying, bro. When I was watching this video earlier, I started crying. Okay, I felt her pain. I felt the tears. I saw the suffering of our people way back in ancient times, bro. This is the second time it happens to me. Okay, so I understand the pain of our nation. I understand the suffering and the genocide that they have suffered, the unrighteous judgments from the God that our people have been following until this very day. And this is why I'm against all these gods and all these angels and all these demons that have lied to the world, that have lied to our own people, that have gone through this shit right now. Jose was right. Jose Vega was right. Yahweh sent the Edomites on the side of the world to do the atrocities to our own people. Yet our people want to continue to follow this God that sent these Edomites on the side of the world to conquer and commit genocide and enslave our people and do all these atrocities. That's the guy you guys want to follow?
Suburban Riverside stands a reminder of a complex and painful chapter of American history. When the Sherman Institute opened its doors in 1903, it was one of several off-reservation boarding schools in the country whose mission was to assimilate Native American children into white society. Boys and girls ranging in ages from 4 to 20 years came to Riverside from across the country. They were Sioux, Ojibwa, Crow, Arapaho, Potawatomi, Shoshone, Blackfeet, Mandan, Cherokee, and more. But those identities would be stripped away as they were instructed in a broad range of vocations from farming to housekeeping. The adopted curriculum was modeled after Richard Pratt, the founder of the Carlisle School in Pennsylvania, whose maxim was, "Kill the Indian and save the man."
Ashar Raha. Shalom, welcome to the library. What's up?
Hey, shalom, bro. Yeah, I just want to know because this says part 2 about this topic, but where's the part 1 to this video?
Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. Give me a minute.
If anything, you can send me the link on the, on the message or something.
Oh, yeah, I'll send you a link on Facebook, bro. I'll send you a link of the first part.
All right, no problem. Yeah, because this is a big topic that's going on right now. You know.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people, this is like the other front that Jose Vega and I used to deal with way back in the day on the boards, right? Because that's how we quiet all these so-called Negro lights out on the boards on Facebook before we created this Ancient Watchman channel. We dealt with the Afrocentric Pan-Africanist ideology within a lot of the African communities, trying to steal the heritage of our people. You know what I'm saying? So it's something that everybody has to do on their own. Everybody has to go and share information against the lies and the deception on Facebook, Instagram. This is the revolution that we were talking about earlier. The revolution of the mind and the revolution or the revolting of everything that we think it was true and it's not. So it's a battle. It's another front that people have to go in and understand too. That's why I'm bringing this out to spark you guys' minds. And I know that Jose Vega wanted to bring something out, but he left. But this is part of the social conditioning, and it's been going on for quite some time. Social conditioning. What is social conditioning? Social conditioning is the sociological process of training individuals in a society to respond in a manner generally approved by the society in general and peer groups with society. See, the concept is stronger than that of socialization. So socialization, which is the process of inheriting norms, customs, and ideologies, which is exactly what our people went through. They went through the process of socialization and sociological process of social conditioning at all levels. Okay, at all levels, mentally, spiritually, and physically as well.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick?
For sure.
Yeah, because this topic about the so-called African Americans, so-called Native Americans, and all that. Like I seen this other side where I mean you do have. I just want to respond to the Afrocentric thing. You do got so-called Afrocentric brothers and sisters that do agree that they're African, that they're proud to be African, and that they don't agree that the Africans, who they say is the Native Americans. You know. So you got
Right.
some that agree. You got some that agree with that. But then also too, on the other side, you got they say Negro only Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Like I think of brothers. I think of like a brother was bringing out. Like I'm not gonna say their name, but but brothers was bringing out about the Canaanites, who the Canaanites are, and then a sister brought out that the Canaanites were actually the Native Americans. Have you heard that before?
Oh yeah, bro. That's been going on for quite some time. I think Lex used to teach that way back in the day. I don't know if you guys know Lex, but the
You
light
talking
skin
about you talking about not Zion Lex, right?
what's that?
Are you talking about Zion Lex? Not right.
No, Sion Lex. Is he light skin? Because I'm talking about the light skin brother.
Nah, Zion Lex is dark skin, so maybe
Oh
Lex
no, no.
Lex
Yeah,
Vortex.
I forgot what's his other nickname, bro. But it's one of them guys. Well, he's the one that pushed out that idea way back in the day. Like, there's a lot of videos on that on YouTube. Way back in the day, I used to watch it 5 years ago, saying that the Native Americans are the real Canaanites and Hittites, and they make a good case on it. But I mean, how can that be the case? I
Yeah,
mean, you have to jump a lot of hoops in order to make it fit.
yeah, yeah. Nah, but I also so you had Lex that was teaching about Native Americans being Canaanites and Hittites and being Hamitic, right?
Uh, yeah, we're probably not talking about the same legs. It was I gotta look it up, bro.
No,
He
no, no,
had
no, no,
another
no, no. I'm
nickname.
not talking about Zion Lex. I don't think Zion Lex talking about the Lex that you talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But now I want to ask you this, since we on this topic, what do you feel about Dan Calloway? About that?
Uh,
What do you feel
yeah.
about that?
Then, well, he's the one that's pushing out the Sativa nonsense, all the everything that Sativa pushed out as far as coming over here and supposedly having the evidence that the Africans were basically the indigenous people on the side of the world. And obviously, you guys know what we teach. When we brought out the Paraiba stone of Brazil that they found in the 1800s, that literally says that the Canaanites came, crash landed on the side of the world, and later on amalgamated with our people.
Okay. All right.
So I mean, how can they be the
So
real
now,
indigenous? And that was the argument that Jose Vega and I were having earlier, because the argument was that the Canaanite, this land belongs to the Canaanites as well. And I said, how so? Because I mean, the Canaanites, yeah, they were prophesied to come on the side of the world in the book of Hosea. Hosea brought that out, and so that's fine. But that doesn't mean that they're this is their land. They're not indigenous from the side of the world. They're strangers, just like the Edomites are strangers, just like the rest of the other nations are the strangers on this land. This land was promised to the Shemitic Hebrew Israelites. That's it. Whether or not there are other nations that came after, well, that's part of the prophecy, I would say, but they're not from here.
okay. Now, when you said sativa, like, what do you mean sativa? Is that where Dan Calloway get his info from? Or who's sativa?
Well, he's quoted that guy. I forgot his other name. Sartiva, something like the guy that wrote that they came before Columbus or something. See.
Oh, you mean Ivan Van Sertima? They came before Columbus.
Exactly him. Ivan Van Sertima, him right there. So Dane Calloway and many other people have quoted from him before, even though Ivan Van Sertima, his sources have been debunked many times. So I disagree with a lot of his claims. He has been debunked many times, bro, by the real Native Americans before on Instagrams. There's a lot of posts of him, making claims about, things, and it's not, a bunch of lies and pseudo information.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen a couple of that. Like for example, like the Olmec stones, the Olmec statues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because when they see like the broad nose and the thick lips, they always think that it's supposed to be a real dark African looking person, but it was really an indigenous person. I mean, he still had the chinky eyes, but he still had the big lips, the very thick lips, and the broad nose.
Yeah, and what people don't understand, bro, is that there's a lot of tribes in South America that still have the same, like, those same features of the Olmecs, bro. Really, you can see the same features of the Olmecs. So, and the chinky eyes and the straight hair and this and that and the third. So, how can they be Africans when they really look like our people?
Right.
Yeah, and the thing about that is so unrighteous, because they like to bring out like the Olmec heads, right? They like to bring those out, but they forget that there's other Olmec artifacts that literally look Chinese, bro. They straight up look like Japanese or Chinese people.
Exactly. And you know what they do too? Like, or whatever. I think they try to say that, well, see, we were the Olmecs. See, who are those other people? You know, like there was one group of people and another group of people, like two groups of people, you know. Oh.
Yeah, you see that right there, bro?
Yeah. I seen that. Yep.
Right there,
broad
bro. So you
nose,
see that?
thick lips.
See that Hispanic right there, the Mexican? You see that? Right in the upper corner, the right up. You see that? So they all have. Yeah, you see that, brother? Right? That looks like a Olmec, straight up. So
Yo, you know
that's
what that dude? Yo, that look like. Yo, I'm gonna be honest. That look like Fat Joe.
A little bit.
Yeah, because Fat Joe got those features too. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. So,
I mean, like,
yeah.
I say this though, like, real quick. I say that, I know, like, I seen people pull out sources and stuff, but sometimes I pause it. Like, for example, I know you know about this dude Kudumeo, right? You know Kudumeo.
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. I got into deep debates on his channel before on the boards, because I was trying to call him out on some of his sources, and then he's like, I think he deleted my comment, bro. I'm like, bro, come to our channel, come to our channel and see what's up. But the brother brings a lot of sources though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like
Yeah,
the dude,
definitely.
the dude has like a lot of sources. I can give him that, but a lot of the sources that he has, some of them are pseudo, and some of them have an agenda. Like we have to understand the writers and the authors of those books, and like what was the agenda of the writings that we're reading.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to question that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we have to question like the narrative too. Like, okay, why are they saying that this and that and the third? Like, who's the author? Who wrote it? Maybe someone that was racist or that hated Hispanics or natives, indigenous. I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff. But the fact of the matter, bro, is the phenotypes, the tribes, the spirit of the tribes are there,
Yeah.
and we're not the same people. Um, Africans and Hispanics, indigenous, we're not the same people. Right there, bro. You see that indigenous woman right there? See that?
Well, I mean, like basically off that book with Kudomeo, one of the books, he brought out an interesting information. So I paused it, because you eat the meat off the bone, right? So
Yeah.
so I read a page and it said that when the Spaniards came, they seen Native Americans that look different. They seen natives that look like that, brown, very light skin, straight hair. Some of them had curly hair. Some of them were very dark. You know what I'm saying? Or black, but straight hair. Or afros, like different hair textures. So it's like, even if, okay, different groups was here, they intermingled before the Spaniards came or whatever, you know, like Israelites and, maybe, I don't know, different people. But
Well, if we want to subscribe to the Torah, bro, the Torah clearly tells you that the tribes were mixing in way back in ancient times. I mean, if we want to subscribe to the earliest times of the record of that mixing that happened between our people and other nations, we can go back to Second Esdras, chapter 8, verse 69 and 71, when it talks about that the Levites, basically the southern kingdom, were basically mixing in with the Canaanites, with the Egyptians, with the Moabites, with the Edomites, with the Ammonites, and so on and so forth. Right? So the mixing began way back in the day. Now if we want to go back even farther back, I mean, the tribes began from Mesopotamian bloodlines of Shemitic tribes. Had nothing to do with Israel. Israel wasn't even in existence yet. Abraham and his wife were from Sumer. They were Chaldeans by bloodline, by geographical location, and also by nationality themselves. They were Chaldeans themselves. That's how the nation of Israel came about. So, I mean, the mixing began way back in the day. I mean, go back to Joseph. Joseph mixed in with an Egyptian woman and had half breeds, half Israelite, I mean Shemitic, and half African. So that's the first Afro Latinos, if you want to say. First Afro Latinos was Manasseh, or Afro Indigenous will be Manasseh and Ephraim.
so now when you say indigenous, right? Now, I want to say this because since we're talking about phenotype and stuff like that, because like we all know that whole thing with the race being a phenotype, that was made by a German scientist, Johann Blumenbach, and he would say that you have the Caucasoid race, and then you have the Negroid race, and then you got the Mongoloid race, and then after that he was talking about the other geneticists. They were talking about he was talking about Native Americans being the red race and the Polynesian people being the Malay race. But like when they include the Native Americans and the Polynesians, when I read on Wikipedia, they were included in the Mongoloid race. Like, what do you say to that? What do you say to the whole Mongoloid, Negroid, Caucasoid, and all that?
I do agree, bro, because when you look at the cranium structure of Caucasians, is very different than the cranial structure of someone who is from Africa, bro. And I'm gonna show everybody else what I'm talking about. Hold on. So I do agree. Whether or not he said that out of racism, I don't know, because at the end of the day, you look at the phenotypes, and the bone structure of Chinese versus the Mongolian, the Mongolian versus the Caucasian versus the Hamitic type. And you look at the indigenous tribes on the side of the world, they're all different, bro. But let me see. Different.
Yeah. I wanna see that. I want to see.
Yeah.
Because they try to include the Native Americans as being Mongoloid. You know, they say, "Oh,
Yeah,
these are the Mongoloid Native Americans," and
Asiatic.
then you got
Yeah, exactly. I agree with them because it will be Asiatic though, like the so-called
Asiatic.
Asiatic,
Yes.
exactly. So, and we know that Asiatic, they look like us. If we want to subscribe to the so-called breakdown of Ammon and Moab, well, Ammon and Moab, they look like they will look like our people, like with chinky eyes and all that stuff. Where is it at?
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Like all the Shemitic tribes, they have the East Indians. If you look at the East Indians, they're Elam. So a lot of
Right.
them are dark, but they got straight hair, and they, you know what I'm saying. So you know they look like some of the indigenous people. Some of them.
Yeah. Oh, there it is, right there. I found it. I
There's some
found
of
it,
them.
bro. Now check this out, bro. I found it. So we can see that Caucasian, right? That's the Caucasian right there. You have the straight nose and all this sort of stuff,
Yeah.
and that's the cranium right there. That's the Caucasoid, and then you have
Caucasoid.
yeah, and then you have the so-called Mongoloid, chunky eyes and all that stuff is right there. It's flat. You see the
Mongoloid.
flatness? Yeah. So
Yeah.
the Mongoloid is flat, and this is not. You see that flat, and then
Okay.
we get to the Hamitic or the Negro Hamitic classical type, and it's you see that.
Yeah.
So it's Negroid, Mongolian, and Caucasoid. So and we know that some of the pharaohs themselves, bro, they had these Caucasoid type, bro, and then some of them had the Mongolian, and some of them had the Negroid, like especially from the what would you call it, dynasty, the 25th dynasty, and so on and so forth.
Mm. Wow. Man, that's deep though.
And then you have the Congoid. So there's other types of craniums, bro. So you have the Caucasoid, I already show you, the Mongolian, and you have the Capoid.
We got
The
Australoid.
Yeah, and they have the Congoid, Congoid,
Congoid. Okay.
Congoid. And
That's
then you
like
have
a
the
sub race. That look like a sub race of the Negroid race.
yeah, same
But
thing with like the whole
they're a little
yeah,
different though. They different.
exactly. That's what we're saying, bro. You have Ham being the progenitor, supposedly according to the Sunderland dictionary, being the progenitor of the black races, supposedly according to that, even though that's basically the Hamitic hypothesis. Kwana brought that out a while ago. But anyways, so and then you have the Australoid. Australoid, that right there. See that? See how different all the craniums are, bro? So I agree with the statement that you brought out earlier from that whatever book or writer that you were talking about. I completely agree. Because right there,
Capioid and Congoid.
right. Yeah, man. One love, Shalom. I didn't get into a fight with Jose Vega, bro. I just disagree with the statement that he made. And when I was trying to bring out what I was gonna bring out, he was trying to talk over me. And you guys witnessed what happened. Okay, you guys can rewind the whole thing, and you guys witnessed what happened. So I was trying to explain and rebuttal what he was saying because his statement that he made he was saying that if that's the case, because we know that Canaanites were on the side of the world with us, they were dwelling amongst the indigenous tribes on the side of the world prior to the conquest of 1492. So his statements after was saying that, okay, well, if they were here before the colonizers, that means that this is their land as well. They can claim this land as well. Well, wait a minute. Why would they want to claim this land if they're claiming Native American culture and they themselves are claiming today that the indigenous people on this side of the world are Mongolians and they are not the real Native Americans? So why would we give them the right of ownership of this land when they themselves were basically what would you call it? They took refuge amongst our tribes way back in the day during the times of slavery, and we took them in. We give them shelter. We give them wives. We allow them to be free, so on and so forth. And now they're claiming to be the Native Americans, bro. So that's why I disagree with Jose Vega. And so what I was trying to explain he was trying to talk over me, and that's when I kicked him out. And when I kicked him out, he got upset, and he felt some type of way. I'm like, bro, I was just trying to explain what I was trying to say. You were trying to talk over me, and that's why I took you out. And then he came back. And then when he came back is when I apologized for kicking him out. But I got upset. I'm not gonna lie. I did get upset because he was making the statement that the Canaanites can they have the right to claim this land, when that's not the case, right? That's not the case. This land was promised to nobody but the Israelites. The land, the Western Hemisphere, is the land of Shem, and it was prophesied to belong to the tribes. Now, just because the prophecy says that a strange nation was going to come and take over and commit genocide and this and that and the third, does not make them the owners of this land. Even though they taken over, even though this is a part of their system and their empire, this land belongs to the Native Americans, period. And that was my argument, and that's why we completely disagree. And he got upset, bro, and then he was gonna bring other stuff out tonight, but he got upset, and he went away. So I'm gonna see what he does. So he's welcome here. I mean, he's not kicked out. He left himself. I was just saying what I was saying, and that's it. I have disagreements with him over the phone before when we have private conversations, and I disagree with a lot of stuff with everybody else. And like what you guys witnessed tonight was our first disagreement live, and it got ugly and it got out of hand. And that's when I actually apologized in front of everybody else, because when this happened, there was at least 23, 25 people watching, and that's when I decided to apologize, because I wanted everybody to see, like, I'm apologizing in front of everybody else for taking Jose Vega out in the minute where he was interrupting when I was trying to bring something out. Okay, so that's basically what happened. Other than that, I don't hate Jose Vega. He is a great asset to what we're doing over here in the Ancient Watchmen. He's part of the Ancient Watchmen. Jose Vega and I started the Ancient Watchmen together, and we're gonna end it together. So there's no pride in me. I hope there's no pride in Jose Vega if he ever watches these. So it is what it is. We will be here. Jose Vega is still gonna bring it out regardless. I'm not his enemy. He's not my enemy. We're not enemies. It was just a heated moment where things got out of hand. That's pretty much it. So there's no hatred, animosity towards the brother, bro.
Khan, I mean, yeah, I think I seen that earlier, but yeah. So since I mentioned about the whole Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid, now going all the way back to Shem, Ham, and Japhet. Now, a lot of brothers would teach that, that Ham, Shem, and Japhet were all, people of color, and then sometimes some people would say Japhet would be more the white looking people, and Shem would be this people, and Ham would be this people. But then, but there's different things about that. But like, now I want to ask you about the whole Shem, Ham, and Japhet in the scriptures. Now, what do you think they look like? Or, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sound simple, but, but go ahead. Like, what do you think?
No, first of all, what do you think? Like, what do you subscribe to?
I'm just saying, like, I think it makes sense that Shem, Ham, and Japhet were people of color at first, but maybe they had different hair textures. Maybe Ham probably had a bigger nose, more of a, like, I don't know, an afro type hair. That's what I was questioning that. And then Shem probably had, I mean, no, I'm just saying, I don't know. You really don't know, because it don't mention about how Shem, Ham, and Japhet, how they exactly looked. You know what I'm saying?
It does, and I'm gonna show it to you in a minute. And I want everybody to take notes too.
Really,
it does. So I want everybody to listen, and I want everybody to take notes. Now let me ask you a question, Ashar Raha.
Oh yeah.
What color are the angels?
Well, the angels are people of color. Ezekiel 1:4-8.
All right. Okay, so the angels are people of color. Okay, so I'm gonna read the book of Enoch, chapter 105.
Okay, I want to read along. I want to read along. Or
You
you
can
know
read
what?
along. You can read
You know
along right
what? Yeah,
here.
just read it. Just read it, cause I don't think I could
No,
do
you
it on. Yeah.
can you see the screen or no?
Yeah, I can see it. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're in the book of Enoch, chapter 105, and we're gonna read in verse 1. It says, "Now you made a statement. I asked you a question. You made the statement saying that the angels are basically beings of color, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, which is also false, but I'm gonna prove it. We're gonna go into the Hebrew on that in a minute. But watch this.
Okay.
It says, Enoch, mute your mic. Enoch chapter 105, verse 1. After a time, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was as white as snow. You see? So Noah, his flesh, the flesh of Noah, was white as snow and red as a rose. You see? Red as a rose. So he was white and red, just like a white man when they're born, they're white and red. The hair of whose head was white like wool and long. You see that? So he had long hair and he was white as hell, whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house like the sun. The whole house around abounded with light. Verse 3. And he was and when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to the Lord of righteousness. So he was this baby, like white as hell, red and rosy, like Adamah, and then he was speaking already about the righteousness of God. Then Lamach, his father was afraid of him, and flying away, came to his own father Methuselah and said, "I have begotten a son, unlike two other children. He is not human, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven." Now he was white, and you have Noah's father talking to Methuselah, saying that his son looks is resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven. See that? So if he was white and red and rosy, the angels were also white as snow and red as rosy. Now, in the Hebrew, the so-called in the book of Ezekiel, when it talks about the angels, it's talking about polished brass. In the Hebrew, bro. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can pull it up. Do you have any other? You have a scripture that proves that they were brown? You said book of Ezekiel. What
Well,
chapter?
yeah. I mean, it does say polished brass. Yeah, like because it says like they were of the sole of a calf's foot. If you look at the sole of a calf's foot, it's very dark.
Well, that's not what it's saying, bro. I'm gonna show you. Even Yahweh's
Ah,
color.
yeah.
Yeah. Now the color of Yahweh. You guys say that he's black, just like you guys say that Christ is black, which is completely false. Christ is not a black man with woolly hair. We already went over that many times. Yahweh is not a black man with woolly hair either. In the book of Ezekiel 127, they describe it as Kashmal. Hebrews 28:30. Kashmal is of an uncertain derivation, probably bronze or polished electrum metal, amber, and that's the electrum right there. That's what electrum metal looks like that, which is resembling
So
that.
you saying? So you saying according to that definition, he's light brown. He's a light brown man.
Exactly. So not black, but more like the color of electrum metal, polished.
Now,
right there.
Okay.
So that goes with the angels, and that goes with Christ as well, because even Christ is being described the same way, light skin. It's kind of like me, bro, hella light skin. So again, going back to your question, whether or not
I'm light
Noah
skinned.
was exactly. So whether or not Noah was a black man or not, well, we just proved it out of the scriptures in the book of Enoch, chapter 105, 105 verse 1 and 3, proving that when Noah was born, he literally was resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven. Now we know that in verse 2, he's being described as what? She became pregnant by him and brought forth the child, the flesh of which was white as snow. See, his flesh of which was as white as snow. right there. So now,
So
now about Shem, Ham, and Japheth, there's also a scripture in the book of Enoch, chapter 89, when it speaks about Shem being brown like us, Ham being black, and Japheth being white. That's what it says in the book of Enoch, chapter 89, I believe. Let me see if I can pull it up.
yeah, pull that.
Let me see, bro. Hold on.
If you can, try to pull it in the screen so I'll read along.
Yeah, I will, bro. Don't worry about it. I will.
All right, come on.
Yeah, we have brought this out many times before. Oh, there it is. I think that's been. There it is, bro, right there. So we're gonna go into the book of Enoch, chapter 89. Let me kind of read the context. It says, Book of Enoch, chapter 89, verse 1. And one of those four went to the white bull. See the white bull, which is talking about Noah, because Noah was described as white as snow and red and rosy when he was born. And one of those four went to that white bull and instructed him in a secret. See, without his being terrified, he was born a bull and became a man and built for himself a great vessel and dwelt thereon. Talking about the ark. See, and three bulls dwell with him. You see the three bulls: Ham, Japheth, and Shem. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The three bulls dwell with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again, I raised my eyes toward heaven and saw a lofty roof with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents. The lofty room is talking about the like the arc of the planet, you know. Let me see. Let me pull down to verse 9. Basically, it's talking about the flood and how it happened, and all of a sudden how the waters receded and all this other stuff. Now, I'm gonna get to the point. It says, verse 8. Then the water began to run down in these till the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on earth, and the darkness retired and light appeared. This is after the flood. Now, verse 9, it says, but that white bull, which had become a man, came out of that vessel, right? So the white bull, which is Noah, he's not black, he's a white bull, became a man, came out of the vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. See, so there was 3 bulls with Noah. And one of those 3 was white like the bull, and one of them was red as blood, the red people, so-called Native Americans, indigenous people calling themselves red people, and one black, and that white bull departed from them. You see, that's when they separated themselves after the ark, and they began to supposedly establish civilizations. But the whole point, bro, is that Noah was referred as to the white bull, whereas Ham was referred to the black bull, Shem was the red bull, and Japheth was the white bull, bro. So that right there proves that Noah wasn't white. Okay, Noah was not white. Noah wasn't black or an African American for that matter. And Ham was not black. Shem was not black, and Japheth was not black. Literally tells you right there. There's 3 different phenotypes, if we want to call it like that, because they all have the same genotypes, I would say, because they come from Noah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Now you do have, I'm pretty sure you agree. Now you do have Japhetic people that were black though, like in the history, like they found a picture of Darius the Mede. When you look up the Medes were the seed of Japheth, and they were in Europe. You know what I'm saying? But I mean,
yeah, we're not denying the fact, bro, that there is intermarriage intercultural marriage amongst various cultures on the planet. Okay, so yeah, there's many amalgamations of each civilization on the planet, bro. Everybody's not full blooded. Everybody's been mixed in, so on and so forth. So yeah, I agree with you. There's black Japhetics, just like there's black just like there's black white skin or light skin Hamitic tribes as well.
Yeah, I mean, you also got black Shamites.
Hell yeah, through admixture, of course. It's only happened through admixture, like I said, bro. Like one of the examples is I always bring this out. Joseph marrying an Egyptian, creating the first like the first so-called quote unquote Afro indigenous, because Joseph was a Shemitic indigenous people, Shemitic Hebrew Israelite indigenous people, regardless, however you guys want to label those. So Joseph was that, and he married a Hamite, an Egyptian woman. Well, what would be the result of that? We can see that today. We have a lot of Hispanic women that have married African people or people of African descent with African features. When they have a children with a Shemitic woman, guess how the children come out looking? They come out looking like African, half indigenous, and there's a lot of examples like that. So it's not far fetched to say that, yeah, there's black Hebrew Israelites, but through amalgamation when they mixed in with us. Exactly what I said in the book of Second Ezra, chapter 8, verse 69 and 71, when it talks about that the southern kingdom, the Levites themselves, even they began to mix in with the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Edomites, the Ammonites, and the Moabites, bro. It's right there. So yes, I do agree that there will be tribes that are black, Hamitic looking, with Hamitic classical cranial types. I understand that, but that will be because they came and mixed with us, and the result of the matter is children that were born amongst us as strangers. And
So
again,
that's why
even
you say. So that's why you make a distinction based upon the Book of Enoch, chapter was that 89? You said.
yeah,
Okay. I see. All right. Yeah, because I don't really know much about Enoch like that. Because some brothers be saying that Enoch is going off, Enoch is false. You know, some brothers say that Enoch has a lot of meat, but it got some bones, and then some brothers say that they believe in Enoch. So,
what do you believe?
well, I mean, I read Enoch. It do got some meat in it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, Enoch it speaks in detail about the flat Earth, about how the sun and the moon move around the Earth. And yeah, I don't know. Have you been on Clubhouse before?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, a lot of Israelites are on Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Jose Vega has one, but you know, but I've been on Clubhouse, and a lot of Israelites they talk about the scriptures. They debate. A lot of brothers in the different camps. They're on Clubhouse. You know, I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I don't know what Clubhouse is, bro.
Clubhouse is an app. It's an app where you make a chat room and then you talk about whatever.
Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. So pretty much, I was on Clubhouse, and what we were talking about. We was talking about the man. I lost my train of thought now.
You were talking about like that the Book of Enoch is false, has a meat in it, and
Oh
some is
yeah, the Book
not.
of Enoch.
It's talking about the flat Earth and all this other stuff.
Right. Yeah. So I was talking to another Israelite. I'm thinking that he's Israelite, whatever. But he talked about in the Book of Enoch, and then he said in the Book of Enoch it mentions about the sun and the moon. He had me read a passage about how the part of the sun gives light to the moon. Like, you ever read that part? I think it's in Enoch 70 something.
Yeah, I read that part, bro. I read the Secret Book of Enoch from the Slavonic version, I believe. I read the whole book pretty much, all the chapters. It's crazy.
Wow. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna read that chapter tonight about Shem, Ham, and Japheth. That's really interesting.
For sure, brother, for sure.
Well, I mean, now I understand why, because see, going back to the book of Enoch and what other brothers and sisters said, because now there's brothers that believe in the book of Enoch, but then they say that Noah was an albino. That's why he was white, because he was an albino.
Yeah, well, that's not the word that exists in the language. You cannot prove me that the word albino is there. And
Right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, people. That's basically the Afrocentric ideology from a lot of these people saying, "Well, see, Noah was an albino." So wait a minute. Now, Ashar Raha, you tell me, when you have albinism, what does that make you, genetically speaking?
Well, I mean, if I have albinism, that means I'm a leopard, right? Or a leopard.
Yeah, yeah, no. But genetically speaking, what does that make you? Recessive.
Right.
Okay. Now, check this out. If you are recessive gene, how can you give birth to black nations?
I see what you're saying.
Boom. See, right there. That's debunked right there. So that he cannot be what's it called, an albino. So because genetically speaking, these brothers are saying that the black gene is the strongest gene, and we created the white race. This and that and the third. Okay, cool. Let's go back to Noah, since you guys are saying that he was an albino. So how can recessive genes give birth to what would you call it? What is the opposite of recessive?
Dominant.
Dominant. So how can recessive genes give birth to dominant genes? Like what? That's completely against life itself and the laws of this planet. I mean, the law, the genetic ideology, I guess I would say. So that doesn't fit.
Right. So now it could be two answers to that though. I mean, like,
What would be
let's say
yours?
if he, huh?
What would you say to that?
Well, see, I would say, well, maybe they would say, well, like with common sense, like if he's really recessive and he looks exactly like a Caucasian type, the wives could be different color. That wife could be a brown
Where
wife.
hold on,
Or,
hold on. Where did the wives came, bro? Because when Noah came out of the ark, he came out him, his sons, and his wives. Where were all these women at from a different nation? And where the other nations came from? If you're saying what you're saying, because
oh
they already have
yeah,
wives.
yeah. Okay, you talking about no. I'm talking about Noah. I'm talking about Noah.
Yeah,
Oh,
again,
wait a minute.
again,
Hold
bro,
on.
again. Why would you say? Okay, so tell me the nationality of his wife then. What was his national? What was
Oh
her
yeah.
nationality?
This is what I meant to say. Maybe his wife had color and then he didn't. I mean,
Okay,
is
but
that?
what color? Can you prove it, or you're assuming?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I really don't know. Does it say
Exactly.
it?
So if we don't know, then we just leave it at that, and we just speak of what we know, which is what that Noah was white as snow, and his body was red as rosy. It
Okay,
says
I
that
see
right
what you're
there.
saying. I see what
It's
you're
red
saying.
as rosy.
No,
The
because
same thing. Hold on. The same thing that Adam, because Adam, the word Adam goes back to the word dama, and the word dama means blood, right? And blood is what? Red, like the red ground of the Eden. That's basically what it says in the Hebrew. Dama,
right, a little
dama,
bit of a brown,
dam, right? Red ground. Okay, but you have a lot
Yeah.
of these brothers pushing an Afrocentric agenda, saying, "You see, brother, Adam was created out of the dark ground. The deeper you dig, the darker it gets." Wait a minute. The Hebrew literally tells you the bunch of nonsense doctrines, uh, uh, saying that Adam was created out of the red ground. As a matter of fact, the word damam also means rosy in the cheeks. Look it
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. Right.
Okay, so Adam was not a black man. He was a rosy man, like exactly like what's his name? Noah. Same thing, white, rosy, red, rosy.
Right. I want to go
So
back to the topic though, because you asked a question about the whole recessive gene thing. Now, here's the thing: either he was really looking like a Caucasian type. Well, I'm talking about Noah that had sex with his wife, and maybe she had color, and maybe that's why they came out different. Or maybe he was an albino and he still had that dominant gene. He was just lighter because his ancestors was a little darker, such as Adam. being more brown, and that
Wait. Stop. How can Adam be more brown when the Bible literally tells you that Adam was red?
I mean, isn't it brown, ruddy brown?
I mean, I would
I mean,
say it's
it's
similar,
red,
but
but it's not like too red, right? Not like an
right.
actual. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like how you see Native Americans today, like they're brown, but you can still see the rosy cheeks in their
Yeah, like
face.
me, bro. Like me, I'm like brown, like I'm golden brown. Like I'm gonna show you, bro. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah. It's how
Yeah.
I pretty much have the same color, you know?
Yeah. So me,
Like I'm light
I'm
skinned,
brown.
but it has
I'm red. I'm red. But when I turn around, as a matter of fact, even the word Adama goes back into see blood through the skin. That's what it says. Now, watch this. You cannot tell me that black people, you can see their blood. You see my blood. You see the
what
veins.
about the light skinned black people? You can see that through their skin. I've seen that.
Yeah, but light skin comes through at mixture with the Edomites, the so-called white men. 34%, 35% of African American descent come from a white man, bro. Regardless of their features and whatnot. I brought that out in a minute ago. So
Yeah, well,
that mix.
what about the Africans that were light skinned that didn't mix in with the white man? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
You
you
know?
said it yourself earlier that people having mixing with other people before.
Well, how do you
So
know
and
if
we,
they're not mixed? That's
I
the
don't
thing.
know.
They could be pure.
Yeah, I don't know, but what we're talking about, Noah. I mean, Noah is literally being described as white as snow and rosy, like the angels, bro. So the angels
Yeah.
mixed into, the angels come from a more browner God or what? See, that's basically what they were saying. That even Lamech was freaking out. It's like, yo, like my son looks like the angels of heaven. So if the angels of heaven are not brown or black, well, why do they look white and rosy?
But the Most
Rubicundis.
High is brown.
Yeah, but we wasn't birthed by the Most High. We were birthed by the Mother Wisdom way back in the day. According to the Gnostic writings, bro, there's two types of creation on this planet. You got
Okay.
the sons of Adam that come from Mother Wisdom, and then you have the council of the Elohim, aka the gods and goddesses that created the other second set of creation of Adamites to counterattack the sons of light, which are the daughters and the sons of Mother Wisdom. Which, by the way, these Elohim, these gods, basically slander. They did a slander campaign against Mother Wisdom, calling her the snake of the Garden of Eden.
So
So
now,
the story,
wait a minute. So
so the
now
story's
you're
been
talking about. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so the story's being reversed, bro. If you want to watch my other classes, bro, it's right there. We have brought this out in depth. I'm not gonna talk about it right now because it's getting late, but you can watch our classes about the archons and the Elohim. Is right there. You'll see it with the pictures on the videos. It's right there. Like even Jose
So,
Vega debunked it. All these, bro.
mm.
Yeah. So if you want to check
I
it out, you check
remember.
it out over there.
My bad. I remember you went into the Hebrew word, the beginning, Ra'ashiath, right?
Ba'ar
Yeah,
Yeah.
about Ra'ashiath in the beginning, right? So
Ba'ar right.
in the beginning, you broke down the Hebrew word, and then you equated that with the Son of God. You know,
Yeah.
Yahweh Shai, or Yeshua.
Okay.
Yeah. So pretty much what I'm saying is you're talking about creation, right?
Well, it depends, bro, because the creation that you guys are familiar with, that's the creation of the false god on this planet.
Oh, so wait a minute. But
Now,
you know that the Most High created His Son, right?
like Christ, you're talking about Christ?
Yeah.
Of course, but we're talking about a different God though, because uh, the God that most people follow. Now, let me ask you a question before I go in. Um, who created this world?
Well, according to the beginning, the gods, the Alahaya, were the different gods, the different heavenly beings. You know what I'm
Okay, but
saying?
who is really in
Right?
charge of that creation?
The Son of God was in charge from the Father.
Okay, and then who is the God of this world?
Well, the God
If
of this
God
world
created,
right now.
huh?
So the God of this world right now is Satan. That's what you're saying?
No, no. Let me answer your question, bro. Don't answer what I'm saying. Answer what you believe. Who is in charge
Well,
of
the
this world
God
right
of
now?
the well, the God of this world is Satan right now.
Okay, then why would God create a world in which He was gonna give the world to Satan? How does that make sense?
Well, because remember, Adam fell, so now we're going through death.
What Adam fell, bro? Again, you are subscribing to the current narrative right now, which is the lie and the deception that you are part of right now, just like everyone else. Okay, like I said, mother with
So,
as a matter of, let's hold on, let's read it out. We're gonna read it in the Gnostic, bro. So I can speak a lie, bro, but I want you to read it for yourself.
so I want to ask you, where does the Gnostic come from? Like, what is that? Is that the original text? I mean, what is that?
Basically, the Gnostics were the Hebrew Israelites that were living in Egypt, close to the Nile River. Okay, just like we read in Isaiah chapter 19, verses 24 and 25, when you have a high priest, what is it called? Onias the fourth, that was the priest in Egypt way back in those days. Even a temple was built in Egypt for the Israelites that were there. So a lot of the Israelites that were there, they understood a lot of these concepts, and they basically separated from the nation. They were still Hebrews, but they didn't exercise the same thing that all the nation was doing, because everybody found out that the God that our people were serving was a demon, was Satan himself, the God of this world, and his angels, aka the archons, aka the principalities of this world, the cosmic powers that rule this planet. So again, that's why I asked you earlier, why would God create a world in which he was gonna give it to Satan? It doesn't make any sense. So uh, it will only make sense when you guys understand that there was a council amongst these gods that rule this planet to basically enslave the sons of God that were born on this planet before the creation of the second Adam. Again, let me see. We're gonna read it, bro. We're gonna
Second
read this.
Adam, which is Yahweh Shai, right?
No, bro. No. That's, you're on something else, bro. Hold on.
But isn't
Yeah,
he the second? Wasn't he the last Adam?
yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Okay,
you're
all right.
right.
All right. I'm just
Hold
trying to
on.
see. I'm just trying to be on the same page. You know.
Yeah. I know. We want everybody to be on the same page, because everybody has to come out the darkness, and everybody has to come out of this folly that you guys are following with your God. The God of the Old Testament is not the God that Christ was serving at the end of the day. I mean, John chapter 8. I don't know if you've read that before.
John chapter 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read it. I mean, that's the in the chapter where he says, "You are your father, the devil."
Right, exactly. So they were following a different God. Even if you read the previous chapter, it tells you that Jesus was going at it with them. It's like, yo, your father is not the same father that I worship, you know? So that's basically what he was saying. He was making a statement. This is the creation of humankind. This is the Nag Hammadi. I know a lot of people are against these writings, but these were Hebrews that live in Egypt. And a lot of people are saying that the Gnostics ideology comes from Greek thought, which is false, because these writings were written in Syria. They were written in Iraq, and then from Iraq they migrated. They made their way down to Egypt, where our people were at. And you guys know that our people have been in Egypt for quite some time. They were in Egypt during the times of Hosea. They went to Egypt during times. They were in Egypt during the times of Moses, obviously. So they've always been in Egypt. But yeah,
So
the
when,
creation.
real quick, when was the Gnostic written? When was it written?
The first to the second century.
The first century, what? BC.
AD.
And then based
AD.
upon what text? Yeah, based
All right.
upon what text?
All right, bro. Let's read that out, bro, because I want everybody to get the whole picture.
Yeah, no, I just wanna make sure to see what
Of course,
that
bro.
text is
Of course.
about.
Hell yeah.
So all that stuff that they translated, was that when they translated from the original text that was found in Egypt?
We're gonna read it, bro.
All right. All right, let me mute my mic then.
All right. All right, there it is. It says, what are the Nag Hammadi scriptures? It says, currently in discussion among scholars throughout the world, the discovery of the Nag Hammadi library is transforming what we know about Christianity and its mysterious founder. For more than 1,500 years, most Christians had assumed that the only sources of tradition about Jesus and his disciples are those contained in the New Testament, especially in the familiar Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm going to skip down, bro. It says, those who first investigated these writings quickly recognized that some of them, at least, date back to the earliest centuries of the Christian movement, but they assumed that these must be false gospels. See that? A lot of people assume that these guys are false gospels, and we're gonna find out why. We're gonna find out who pushed this idea out. It says certain quote unquote fathers of the church, right? The Catholic Church. Let me see. Certain fathers of the church had mentioned by name such writings as the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Truth. But apart from the names, such writings had remained virtually unknown, since some of the same church leaders had attacked them as quote unquote heresy. See? And this is gonna give you the name right there. Irenaeus says, see that? I can't point, bro. I can't focus.
Oh, okay. So basically, that's going into how the text came about.
Irenaeus is right there. Irenaeus is of Lyon, for example, who wrote around 160 CE, had discussed and denounced passages from the secret book of John. So basically, bro, Lyon, Irenaeus of Lyon, the Archbishop of Rome, he's the one that created a slander campaign against these writings. Okay, it says, for example, he wrote around 160 CE, had discussed and denounced passages from the secret book of John, discovered complete at Nag Hammadi, and his famous contemporary Hippolytus, a Christian writer in Rome, quoted some of the opening lines from perhaps the most famous book of the discovery, the Gospel of Thomas. This shows that both of these texts, and no doubt many others, had been written and widely circulated among Christian groups by the middle of the 2nd century. You see that? So, but they say also that these writings are pretty much older than that.
Oh, okay. All right. The Gnostics. Well, you go into it in the other show. So
well, I go in detail in the whole thing, bro, but the whole thing about what I was trying to show you is that there's two types of creation. One set of the first Adamites were the sons of light created by Mother Wisdom herself. She is what you guys call the serpent of the Garden of Eden. She's the one that was opening up the eyes of Adam and Eve of what was going on this planet by the counsel of these Alayam Elohim archons, what you guys are gonna call them. They're the rulers of this planet. They're the ones that plotted against the sons of light to create their own creation. That's why they said, let us create men in our image after our likeness. So, and you guys believe that that's Yahweh Shai and Yahweh and, and the angels and all sorts of stuff. Well, that's the narrative that you guys believe. But the Gnostics knew otherwise. They knew that the first creation of the Adamites created by Mother Wisdom was the sons of light. And let me just read that, and then with that, we're probably gonna call it a night, bro. I'm tired. I'm hungry. And
yeah.
So
you're saying that the Holy Spirit, right? You talking about the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the Mother Wisdom, right?
Right.
So now you saying that through the wisdom, it created what you see today.
We're gonna read it, bro. Let's read it.
All right.
It says the creation of humankind. Before Adam of light made his return, the authorities, see, the authorities is basically what you guys call the archons or the principalities that you guys read in Ephesians 6:12. Before Adam of light made his return, The authorities saw him in chaos. They laughed at the chief creator because he lied when he said, I am God, no one exists before me. See, that's the God that you guys follow. He's the prideful one that claims that he's the only God and there's no God but him, even though he himself was created by Mother Wisdom. When they came to the chief creator, they said, is this being not the God who ruined our work? See that? So they themselves, these gods, these Alahayam, were talking to the chief creator, saying, is this being not the God who ruined our work? He answered and said, yes. If you do not want him to be able to ruin our work, come, let's create a human being out of the earth in the image of our body and with the likeness to this being. See, they're talking about the first atom of light. The first Adamite created by Mother Wisdom. So they were trying to imitate the first Adamite. Let's create a human being out of the earth in the image of our body and with the likeness to these being, meaning the atom of light, to these being, to serve us, so that when these beings sees his likeness, he may fall in love with it. Then he will no longer ruin our work, and we shall make the children of the light our slaves for this entire age. So that was the whole purpose of the Alayam, the council of these gods of this planet, of this world, creating their own human being in the likeness of themselves, but also in the likeness of Adam of light. So they created an imitation. It says, all these happen in accordance with pistis forethought, which is basically Mother Wisdom of truth. All these happen in accordance with pistis forethought, so that humanity might appear in the likeness and condemn the authorities because of their modeled bodies. See, the clones that they created themselves. In the model bodies. For their modeled bodies, see that? Model bodies contain the light. And this is what Brother Rudy was saying, that also the sons of darkness contain a spark of Mother Wisdom. You're going to find out later on why. Because that's going to be the testimony against them as well, because of the deeds of what they're doing. Basically, what Mother Wisdom put in the sons of darkness is kind of like a camera to witness everything that they're doing on this planet. All the atrocities that they committed against life, all the atrocities that they committed against the ecosystems, Mother Earth on this planet, and every civilization on the planet. The authorities received knowledge. You see, the authorities, the Elohim, you guys call them Elohim. They're called the archons, principalities, demons, gods of this world. The authorities received knowledge they needed to create humanity. See, they learned genetics. Sophia Zoe, who is with Sabea. Now, Sophia Zoe is one of the 7 daughters or the 7 pillars of Mother Wisdom. Proverbs chapter 9, right, verse 1, it talks about how Mother Wisdom has 7 pillars that she hewed 7 pillars out of her. Well, one of those 7 pillars is Zoe, who is with Sabea, anticipated them. She laughed at their decision because they are blind, and they created humanity in ignorance and against their own interest. They did not know what they were doing. So she anticipated them. She created her own human being first, so that he might tell the model bodies of the authorities how to despise them and how to escape them. So that was the whole point of Mother Wisdom creating the first Adam, because she knew what the Elohim, the Hayam, the gods of this world, the gods that rule this planet, she knew what they were plotting against humanity. They were plotting against humanity to enslave the sons of light. Then he will no longer ruin our work, and we shall make the children of the light our slaves for this entire age. That was the whole purpose of the second creation of the Adamites, to go and battle against the sons of light. And it's all throughout the historical record, bro. There's a lot of
So basically, you saying that that the spirit, the mother spirit. Hold on a second. So basically, what that book is getting into is that the spirit created the evil angels to create the heaven and the earth.
Well, Mother Wisdom is the one that created your gods. The gods that you guys follow, you guys call creators, and you guys bow down to these gods, and you guys bow down to the laws of the gods that you guys believe. Well, they're fallen angels. They're demons and rulers of this planet, the gods of this world. They're the ones that are in charge of this whole system, this a matrix system that you guys are part of. And this is why the sons of light have risen up today to understand and expose the archons you guys call Elohim.
So where does the righteous angels and the Most High and the Son come into play?
Right there, it begins with Christ. It begins with understanding what happened during the times of creation, because you guys have been given a short narrative in the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis is not the complete story, bro. You guys are just reading one fraction of the matter, right? You guys read the "Let us create man in our image after our likeness," but you guys don't know who they are. You guys think it's Christ and Most High. It's not. It's actually talking about these guys, the authorities. The creation of humanity by the second creation of Adam was created by the archons, the gods and the rulers of this planet, which
So
again, which you guys claim to be your gods.
So you're saying that the Gnostic is more detail of creation?
Of course.
Okay, I gotta check that out. I gotta check it out because then I gotta see where like who's really the Most High. And
Well, Yahweh is not the Most High. Yahweh is a false god that pretends to be the creator, and he claims to be the only God, and there's no God but him. And he does. As a matter of fact,
I know you mentioned that before about the name. I mean, I see that in the scriptures that the name is there, the Most High Yahweh. But like so the Most High, you just call him Abba, right? Just Abba.
I call him Abba. I call him the One. I just call him Father, bro. Abba Nawa. I just call him Abba Nawa, just like Christ called him Abba Nawa. Abba. That's it, bro. Christ never mentioned the name of Yahweh ever. He went against the God of the Old Testament. As a matter of fact, he was dissing the God of the Old Testament. Remember when he was talking about there's fathers on this planet. There's fathers, mother and father. What kind of a mother or a father would you be if your son or daughter asks you for bread? Are you gonna give him a snake, Ashar?
No.
Okay, well, that's exactly what the God of the Old Testament did. The Israelites were hungry and they wanted to eat some food, some solid food. What did the God of the Old Testament send them? She sent them snakes, and a lot of them died. Now, the narrative that you guys believe and subscribe to is that, well, the reason why is because the Israelites were complaining. Now, again, Christ made a beautiful statement saying, like, wait a minute, you guys being evil fathers and mothers, when you child and your children ask you for bread, are you guys gonna give them a stone or a snake? Of course not. You're still gonna feed them, even though you guys are fucking evil as hell. Well, why would the God of the Old Testament do that to his own children, supposedly? So, again, just like Christ said, you are of your father the devil, and the deeds of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there's no truth in him. That's why there's a council of Yahweh sending lying spirits to the nation of Israel to deceive the prophets. And again, the narrative is that, well, Ahaz and Jezebel, they were going off, brother. Okay, if they were going off, why didn't Yahweh send a truthful spirit instead? Why would you like even farther destroy the nation, even lie to them even farther? So that's why Christ said, you are worshiping a devil that never spoke or abode in the truth, and he was a murderer from the beginning, because that's basically what he rocks like that. That's how he operates. That's his vibration, to commit genocide and murder on this planet. I mean, I brought this out like when King David, when there was a census commanded by Satan or Yahweh, according to whatever, Second Samuel 24 verse 1 or First Chronicles 21 verse 1 talks about that. In one time, Satan calling David to number the Israelites. In another text, it says that Yahweh did it. Oh, wait a minute. But even so, when you read the context, it says that Yahweh was killing 70,000 men because David was doing the census, even though in the first verse it says that Yahweh told him to do so. But then later on, you find Yahweh killing 70,000 men. And I ask everybody else, what is the penalty of death according to the Torah? You guys said it: adultery, idolatry, this and that and the third. Okay, well, can you guys show the sin of these 70,000 men? Even in verse 17, and 2 Samuel 24, verse 17 tells you that King David even said, like, yo, stop. Like, I was the one that committed the sin. I was the one that counted the Israelites. Even though we know in verse 1, Yahweh told him to do so. That wait a minute, why are you killing these people if you told me to count the Israelites? So events like that, things of that nature is something that points back to the gods that rule this world, the darkness that they have pushed out to the entire world. Same thing with the Quran, same thing with all these religions. It's the same shit. Every single religion on the planet and ideology is created by false gods on this planet and fallen angels. That's pretty much it. Nobody's really following the actual creator. They're following idols and they're following angels until this very day. And this is why you have a lot of the prophets being killed, because of the same thing that we were telling you guys. You guys are worshiping a demon, a false deity, you know, so on and so forth. Jose Vega brought it out, bro. I don't know if you got watched the other class where we prove the God of King Solomon, the God of David, and
I gotta watch those videos.
And how everybody was basically supposedly worshiping the true God from the times of Josiah all the way back. So
yeah,
again, you guys gotta watch this information now, bro, because the information that we have brought out, it just completely debunks you guys' ideologies and doctrines that have enslaved your mind and your subconscious self until this very single day. This is why people are willing to like go to war to other people, kill other people because of their God.
Hey, I gotta check out those videos, bro.
Yeah, man, check them out. I know people are freaking out because there's just a lot to handle, but the reality of the matter, bro, is this planet is being divided amongst these gods that rule the subconscious self at a quantic level, which is the soul, right? The quantic level will be the soul within yourself, where the souls of mankind have been enslaved today. And that's why the whole idea behind us teaching you this information is so that you guys free yourselves from the matter. That's what Christ was saying. Ye shall know the truth and he will set you free. But we know that Christ was speaking in parables and codes in the New Testament. Even he himself said it, like, listen, when I speak to the public, I speak in parables, right? But when I'm with you guys in the secret, I share all the secrets with you. Well, those secrets are right here, right there.
Yeah, I gotta see those videos, bro. All right, Ben. So I don't want to hold you up. All right, brother. Shalom.
All right, man. Shalom. Peace out. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, shalom.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm hungry, bro. I'm hungry. There's a lot of stuff that I still want to bring out, but you guys get the point. Our people gotta come out of this nonsense, religious mindset. That's what you guys subscribe. You guys are not free. Your minds are enslaved. Your souls are enslaved by the gods of this world. And this is exactly why in 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 15 tells you that every single time you guys read the Torah, aka the Mosaic law, there's darkness upon your minds, which is why it doesn't let you see the things that we're bringing out. Instead, you're rising against us because you guys don't understand and you guys are being enslaved and held back by demons within yourself, within your mind. When you guys learn how to let go of all this bullshit, you guys will be able to see clearly. Just like Mother Wisdom was teaching the other Adamites, like she gave him the spark so that he could see. As a matter of fact, let's read that and probably gonna close with that. I didn't have a chance to read the story, man. To read the letter. This letter, bro. I was gonna read this letter. But maybe some other day, maybe we'll do a special on Thanksgiving Day or whatever the like, and I'm gonna bring that out. But it's beautiful. Anyways, man. So I'm gonna read these real quick, and we're gonna end with these. It says, the rulers threw humanity into great confusion. You see that? This is why everybody's confused today. The rulers threw humanity into great confusion and a life of toil, so that their people might be preoccupied with the things of this world and not have time to be occupied with the Holy Spirit, with things, the spiritual matters, right? Learn your gifts, seek within yourself, seek the kingdom within you. Know thyself is to understand who you are on this planet, bro. Are you the son of light or the son of darkness? You guys find out. You guys know who you are. But the whole point of the matter is that the rulers, the gods of this world, threw humanity into great confusion. You see that? The great confusion that everybody has is that you guys are thinking that you're following a god when in fact you guys are following a demon, a fallen angel. I already proved it, bro. There's just tons of information that we want to continue to bring out. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna continue to bring this out, whether you forbear, you hear it or not. And again, that's the problem with like the Hebrew Israelites. They were killing the prophets every time they came in and told you, yo, you guys are serving angels and demons. Yo, you guys are serving angels and demons. Yo, you stop, you guys are serving angels and demons. This is the truth right here. Check it out. What did the Israelites do? They killed all the prophets. Right? And then the narrative was spun out, right? The narrative that you guys follow, there was a spin on it. So that's what's going on right now. Anyways, man. Ephesians 2:14, for he is our peace, who had made both one and had broken down the middle wall of partition between us. Right, the wall of partition, right, talking about how the Levites were in charge of the connection between the Israelites and God. Well, when Christ came in, he basically took all that out of the way because he was exercising or operating under the Levitical priest. I mean, under the order of Melchizedek, having abolished in the flesh the enmity, even the law of commandments contained in ordinances, for to make in himself of twain one man, so making peace. Exactly. So again, in Hebrews chapter 10, it literally tells us that everything that our people were following, it was just a shadow. It was shadow. Now, what is a shadow? Shadow is casting darkness upon the ground. Well, guess what our people were following? The shadow that was cast down onto the earth, which is these false ideologies and false gods and their commandments that have nothing to do with the God of the prime creator. The prime creator, which is bro. I read how the prime creator is described. It's called the One. It's called the One right there. If you guys want to know the name that we subscribe to, he's the One. The One is not among the things that exist. You see that? But is much greater. Not that it is greater, rather it is in itself. It is not a part of the eons or time. You see that? He's outside time in all these dimensions. For whatever is part of a realm was once prepared by another. Time was not allotted to it, since it receives nothing from anyone. What would be received will be on a loan. The one who is first does not need to receive anything from another. It beholds itself in sight. The one is majestic and has an immeasurable purity. The one is a realm that gives a realm. See, all the realms proceed from the realm of the Father, bro. So on and so forth. I wanted to read another one, bro, because there's another one more beautiful. Oh, right there. All right, it says, the one is immeasurable light, pure, holy, immaculate. It is unaudible and is perfect in incorruptibility. See that? which is, you cannot say the same thing from your God. Your God is unrighteous. He has done many killings and genocide against humanity unrighteously. He is a corrupt ruler and God of this world. Not that it is just perfection or blessedness or divinity. It is much greater. The one is not corporeal. See that? The one is not corporeal. Yet you guys read in your Torah that says that the Ancient of Days was sitting down in a throne, having a corporeal body. Anyways, you want to go to bed, sir? Hmm? ¿Te quieres dormir, señor? You wanna be my reader? You wanna read? Anyways, um, the one is not corporeal and is not incorporeal. The one is not large and it's not small. It is impossible to say. See, so it's just a different idea, bro. This is the Father of Christ. Um, the one. Again, I ask if I might understand this, and it said to me, the one is a sovereign that has nothing over it. It is a God and a parent, Father of the all, the invisible one that is over the all, that is incorruptible, that is pure light at which no eye can gaze. Yet you have Moses gazing at the light of supposedly the back of Yahweh in the Mount Sinai, supposedly. Even though your Torah says that no man has seen God, yet Moses saw God, and many other people saw God as well. But again, these are the things, the contradictions that we point out that you guys don't want to deal with it. The one is the invisible spirit. Uh, we should not think of it as a God or like a God, for it is greater than a God. You see, he's greater than a God, which again, you guys serve gods. You guys serve the rulers of this world, the darkness, bro. That's what you guys serve. And you guys think that you guys are doing righteousness by following these gods. For it is greater than a God because it has nothing over it and no Lord over it. It does not exist within anything inferior to it, since everything exists within it. For it established itself. It is eternal, since it does not need anything. For it is absolutely complete. It has never lacked anything in order to be completed by it. Rather, it is always absolute, complete in light. You see, you got the God of the Old Testament basically going to war against the Canaanites in the book of Judges chapter 2, and in the book of Judges chapter 2 tells you, or chapter 1 I believe, tells you that Yahweh couldn't even defeat he couldn't even defeat the chariots of iron of the Canaanites, bro. You guys read that before? I'm gonna read it for you guys. See, that's what I'm saying. Like the God of the Gnostics, like the Father of Christ, it has never lacked anything in order to be completed by it. You see, yet the God of the Old Testament couldn't even defeat the chariots of the Canaanites, bro. Watch this. Right there, bro. Judges chapter 1 verse 19. It says, and the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the mountain, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron, bro. See that? So, the Lord was with Judah, but Yahweh couldn't even defeat chariots of iron. Yet the Father of Christ, it says, it has never lacked anything or in order to be completed by it. See? So, yes, sir. It was an angel. As a matter of fact, we can read it in the book of Acts. And the book of Acts proves it that the law was given by angels, right? The Torah that you guys have, it was given by angels. Now, according to the Gnostics, our people were following the error of the angels. All these gods about Yahweh, and Yahweh has commanders and captains and stuff. He has seven authorities that he created for himself to rule the planet as well, alongside with him, right? So it's just a lot, man. It's just a lot of layers. I wish brothers would understand. But a lot of our people are these: ye stiff-necked and uncircumcised in heart and ears, ye do always resist your mother wisdom. See that? Holy Spirit. Ye do always resist the Holy Spirit. As your fathers did, so do ye. You see that? Because we're telling you guys are serving angels and fallen angels and demons. You are uncircumcised in heart. Stiff-necked, bro. Always resisting mother wisdom. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which shewed before of the coming of the just one, of whom you have been now the betrayers and murderers. You see that? You have betrayed Christ. You guys have left Christ. The one that was prophesied, the just one, bro. Just like the book of Enoch talks about the one, and so on and so forth. So, which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which showed before of the coming of the just one, of whom you have been now the betrayers and murderers, who have received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it. You see? You have any see? The angels gave you the law right there. By the disposition of angels, bro. The angels gave the laws to our people. And our people follow angelic laws, bro, that have an agenda. They're just wicked as hell, bro. Have nothing to do with prime creator, the one, the Father of Christ, bro. It has nothing to do with that, bro. But our people want to subscribe to these gods. You know what I mean? I'm gonna read the book of Acts. This is a comment that someone posted on our channel on the lesson that Jose Vega created. We went into the exposing the gods of King David and King Solomon and all the kings prior to King Josiah. But the whole point of the matter is right here, Acts 7:41. And they made a calf in those days and offered a sacrifice to the idol and were rejoicing in the works of their hands. Then God turned away from them and abandoned them to serve the stars and heavens as their gods. You see that? So that's exactly what you guys are following, bro. Because the Most High, the one, the prime creator of the Father of Christ, he left a while ago, bro. And he let you guys continue to worship you nonsense. It says, then God, you see that? Acts 7:41, it says, then God turned away from them and abandoned them to serve the stars of heaven as their gods. See that? In the book of the prophets, it is written, quote, was it me you were bringing sacrifices and offerings during these 40 years in the wilderness, Israel? He's asking you a question, bro. Were you guys sacrificing to the Most High the 40 years when you guys were living in the wilderness? Of course not. You guys were worshiping demons like the way you guys are doing now. They were dealing with angels in the wilderness, bro. Not serving the creator. They were worshiping angels. That's what you guys worship today. That's how you guys follow. That's whom you give your devotion to. These demonic angels, entities claiming to be the prime creators when they were not. They are not, bro. You gods are false. The things that you guys believe are nonsense and garbage. And this is why you guys' minds is bugged out. You guys are ready to kill. You guys are ready to stone your own children to death. You guys are ready to accuse myself and Jose Vega and everybody else about things that we're not doing and we're not things that you said that we are. But once again, just like the book of Acts chapter 7 told you, stiff-necked and uncircumcised in the mind, right? You guys have not cut the link and the covenant that you guys made with the God. That's basically what it means when it says uncircumcised in the mind. That's what it means. You guys have not lost your connection with this false God, which is why you guys continue to vibrate in the same idea by going against what we're saying. Because the demons within you, like, bro, bro, bro. But anyways, man, we're gonna take off. So when Moses got the laws, was not the most high. Yeah, exactly. So even when we brought out Second Ezra chapter 14, verses 38 to down to 42, it shows you how our people, our people receive the commandments, the Torah, by an angel. For 40 days and 40 nights, they were writing down the books and so on and so forth under the influence of psychedelics, because it says right there in Second Ezra chapter 14 that the angel gave them a drink, and when they drank that special yellow drink that the angel gave them to drink, the five scribes began to go into a trance, and their mind expanded, meaning they had what we call um, neuroplasticity, which is the expansion of your neurological pathways in order to expand and connect with source. That's basically what happened. Straight out, exactly what happened. So, yeah, your Torah was given by angels. The Quran was given by angels. The Mormon book was given by angels, bro. So every single religion on the planet, all their text was given to angel, except the Gnostics, bro. The Gnostics were just a download of information by Mother Wisdom herself through the tribes in Egypt. And this is why the Gnostics were persecuted all the way to the edge. And this is why Irenaeus of Lyon created this slander campaign against the Gnostics, saying that they were demonic. You got Ram over there and all those demons over there that are Torah only, saying that that the Gnostics were doing semen initiations and they were doing orgies and this and that and the third, all from all the books, except the Gnostics don't say that. You guys are not gonna find any records of the Gnostics doing none of that shit that you guys are talking about. So all of that comes from the slander campaign that began with Irenaeus of Lyon, the Archbishop of Rome. He's the one that began the slander campaign against the Hebrew Israelites that live in Egypt, and they were debunking, destroying all these ideologies. So Outcast, Sid, what's up? Welcome to live, man. I forgot to say hi. I hope everybody understood. There was a lot more stuff that I want to bring out, but I'm tired. I gotta work tomorrow. But there's just a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that we can. So in the modern days, we still have to keep the 16. Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. According to the Torah, it says that if your son or daughter blasphemes against the name of Yahweh, it says, according to your Torah, right? Because you guys want to subscribe to the 613 laws. Okay. So according to your Torah, it says that you're supposed to stone your children to death if they blaspheme against the name of Yahweh. Now, my question to you, Sikom Braskon, are you willing to stone your children to death? And are you guys are willing to appease the God that you guys follow and the God that gave you these weird demonic statutes and commandments, right? That's the whole point. You guys have received demonic ideologies from fallen angels, right? And that's what you have been doing for thousands of years until this very day. And whenever the prophets were sent to you guys, like we are being sent to you guys right here to tell you the truth, you guys did that to the prophets. You guys persecuted them and you guys killed them, just like you guys are willing to do that to us because we're telling you the truth. If you would like to get the whole understanding, I suggest Sikom Rascon to go and watch the previous classes that we've done, especially the ones, bro, that talk about the archons and the rulers of this planet, the god of this world. We have dropped a lot, tons of information on various podcasts, bro. So you know, a lot of people gotta keep up with the information that's being brought forth. Okay, there's a lot of information that we're bringing out in our podcast. That's why our podcasts are pretty much long, bro, because there's just a lot of information to bring out, right? So yeah, most of the statutes and commandments that you guys have, it was Mosaic law. Some of it was corrupted. You guys know the Council of Nicaea in 325, right? How certain books were taken out, and the text that you guys have in your hands was edited. That's why you guys will not find these writings in your Bible, because these books were burned up, except when the Hebrew Israelites that were fleeing from the Roman Empire and the persecution of the church, they had to hide these books. They had to hide these books, and so that's why, you know, the Nag Hammadi were found in the Nag Hammadi close to Egypt, next to the river, right? So yeah, we need help. We need all the help that we can get. It's not just Jose Vega and I that we should be doing this. You guys are also need to pass the knowledge out, open up conversations with people and understand like what is going on, bro, because everybody's being deceived. You guys follow the Yahweh, aka the ruler of this planet, the ruler of this world, the God of this world. That's what you guys follow. The ruler was a joke, for he said, I am God, and no one is greater than I. I alone am the Father and the Lord, and there's no one else beside me, even though we just read about like the one, like the Father of Christ, and what he's about, in comparison to what this dude is saying that he's the only God, and that he's the shit, and there's nobody else like him, right? That's what he's saying. Pure rhetoric and pure pride, right? Pure pride. But that's what people believe, man.
We know that we're not meant to be on these little Indian reserves. Like my father said, systemic impoverishment is one of the biggest human rights weapons that they have. It's easier to fight us when we're poor. And when we don't have no land, when we just have 0.2% of the land, which is the Indian reserves, we're going to remain poor. And that's the human rights weapon that the Canadian government has been dependent on and has used and executed against us. And now we're saying no more. We're going to leave these Indian reserves. So now this weapon is injunctions, and we're hoping that through our work and advocacy, that our children aren't going to have to deal with the same reality of them using injunctions to remove us.
Yeah, man. So you guys see the struggle of our people. And again, once again, I wanna reiterate these idea. I wanna make remarks on these, right? Because our people are following the same God of the Bible, which is the same God that sent the Edomites on the side of the world to conquer, commit genocide, steal the land, and put the Native Americans in reservations right over there in the corner, as if this is not their land. What? And obviously, you guys know the story. The boarding schools, we brought that out. How Native American children were snatched up from Native American families in order to be brainwashed and indoctrinated with these ideology that people have today. That we have forgotten our roots. We have forgotten the medicine men, the medicine woman, the shamans, the seers that our people had, the organic spiritual connection that we have with the prime creator. They call him the Great Spirit, and they themselves, even in the mythologies of all of our people, they themselves talk about these fallen angels, these sky people that came on this planet and started doing all this other shit. They speak about these things, but they themselves worship the Great Spirit. Even like you have the South Americans, the Mayans, they worship what we call Hunapku. Hunapku, right? Hunapku, which is basically the representation of the Milky Way galaxy in the middle, like the very center of it, which means energy. That's basically what they say. Hunapku is the energy of it all. It's the sustenance of all the existence and the dimensions of this universe. That's what the Mayans believed. They understood. They were the first ones to understand that there was a center, a dark hole in the Milky Way, bro. Right? They knew all these before even telescopes were even invented, even before the white men found out. But the whole point, bro, is that our people have forgotten who they are. They have forgotten our roots. Now, when I talk about the roots, I'm not talking about the stuff, the things that we've acquired by the nations that came and amalgamated with us. Like Jose Vega was saying that the Canaanites were here, and like we've been saying that, and how many other nations came on this side of the world, right? So we amalgamated their stuff, their things, the things that they were doing, and that's what our people did. Same thing with Christianity today. You go to South America and Mexico, bro. It's sad to see that you have native indigenous dances, and then you have the garments that they're wearing. They have this a Virgin Mary, and there's some biblical stuff right there that has nothing to do with our people. You know what I'm saying? The Virgin Mary and all that stuff, like um bro. Bro, it's just sad to see our people just dying spiritually, following folly, bro. Yeah, yeah. Thanks everybody for sticking around all the way to the end, man. But
my people, and this is my land. This is what we pray for, and this is God's plan. If you ain't from here, then you won't understand. This is my country. This is who I am. So welcome to my house.
yeah, like I said, man. I want everybody to take these with you when you guys leave this podcast before we close out. I want everybody to think about how can we help our Native American indigenous people. What is it that we can do for them if we cannot go to their march, if because they're marching right now for the pipelines that's been going on for years, bro. I remember like 7 years ago when I was speaking about these matters. I did a class on these, bro. You guys go check it out. It's on our channel. But yeah, it's uh we can ask ourselves, how can we help them out? We can help them out by not shoving these bullshit of religious ideas to them, because they're fed up. Okay, they want righteousness, they want fair treatment and justice on this place. They don't want no Bible and you guys indoctrinated with that bullshit of BHI community, these one West American camps. They don't need none of that. You guys need to stop poisoning the minds of Native Americans with that bullshit. Okay, I'm fed up with all of that. I'm fed up with your gods that you guys follow. I'm fed up with your ideologies and your mind that is fucking upside down. It has like dark waters within your minds. I don't understand why you guys cannot get rid of these gods that you guys been following for thousands of years. These demons and fallen angels have enslaved your minds until this very day. I don't fucking get it. And now you guys are supposedly trying to evangelize or proselytize our people, as if our people are dumb and they're not spiritual, right? Our people are the most spiritual beings on the planet. I mean, there's other spiritual beings too as well, but you guys get the point. Our people's culture was destroyed, bro. That's why they don't know anything. That's why you guys are listening to what our sisters are saying, our brothers. They're tired, bro. They want to get out of there. They want to shine, right? But they're in the corner in the reservations. And Hispanics, natives are over there in the camps, completely laughing at Native Americans, making fun of them, calling our elderly women all sorts of names. You guys know what I'm talking about. The Sikari and Alasar calling our elderly woman all sorts of names, bro. And then you got African Americans saying that the Native Americans that are here right now in the reservations, they're not the real Native Americans. Come on, bro. It's insane.
In the late 1800s, Indian boarding schools could be found across the U.S. and in the Pacific Northwest. Indigenous children were taken to the schools to learn trade skills, religion, and English. In 1880, one was established in Forest Grove for Native children all over the region. 5 years later, it moved to where Chemawa Indian School is today, just north of Salem. The history of Indian boarding schools is a traumatic one, well known among many tribes.
Siamanastalacha Salkeda is my Indian name. My Christian name is Freddie Lane. I'm Clactamish. Lummi is the reservation. Clactamish are the people of the Pacific Northwest.
Ana Sanchez. I am the Director of Family Services here at NAIA, and I'm also the State Representative for House District 43.
Yeah, I'm David Lewis, a member of the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde and faculty at Oregon State University.
The stories and trauma associated with boarding schools have been passed down through generations by oral tradition. Many have called what happened cultural genocide.
And some kids would go in at the age of 6 and would never be seen again.
I have listened to stories from elders having this police car come and just take them all away and never seeing their parents again. They were forced to speak English. They were forced to learn Christianity.
You were beaten in some cases for, again, speaking your language. The mentality was kill the Indian, save the man. That was the government's policy.
Do you run into people who don't realize that this has happened in the United States, in Oregon?
Definitely. Again, it's something that Uncle Sam would rather not talk about.
That's because it's not easy to talk about.
Many of those children didn't make it home. There is a burial ground outside of Chemawa Indian Boarding School right now.
Pacific University researchers have documented nearly 300 students buried there. While generally sickness did spread in schools, those in the Indigenous community say it wasn't just disease that killed students.
We're talking about, basically murder on the part of teachers in these schools.
The abuse that happened in those schools was immense. There was sexual abuse there. That's well documented.
The history is it's tragic.
Lane recalls a heavy conversation he had with a 75-year-old tribal chief who went to a boarding school in Canada.
These were his words. They abused me as a child, and I've never seen a chief cry. I wouldn't believe it if he didn't tell me how the priests up in Canada, they would rape the children, and the nuns would hide the pregnancy. And when the child was burned, those nuns who believed in God, in the name of God, they threw those children in the furnace. They were born and then they burned them.
Lane says in some cases, Native American women were sterilized at boarding schools, and to this day, the extent of abuse is difficult to quantify.
But we're not willing to look sometimes at the history right here in the United States. It's really quite sad.
But Sanchez says things are starting to improve, with the first Native American to serve as the U.S. Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland.
Who we are all so immensely proud of, has initiated a federal Indian boarding school initiative that will actually do some research into the boarding schools here in the United States.
And that may be how the healing starts, how we move forward, however painful it may be.
We really just have to own that these things happened, and an apology just won't do it.
They tell me Chemawa Indian School is very different than it was so long ago. In fact, Lane and his father attended the school. Students now choose whether they want to attend the high school, and for some, like Lane, it's a positive and life-changing experience. It's become a place where Indigenous people from different groups can come together, form lifelong friendships, and gain opportunity. Christine Pitawanich, KGW News.
You guys see? You guys see the Native American struggle, the Native American pain, the things that our people went through way back in the days under the name of God. Meanwhile, they were holding the Bible. You have these demons doing all this stuff, and guess what? You guys follow the same ideology because you guys subscribe that God, aka Yahweh, aka the demon that rule this planet, he's the one that sent them over here to do such atrocities to our people. So why would you guys follow the same God that sent these Edomites on this side of the world to commit the crimes and the genocide that they committed on this side of the world? Why would you guys follow the same God? That's my fight. That's my fight. That's where I completely go like crazy against these lies, because everybody has to come out of that, bro. It's time. There has been many Westerners that have traveled to South America to meet with the shamans, okay? Because the shamans were given the knowledge of the plant medicine, aka called ayahuasca, in order to heal the nations. That's what we read in the book of Revelation when it talks about that there was a tree on the other side of the river that was bearing 12 fruits, 12 types of fruits, right? We know that's talking about some sort of healing medicine unto the nations. Well, guess what's going on right now? There's a great awakening, bro, of medicine, men and women being birthed on this planet. And this is what's going on right now. There's really an awakening of the tribes of the world, waking up from the slumber, waking up from them serving these gods that have brought this planet nothing more than misery and genocide and darkness all the way across the board, bro. And I know you guys are gonna continue to make excuses of all these, because that's what you guys do.
Naso kane dandi. Naso out dawani shishauzi. Dashish dini. Yohada shishte sadeshchu.
Dai Pichayo Indi Hotni Nakesni and Da sensation
Nde dayo hell a water to Sikeshti Bikeda Idil Kosi Be Naskai Katasta Mehi Skloshu Toha Yugolsita Yolsin Nde Biayi Nda Dayan Nda Atoa Shasha Ilti Bisalata Lea Bili Tala Tihi Yolsin Al-Kati Jejo tle. Alti. Sa ikan. Atetani. Shana wonti. Cut. Asitiho. Sha dastsa.
Man, yo, do you guys do you guys you guys are there? Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys witnessed what he said? He was asking why would the God of the eye blue people or blue eye people, why would the God of the blue eye people come and destroy us with guns and this and that and the third? You see that? You see how he was doing a separation between the God of the other nations versus the one God that he was referring to, aka the Great Spirit. See that? Um, Revelations 7:13, and one of the elders answered, saying unto me, what are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, these are they which came out of the great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Um, yeah, man. So I like that one. And there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servant shall serve him. Right, right. But again, there's a lot of stuff that we could bring out. But the whole point of tonight's podcast, bro, is to let you guys understand a little bit of the fraction of the struggle that Native Americans have gone through throughout the ages, throughout for the past whatever years, they've been on this place and reservations and whatnot, struggling. Our women are gone missing. They're being sold into, you know, sex trafficking and all that stuff. Our men are dying of, bro, depression. They're killing themselves, committing suicide, this and that and the third. Bro, it's just destruction at all levels. And that's basically what took place in the younger generations, when a lot of our people were taken into boarding schools. They were mistreated. They were beat up. They literally beat the Native American indigenous men out of our people. They wanted to erase our true heritage, knowledge, and understanding, and our connection to the cosmos, mother wisdom, Mother Earth, the Father, right? God, the Great Spirit, they call him. So that's basically it. And I hope everyone, takes a part in these, bro. It's not just us. It's not just the ancient watchmen, bro. It's everybody else. Everybody has a job to go ahead and uplift our people and let them know what's up. Now, I wouldn't suggest you guys going over there and telling them that they're the Hebrew Israelites, because they're not gonna buy it, bro. Like, they're not gonna buy it. Don't do that. Like, everybody has to come out of this darkness. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, every single one is following fallen angels, bro. You guys don't understand now, bro, but hopefully when you guys are open, you guys are gonna be able to see the way we see things. Okay, the way our people saw things, the people, the Gnostics themselves, the Hebrew Israelites that live in Egypt, that understood all these things about the matrix, the gods that rule this planet, which are the gods that you guys follow anyway, and you guys subscribe to the angelic order of the era of the angels. I mean, sorry, the era of the angels, right? That's what you guys follow. And that's why you guys are confused until this very day. But once again, this was the Ancient Watchman. Thanks for checking us out, man. We're gonna probably take off, but before we take off, I wanna play this to you guys. It's a beautiful song by a Native American woman, and with that, we're gonna call it a night. Yeah, exactly. Victor, Shalom. Buenos dias. Welcome to live, bro. Oh, there it is. It says, Revelations 22:2. In the midst of the street of it, and on the other side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. You see, and the um, and the leaves. You see, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations, bro. Now, when you guys research, now we know that this scripture is basically a double-edged sword. It's a multi-dimensional meaning. We know that it's talking about the seed of Jacob and the 12 tribes basically going around the world healing the nations by instituting, like righteousness and justice on the planet and bring the balance that is needed on this planet. Okay, that's basically what it's talking about. But the other understanding when it talks about and the leaves, right? And it says when and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations, right? So we know that ayahuasca is made up of a tree. They brew the leaves in a pot in order to create a brew, a tea, a yellowish fiery drink, the same drink that the angel gave to Ezra and the five scribes. Same deal, same color, all of it. That's what I strongly believe that in the book of Second Ezra chapter 14, um, the angel gave Ezra and the five scribes psychedelic drink, just like ayahuasca is a psychedelic drink that is made out of a tree, and the leaves of a tree are brewed. That's why I'm saying that the tree were for the healing of the nations. And you guys go ahead and look up ayahuasca testimonies, and you guys are gonna see how many people come from South America. They travel to South America from Europe, from China, from Africa, from North America, from Canada. They travel all the way to South America, Mexico, Belize, Peru, to meet with our people, with the ancient shamans, the healers, the medicine men, in order to heal themselves of traumas. A lot of people go over there. If you are like a heroin addict, you do an ayahuasca ceremony for 3 days, bro. You come out of that clean, literally, like, bro. That's why it's called the mother of all plants. Ayahuasca. I'm not gonna give it away, bro. But if you guys are on that path, if you guys have been called to do a ceremony, you will know in your spirit, bro. Because Mother Wisdom will call you out in order for you to have a meeting with her, bro, in the other dimension. You can sit down and have a, what would you call it? Have an audience with the king, with mother and father, bro. Okay? And that's what you guys are not ready to do because you still want to cling to your lies. You're afraid of really discovering that you have been lied. Your brain cannot compute it, bro. You guys are probably thinking like, how can we be lying, man? How can we be following a false guy if Yahweh is this and that and the third? But you guys are not willing to look at the other side and the other side of the coin of what's going on, bro, because you guys are not righteous. You guys don't deal in righteous judgments. You guys are one balance, right? You guys are one-sided all the time. All the time. You guys are one-sided. Exactly. A garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up, a fountain seal. Now we know that this is referring to the like the spouse, the Shulamite woman of Solomon, but this is also symbolic for mother wisdom because the word hakma in the Hebrew, the word ha is a fence, and the word ma is waters, and what you have inside is mother wisdom. That's why it's saying that my spouse is a spring shut up, a fountain seal. Okay, when you guys read the Apocrypha, it says that Mother Wisdom cannot be reached unless she comes to you because she's the one going around testing the spirits of mankind to see who's really worthy, bro, to deal with her, right? So a garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up. Now we know that the spring and the rivers is referring to wisdom, like the wisdom, the fountains of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, right? Exactly. With pleasant fruits, like the fragrance, incense, and all that stuff. Song of Solomon 4:14, and saffron, calamus, and cinnamon with all the trees of frankincense, myrrh, and aloes, with all the chief spices. Exactly, like beautiful aromatherapy. Basically, that's basically what it's talking about. Un kilo. Yep. Awake, O north wind, and come thou south. See that? The unity of both tribes. Like we're talking about the northern and the southern kingdom. Awake, O north wind, and come thou south. You see the north wind, the northern kingdom, the south wind will be the southern kingdom. Blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. You see? What is the action of blowing is when you speak. We have to blow like this, like the wind of the spirit, like going through and four, you know. Blow upon my garden that the spices thereof may flow out. You see, spices. Now we know that according to aromatherapy, we know that frankincense, cinnamon, they're basically aromatherapy substances, bro. See, that basically soothes your spirit and your mind. It distresses yourself. Let my beloved come into his garden and eat his pleasant fruits. Yep. But anyways, thank you for the scripture, sis. Shalom, everybody. Thanks for checking us out all the way to the end. Jeremiah, thanks for checking us all the way to the end too. Anybody else? Outcast, little one, sis, Shalom, Victor, everybody else. You guys have a great night. But before we go, I want you to play these real quick, and then with that, we're gonna say Shalom. Have a great night. We'll see you on next Friday night, Miami, I believe. Hopefully, Jose Vega is able to show up, so we can continue this battle against the lies, bro. But other than that, thank you for coming in. Thank you for checking us out.
I am my mother's savage daughter, the one who runs barefoot, cursing sharp stones. I am my mother's savage daughter, I will not cut my hair, I will not lower my voice.
Awake, Song of Solomon 4:16. Awake, awake, O north wind, and come thou south. Blow upon my garden that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden and eat his pleasant fruits. You guys understand the matter? You guys understand the parable? See, we will not be silent. That's the whole matter. North and south must sound the trumpet of the wind. That's basically it. You guys, shalom. Have a great night. Peace out. We'll see you on Friday night, Miami. Thanks for checking us out. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I know that a lot of people, like, I think there's like 3 more people that unsubscribe from our channel because of the stuff that we're bringing out. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. He that has an ear, let them hear. He that has an eye, let them see. Shalom.